booty, fat booty, fat booty, fat booty, fat booty.
Throwing it in the club. We come to see. Throwing it in the club. We come to see. Throwing it in the club. We come to see. Throwing it in the club. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and make your heart skip up. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and rock, rock, rock. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and make your heart skip up. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and rock, rock, rock. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and make your heart skip up. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and rock, rock, rock. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and make your heart skip up. Double drop, never stop, let that booty pop. Have a slip a little whip and rock, rock, rock.
I still hear your voice when you sleep next to
네,
me.
PNC 네이션스컵 2016 함께해 주시는 관객 여러분 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 원활한 경기 진행과 관람을 위해서 현재 로비 그리고 통로에 계신 관람객 여러분께서는 지정된 2층 객석으로 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 PUBG 네이션스컵 2016 오프닝 세레머니 그리고 경기가 시작이 될 예정입니다. 원활한 경기 진행과 관람을 위해서 로비와 통로에 계신 관람객 여러분께서는 2층 객석으로 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
turun sampai ke bawah boleh sebenarnya. Memang sampai kerja tak habis lagi kan? Mengecat.
FAS, she's fine as fuck.
It's time for PUBG Nations Cup 2026. We have got 3 days of exciting action to find out who, once again here this year, will become the PUBG Nations Cup champion. Welcome, all the teams are live from Jangchung Arena in Seoul, South Korea, as we have just witnessed some breakdancing, some beatboxing, even some painting as all these teams get ready and good to go. It's going to be a good one. My name is Kalaris here, your host and commentator for a lot of what's going to go down. I've got Mark Powers, I've got Gibson, I've got Matcham to talk about everything that's going to be going on. Gibson, you were there last year. It's going to be a good old time for 2026.
Oh, it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. We got some brilliant teams taking part this year, and I think the big one for me, though, was Ukraine. They stomped their way through the survival stage. Is it going to be a case of repeat all the way through the weekend?
It's a good question. It's a good question, Matcham. Of course, we have some crazy teams coming into this directly into the grand final, thanks to their performance from last year, 2025. Some of those rosters are very different to 2025, but extremely strong nonetheless.
さあ皆さんお待たせいたしました。 PUBG ネーションズカップ2026グランドファイナル Day1 の模様をこれより、お届けしてまいりたいと思います。公式、日本語公式ミラー配信は本日も私アバラと川原ジャブマイケルさんの、2人でお届けしてまいります。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
はい、さあということでいよいよ、この国別対抗戦の決勝の舞台ということになりましたけれども、ちょっとねちらっと見えてましたけど、ステージがなかなか今回も今回特にこだわられてる感じが見受けられたりと。
そうですね、国旗が、ね、祭りっぽくって言っちゃあれですけど、
祭りっぽいですよね、フェスティバル感出てましたけども。だからこれ勝ち上がるチーム決まってからスタッフさんの苦労を考えるといやまあね、我々はね出来上がったものをこれからあと3日間楽しんでいくだけではありますけれども、さあということでフォーマットといたしましてはね、サバイバルステージ2日間で、トップ8になったチームがこのグランドファイナルの、舞台へと勝ち上がってきました。すでに昨年2025年のトップ8のチームはグランドファイナルで待ち構えるという形になっております。さあ本日は EMTRE、 なんか口に馴染みがないな、 EMTRE でございます。
No, absolutely good stuff. Of course, as those 5 games, 15 games in total. Let's listen in with Bella.
2026, I am back here to review the fan zones, and here
Fan
first
zone.
up behind me is the, look at that, photo card wall. You can meet up to trade your favorite PNC player cards, and behind me, I don't know if you can hear the sound, you can get airbrush or get your face painting. So make sure to stop by and make sure
これ中ですね、一応。裏かな。
多分そうかも。2019年こんなのなかったかな。すごい。
We have a perfect PNC limited 2026 time frame. So I took a picture so that you guys can see what it would look like. And do you guys know this? What is this? This is the number 9. I wonder what that symbolizes. And right over here we have special events prep for you guys because ta-da! If you guys manage to get 9 seconds in, you will win a fan. And we already have a lot of
これ試合してるとこの横？
真横なのかな？
真横っぽいですよね。
席が埋まってないんで多分ステージ裏になるところなのかな。チキンがいるけど、何これ9秒カウントしましょう。
9秒ですね。
10秒。
うん。9秒ピッタチャレンジ。
Okay, actually, let's try. Let's see if I can make it in 9 seconds. I'm really good at this. 4, 5. Oh wait, no, that's a lie because you have to add these two. And I failed tremendously. 14.2 seconds. But if you guys manage to make it in 9 seconds, you win this very special.
2つ合わせて9秒。
2つ合わせて9秒
かな。じゃあ4秒半。
Bella, that was awful. Like that was actually a terrible performance.
She's so good at it. She's so good at it though.
No, wait. I guess it was like
これ
a
見
team
て
effort,
も
right?
いい
You've
ん
got to
だ
like press them
あ
at
の
the
数
same
字
time or
は。
something like that. But Bella needs a partner for sure. For
消えると思ったんですけどね。
But thank you very much, Bella, giving a little tour as what's going on down on the ground there for PNC. It looks like a mental setup, Mark, to be fair.
Yeah, very different from last year, because last year was kind of outside that stadium and it was out in the sun. It was really nice, and obviously, but this time I like that they've kind of put everything in.
まあいろいろ盛りだくさんっぽい感じですね。
desk setup as well. So the players really in the ball.
この裏で
I remember being in this
出るんでしょうね。
building in 2019. It was a
まあ
very
半分
different
使わないですからね、
setup. It
実
really
際
shows, how
ス
things
ペー
have
スと
gone
して
here
は。
for a PNC. Very, very different indeed, Matrim, as you take a look across all of these teams. And the thing is as well is that the big heavy hitters, yes, we have big heavy hitters in the survival stage, but it bears repeating. Vietnam is back as the champions. They look amazing, it's fair to say.
PNC2025 のトップ8ということで、ここに8カ国参戦が決まっていたわけですけど、その中でもニュープレイヤーが10人、ベトナム0、ベトナム強い人だけしかいないけど大丈夫か、これ強いぞベトナム。結構メンバー変わりましたね、今年。
is mostly 17 gaming with adding in Spaceman. That's a squad I just can't stop but look at every single time.
半分ぐらいは変わってるってことですかね。
Because last year round it was Ixlef, Ming Ming, Little Ghost in there. So actually, Little Ghost is in as well. So there's 2 players from 17 that are returning. But Tian Tian and Spaceman, those 2 names here, Mark. Obviously, we watched Tian Tian towards the end of our last PGS circuit. But through the first one, he was looking like an absolute
中国、タイはあんまり順位安定してないですけど、アメリカは結構上げてきてる感じが。
そうですね。まあ、次どうなるかですかね。これでトップ4入ってたら安定と言いますし、
ベトナムは一生強い。はい。エンディングチャンピオンにとうとうなりましたが。
You said before we were doing it that this team was basically winning before even the last day came around.
Yeah, they had the event won on the Saturday, and it was all driven off the back of incredible performances.
61ポイント差で勝ったのか。
I kind of spoke to some of the guys ahead of this event, and I was like, well,
とんでもないな。
And they said they're feeling a bit more pressure. They said they think that there's targets on their backs, so let's hear what they have to say about it.
Hi guys, it's Bella here to talk about the PNC defending champions, Team Vietnam's Himas. Hello Himas, good to see you. 안녕하세요. Well, we have a lot to talk about PNC when it comes to Vietnam and vice versa. You guys came in top 4 all season, most kills, and with the biggest gap in the leaderboard. Well, what is your goal for this PNC then?
Xin chào Himas, hiện tại đội tuyển Việt Nam của mình đang là đội tuyển sở hữu nhiều kỷ lục nhất trong giải đấu VNC. Hiện tại thì đội tuyển Việt Nam là đội tuyển duy nhất có thành tích luôn luôn trên top 4, cũng là đội tuyển duy nhất có khác biệt vô địch với khác biệt điểm số cao nhất, cũng như là đội tuyển có nhiều điểm và nhiều kill nhất. Thì không biết là trong kỳ giải VNC lần này đội tuyển Việt Nam sẽ hướng đến lập một kỷ lục mới nào không?
Tại giải đấu này thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng giữ vững phong độ cũng như là giữ cái top và giữ hết tất cả những kỷ lục của bọn mình ở lại.
Well, so for this PNC, we have not yet score any goal for any new record. We will try to remain our goals, our form, and try to show you guys the best of our the best performance of ours.
Well, we already saw what Vietnam is capable of, but this PNC, what really surprised us was how Team Ukraine was playing. What were your thoughts when you saw the survival stage, and do you have your eyes on them? Do you think that they are your rivals?
Hiện tại trong vòng sinh tồn thì đội Ukraine đang có một cái màn
目標っていうか、
trình diễn rất
ま
là
あ
tốt và được đánh giá là
で
một
きる
trong
だ
những
け
đội
自
tuyển
分たちのベストのパフォーマンスを出せるようにしますと。
Việt Nam thì không biết là bên phía đội
次の
Việt Nam
質
mình
問
sẽ
が
nghĩ về như thế nào về đối thủ này.
まあウクライナがちょっと調子良かったんですけど、ウ
chỉ bắn ở ngoài vòng
クラ
ngoài
イ
khi
ナ
mà phải có những team
どう
yếu.
ですか、ベトナム
Còn
視
khi
点
vào chung kết thì gặp những team mạnh thì em nghĩ là họ sẽ không hạ điểm như thế đâu.
いい質問ですね、これ。
Honestly, in the survival state, for Ukraine team, they don't have a lot that many of strong enemies. So, but now here we are coming to the grand final with a lot of strong enemies coming too. So I think they are the one have to be worried for.
They're the ones that have to watch out for you guys. Well, that's what Team Ukraine said when I asked them the same question too. All right, thank you, Himas, and best of luck to Team Vietnam. Cảm ơn.
サバイバルステージではまあちょっとぬるま湯に使ってたんじゃないですかね。ここからが本番ですよみたいなこと言ってます。
That's right, but make fun of that man. No, of course. It's always great to see him here on stage.
ちょっと言葉が強い気がするんですが、
まあ誇張はしてないです。正直。
まあそれを言うだけの言う権利は。
Yeah, and you think about the way it went last year, it really wasn't what you'd expect from Korea. They were the home favorites. The stadium was full of fans expecting them to do well, and even with the stadium getting loud every time something happened involving Korea, they were just nowhere near the level that Vietnam reached to. So I feel like they've got a lot to prove. Like, I feel there's a lot of pressure on this Korea side, especially when you consider
このメンバーは勝てるジンクスがありますみたいな感じの話でしたね。
Technically, of course, Heaven has been here plenty for PNCs, but missed out on last year. Last year, of course, was Salute, Reigning, and
いや、
Soul.
まあ、韓国ファンはめちゃくちゃいたんで、ホームなんでみたいな。ただ、ベトナムのポイントには全然届かなかったんで、まあ、今回、まあ、証明する必要がありますよねみたいな。ファンのことみたいにっていう。
去年はだいぶベトナムがに暴れてましたからね。
Does this team feel better than last year? I was kind of on the favour of actually last year might be stronger on paper, but what we saw just didn't kind of unfold the way. Yes, they obviously had the home turf advantage, and there is something to be said around that, but arguably their performance didn't really live up to that naming convention. In Vietnam did, as Gibson said, point out on day number 2. I do think this one is going to be stronger, and I do think that this new roster, 50% makeover, is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Here's the
はい、こ
survival
ちら
stage
問題
results,
の
of course,
サ
as
バイバ
well.
ル
I
ステージ
think
の
a
トー
lot
タ
of
ルリーダーボード
teams,
で
a
ござい
lot
ま
of
すが、
players now, a lot of people
ウクライ
outside
ナ
in the world
153
here
ポイント、
match
ト
room
ルコ
are
100 ポ
looking
イン
at
ト。
Ukraine as maybe one of the favorites to win the whole
まあ、
thing.
トルコ
I mean, that's a pretty smart approach. This is a squad
1位
that
取っても
was
おかしくないポイ
incredibly
ントではあっ
dominant
たん
through
で
the
すけど、
qualification, the
ウ
survival
クライ
stage
ナ
that we're
が
talking about.
あまりに
Even
もポ
whenever
イントを
we
取りすぎ
saw
ている。
like different interviews, every single team that we've talked to so far has kind of been like,
ね、だって
Ukraine has a high-end
1
chance
試合
of winning this one, but it's really just going to be
10ポイント
how does their play
15
style
ポイント
intersect with everything
15
that's gonna be going on around them?
1試合
Because there's
15
no
ポイ
squad
ント
that
は
we
結
talk
構
to
前
or
代
talk
未
about, really,
聞
even like
だ
Thailand.
いやトル
Thailand has an
でトルコで
incredibly
1試合
scrappy
10ポイン
squad
ト
in
で
themselves.
すね。もうだいぶ、もう優勝かなっていう。
可能ですね、1試合10ポイントは普通に優勝可能です。
What has happened for
ただこ
Thailand?
れで
Well,
すよ
they've
ね。
casually won a PGC and then 2 PGSs as well, be it either full sense or made in Thailand. And now that 4-man Rusty Gibson looks insane coming into this tournament.
It is, I'm really excited to see it. I think one of the fun things I think about Thailand and the way they play is they're going to punch you in the mouth and see how you react.
基本的に10キロ以上してましたからね。
And they flood you.
そ
And
して、
I hate to
下
be a
馬
team
評
in
を
a
覆
fight
したチーム
third
たち
party
っていう
because if
ことに
Thailand
な
can
るんです
third
ね。
party,
こ
you
れ
know
は
they're
全
going
員ファイ
to.
ド。
What
予
a
想
glow
を
up
倒し
from, of course, Great Britain
予想に
in
打ち勝
the
ったか。
survival stage
まあ
because
でも言う
Mark,
てイギリ
I
ス
was
は不
very
思議では
concerned
な
on
い
that
か
day
なって
one
いう感じ
and
は
day two. They came
あ
back
りま
for the
すけ
boys.
れども。
No, and you put him in your fantasy as well, so big climb.
もうだいぶ頑張りましたよね、2日目で。
I was talking to
1
both
日目がちょっ
62
と
this morning,
あまりにも不調すぎ
and
たっ
they
てい
were
う感
just
じか
like,
な。
we're gonna have to play
トルコは
a
めちゃくちゃ
little
安
bit
定
more
してましたよね。
smarter. We can't leave it to like last day or pushing or relying on actually what other teams are doing. So I like to see they're going to be a bit more controlled.
フィンランドもドンカツプラスアルファあって、まあ、デイ2粘ってポイント伸ばして、なんとかギリギリ
They
の
had to make it happen, and they did. And lucky enough for them, they find
いう
themselves
形に
now
な
in
り
the
ました
grand
けれども。
finals.
Yeah, they're back in my team for fantasy, but I have my concerns for a grand final like this because, I mean, okay,
They're
all right,
your budget
Ukraine.
pick. Don't lie. I already know.
Well, the thing is that this lobby is just amazing, right, Matrim? So, like, and then you have the addition of teams like Ukraine.
なんか
You
必然ですよね。
have even some of the teams that, you
そ
know,
りゃ
we
そう
didn't
なる
get
よ
to
ねっていう
see
ことなんですけど、
during
キル
all
ラン
this.
キング、ダメージラン
United
キング
States
で
is
すが、
also
ウク
another
ライ
team that I
ナ
think is
全員が
very
ランクインでご
strong,
ざいます。
but we really don't give much credence for. Last year around, they got 121 points. They were fourth place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the America special right now, right? It's like that third, fourth place
見づらいこのラ
category
ンキン
whenever we
グ
look at internationals and performances on it.
情報がない。
The roster that
ウ
has
クライ
the
ナが
curse
強
of
いという以外
consistently
の情
third
報
place
が
is
あまりあり
going
ま
to
せん。
be on this team, given the fact that it is going to be Shrimsy and
アル
Kickstart.
ゼンチ
And
ン
we've
も
got
キャ
Cowboy,
プテ
a
ンが
new
かなり
face
気を
for
取
the
ってい
America
るトル
area
コの
coming
白が
in,
かなりダメージを
really
出し
just
ている
making a name
と
for
ころ
himself
から、
in this
まあ
past year. This could be an absolute big glow up for him.
なんか
And
ア
of
ルゼンチンはね
course,
結構アグレッシブな
Kurt's got a
プレイスタイル
massive
になって
history
ま
to
す
him
し、
in
ト
his
ルコは安定
performance.
感があった
It's
の
just going to
で
be、really interesting to
そ
see
のあ
how
たりはね、
his
中遠距離のコントロー
IGL
ルとかも
and like
な
I
かっ
guess
たんだろうな
LMG
みたいなところ
styling
は
is going to match up with what we see coming up from
もしかした
Kickstarter.
ら見えるかもしれません。
Let's take a look back
こういうランキング
at the
出る
survival
ときにあれ
stage
ですよ
and
ね、
see
も
how
う
it all went
一
down.
旦
I'm concerned that maybe all these highlights
一
might
旦ウ
just
クラ
be
イナ
more
なしのランキング
towards
見たいですけどね。
but maybe there's a sprinkling of the
とりあえ
team
ず
here. What do
ト
you
ップ
think?
4もう分かってるかなってい
Mainly
う。
just Hakatori killing everybody around him, and
ハイライ
the
ト
funny
は
thing is, like Hakatori
サバイバルステージ
MVP, but I
MVP
think Fighters
ハカトリで
ended
ご
up
ざい
with
ますね。
most kills on the Ukrainian team because he was just there to finish off the great work. But this man's a human highlight, really. I think UK did win this fight in the end. But man,
一人でワンチーム分の
just
ダメージを出し
his
てたって
final
いう。
boss, his end game, He's the sort of I chase pro players whenever I play in ranked. Akatori is the one I run away from.
Yeah, you want nothing to do with that. That is 100% true. And of course, as we did watch the painting, didn't paint the inside of that rim of that pan though. Diabolical work there.
Breathe, breathe. It's
Didn't help
okay.
it.
I can't help it.
Everybody,
I can't help it.
I told you.
everybody
Get
knows
my
he's a big
paintbrushes out.
Warhammer fan. It's okay.
Yeah, and then they mentioned they have airbrushes as well. Anyway, yes, but cool stuff. An exciting intro to PNC as well. We had beatboxing, we had breakdancing, we had everything going on here, Mark. Crazy scenes.
I just like the painting. Just sitting here listening to you about the painting was the best thing, and you judging this man who's a professional artist, and I think that's outstanding. That's really good. It's a well-placed statue. I like the colours that represent all around the world.
Yeah, yeah. Oh wait, no, he has corrected the inside of the pan. It's all fixed. Hooray! Oh, I'm so happy.
Did you message him?
Maybe. All right, let's take a look at the fantasy and see how it all sets up. Because
ということでね、PUBG ファンタジーということで、ゲーム内で、活躍する国を予想してポイントを競い合うというのも、サバイバルステージから行われております。
I think I'm just about edging out Mark if I'm not wrong.
まあウクライナ選ばない人いませんよね。
はい、一応ね
お買い得すぎるんでね、予選の結果も反映はされているとは思うんですけど、決勝で待ってるチームは去年の戦績も反映されているので、ベトナムが1万4000ドルとかだったかな。
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, right? That none of us currently have Vietnam because they were just so expensive. And technically speaking, there's rosters that can stack up against them. Mark, I think Thailand is
4000万ドルか予算が。だから、1300数字に1300万ドルぐらい、1400万ドルかベトナム。かなりのハイプライスだったので、まあちょっとそのあたりコスパがどうなんだろうみたいなね。ところはあるとは思うんですけど。
海外のキャスター言ってましたよ。誰もベトナム選ばないのはやはり高いですからね。
またちょっとメンバーも大きく変わってますし、様子見しても一回いいんじゃないかみたいなね、これはありそうですけれども、まあ、ちょっとそういったね戦略性もありつつ観戦を楽しめる、まあ、要素が、まあ、ゲームの中で、遊ぶことができますので、まあ、毎日チームをピックし直す必要があるんですけれども、すでにね今日の分はピック確か受付締め切っているんですけど、明日明後日も参加できますので、参加いただければと思います。ちなみに自分はイギリスめっちゃお買い得なんじゃないかなと思ってイギリスを入れてますが、私どうか。
No, and interesting. You guys also picked Ukraine. I was the only one in the survival stage that put them on my roster. So all you guys are following suit now.
結構メタの変化がね大きかったですからね。本当に。
だいぶどうなんだろう。メタ変わまではそっか。この今年中でいろいろ変わりましたからね。
変わりすぎている。
はい。
変わり続けているのか正しくは。
All of you put neutral as your favourites. I had the 1.3 multiplier, kept me in the fight.
I had neutral. I'll admit it. I'll be honest. I'll own my mistake on that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One day I will learn. Don't take Batulan squads on day one for any qualifier.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting actually is that there's already been potential fights over those hot drop spots, right? Like the fact that technically, obviously apartments, Vietnam was like, we're very interested in that, Gibson, and then in the chat, so neutral's like, well, we're gonna go to Twisted Mind spots, so if you want to fight, we're ready for a fight.
And I don't know if that's the right idea based on what we saw from Neutral over the course of the survival stage. Like, they were right on the cusp. At one point, we thought going into the last map, Neutral wouldn't even make it here.
All right, well, it looks like we are almost ready to get things rolling here for PNC 2026. The opening ceremony on the way in just a few moments' time. Exciting stuff, exciting things to go as all of these teams are looking for one opportunity, one chance across 15 games to become the PNC champion. The field of competition has never been more fierce. So let's get to it here for PNC 2026.
さあということで PNC2026 のオープニングでございます。
got Seoul 2019 champions.
Back in 2019, history was made here at Changchun Arena. Tonight, PUBG Nations Cup 2026 writes the next chapter. Let's welcome the players! South America's pride returns from the survival stage. Argentina! From fearless rookies to PNC veterans, Brazil! PNC 2025 runner-up, always a title favorite, China! Third in survival, ready for the breakthrough, Denmark! Back after 4 years, and back in the grand finals, Finland! Veteran, it's Chris, leads a new era for Germany. Germany! Last year's surprise, this year's statement, Indonesia! A doozy returns, a new generation begins. Neutral! Fearless, unstoppable, the dark horse arrives. Philippines! The hottest team in PUBG Esports, PGC, PGS, now PNC, Thailand! second in survival, ready to shock the world. Turkey! History's greatest debut, only the beginning. Ukraine! The champions reunite. The throne awaits. United Kingdom! The veterans begin their quest for the PNC title. United States! PNC's only two-time champions, chasing on third title, make some noise, Korea! After the most dominant championship run in PNC history, the title defense begins now! Vietnam!
Desde que eu me conheço por gente, eu sempre gostei de jogar, sempre amei jogar. Quando eu tinha 1, 2 anos de idade, eu jogava jogos de tiro no colo do meu pai, no computador.
Whenever I was a kid, I liked to go outside a lot, and then whenever I would come inside, I would play on my Xbox.
5살 때부터 PC 게임을 접해가지고 그때부터 PC방도 다니고 어릴 때부터 좀 게임을 좋아했던 아이 같았어요.
I jumped in PUBG 2017 when the alpha was out. It was really hyped and really excited for the first time.
2019 saya menonton PNC secara online.
Turnamen pensi menjadi salah satu motivasi saya menjadi profesional player.
我从来没有想过我能成为职业选手。我觉得成为职业选手其实挺难的，感觉中间需要练习的东西很多。
พ่อแม่รู้อีกทีก็คือตอนที่ได้เป็นนักกีฬาสปอร์ตไปแล้วมันแบบสามารถที่จะทำเป็นอาชีพสามารถที่จะหาเงินได้ด้วยตัวเอง
Então eu sempre escutei muito, muitas pessoas sempre duvidaram de mim e sempre duvidaram da capacidade de eu fazer com que a minha maior paixão se tornasse o meu trabalho.
Khi mình trở thành tuyển thủ chuyên nghiệp thì mình đánh đổi rất nhiều thứ, con đường học vấn và thời gian và những thời gian ở cạnh gia đình của mình. Thì đấy là những cái mà mình đã hy sinh rất nhiều. Thì mình theo con đường chuyên nghiệp này là sự đúng đắn và mình đã làm được bằng 2 chiếc cúp vô địch quốc tế.
Whenever I was a kid, I never thought that I'd be representing Team USA for playing a video game in general. For 5 years, I've been wearing this Team USA jersey for PNC, and I'm very confident in us, and I want to show my appreciation and my confidence in our fans.
การที่ผมได้เป็นตัวแทนทีมไทยในครั้งนี้ผมรู้สึกว่ามันเป็นผลตอบแทนจากการที่ผมได้ซ้อมมาอย่างหนักครับ
10년 만에 첫 국가대표가 되었는데 이 태극기를 달고 하는 만큼 제가 뽑힐 만한 자격이 있었다는 걸 보여드리겠습니다. Kami ingin menang dan ingin membuat rekor untuk PUBG Indonesia.
O objetivo é sempre o mesmo, é ser campeão, é o número 1 e o resto é o resto.
我希望这一次我跟我队友也能取得不错的成绩，我也希望自己这一次的发挥比上一次更好。
If I win the trophy in PNC, I'm probably gonna every probably emotion and just be happy to win it. Yeah, I wanna make it happen this year in PNC.
Chiến thắng của Việt Nam ở năm ngoái chỉ mới là khởi đầu thôi. Ở giải đấu lần này, Việt Nam sẽ bảo vệ chiếc cúp vô địch và giành lấy cái danh hiệu vô địch 2 năm liên tiếp.
Time to get down to business for one of the biggest marquee matches and tournaments of the year. PNC 2026 will unfold right before your eyes right the hell now. We have got 15 games across the next 3 days to find out who is going to become our champion. And of course, Gibson, Mark, and Matrim joining me here to talk about everything that's going on. The Balaclava, who are you? Mystery person. They've been at a lot of PNCs apparently. So good stuff to see. Matrim, it is going to be a good time here for all of these teams, especially potentially for our current returning champions, Vietnam.
Yeah, and this was just such a great way to start off everything. I love the video piece coming into this where we got like glimpses of the childhood of the players. About 8 months ago, it's been a long path to this stage, and Vietnam, you having to come back and try to hold on to a position.
PNC ね、優勝しているチームは限りがありますから、本当に。ロシアと韓国と、ベトナムのみたった3カ国しかまだ勝っていないという中で常に優勝に近い位置にいるのがベトナム。
But it is a different lobby with 8 new teams coming in. The gameplay and game style is going to be completely different because of the all-star rosters.
Look at the bar.
いやー、今年の PNC は演出もステージの作りも史上最高クラスに
No, I think so.
個人的な好みでございます。
You look at the globe that they have had throughout the years, and now in 2026,
なんか要素すごいですよね。
Global Championship, and now PGS is on the board as well. They are looking terrifying coming into this, but also USA. We talked about them before here. Matrim, they've got the weight
初めて知りましたよね。こんなに
looking to try and blast things forward. Fourth last year around. That's a pretty impressive result here, considering the level of play we have at the moment.
Yeah, and I just want to do a quick shout out about what's going on inside the booths themselves. This is one of the first times in a long time that we don't have all the players kind of in a line, so you can't like just kind of
2019年とはね、全然ステージの増産が違いますよね。もっと普通にステージ型になっていて、各チームがステージに対して半円形に並んでプレイしていたっていうのが2019年。同じ会場ですからね、チャンチョンアリーナだったんですけれども。今回は完全にブース型なんですけど、そのブースがかなり 残って作られているという。
しかもブースでブースごとってなんか違うんですね。
席の並びとかも違いますね。
これ横並びの方が強くないですか？
一般に強いのかな。最近でもあんまり味方のモニター見るとかね、なんかあんましないらしいですけどね。オフラインだとよくあるテクニックとして、味方のモニターをちょっと見るみたいな。まあ結構 IGL は要求されたりするんで、どの位置にね座るとかも大事だよねみたいな話はあるんですけど、まあ最近のプレイヤーはあんましないみたいなの聞くんですよね。なんか影響ありそうな気はしますけどね、ちょっとね。なんか
省けますからね、その報告。
なんかいないか芸人が。大丈夫かなこれ。
Something to do with anime. Gibson, as much as you look at Tokyo, I think that they were a huge surprise for me in that survival stage. I didn't put much stock in them because of those PGS results across S2G and the like, but I mean, they really came out to play in survival.
They played really well, and the big thing for me was they were consistently getting into the top 4s, top 5s. You know, they were playing off the back of incredible plays from Shilla and Code Marco. Don't get me wrong, those two put up a ton of kills, but if I was in Turkey, I'd actually be feeling pretty good about the way the team's playing right now. Like, do I expect them to win? No, but they could earn a lot of money over the next 3 days if they bring that same sort of form in, and I think they're in a good spot to do it. They've got confidence.
Yeah, for sure. Indo as well as the Philippines coming up as well. Aya in the survival stage looked awesome, Mark. I want to see more of Aya. Obviously, you have 1v4 kind of squad wipes, so I want to see some of that here in this final.
Yeah, it's just a position where quite a few of these individual players find themselves in the right location and able to sort of put apart a dispatch of teams that were sort of playing towards them as well. Shen, we know from PUBG Malaysia, not quite very bit doing the same for them. Neutral, they need to step up. We've got individual stars in that roster completely, but they were just kind of that mid-pack team, and they were last-ditch attempts. So, I mean, again, interested to see how these individual stars go. And back to Matt, your point about this sort of the death.
今度やっぱ違う国応援してるのいいですよね。やっぱ国籍関係なしに自分の好きなチームを応援できるっていう。
Also, big shout out to that one Germany fan, man. Germany is a squad we haven't had a chance to really dig into too much because I mean, there's not a heavy expectation for him. Let's be real. This is coming in a little bit weaker, but still maybe be the dark horse and step up. Having that one dedicated fan might be enough.
がっつりとしたなんだこういう会場っていうか、まあ、フェスとかもそうですけど音楽関係の行ったことないんですよね、コンサートとか。ないですね。大会に出る以外にはないかも。一回も。
Like he had a pop-off year last year and made some incredible plays. So you know, maybe as my fellow PAS PAS caster, are you kind of surprised to not see Santastico in this team?
Yes, but I mean we can look at it as a Kraken, Tony, BL, all very good players in their own right. It might just be them going for a little bit of like an internet spin, and I agree with you, Lars. Like Tony does have a lot of upside right now. This is a squad that I don't really know how to market, but they can market for themselves and really showcase something if they can get the synergy.
Yeah, I have to agree. Again, like watching PAS, and well, don't watch it when it's actually live, boys, because it's like midnight for me. But I kind of catch the VODs and stuff like that, and it's been good to watch Tony on Godlike, of course.
スリー待ってますね。
They didn't start out as Godlike
さっきちらっと言いましたけど。
金曜日、金曜日って結構なんかね、オフライン大会空いてることあるんですけど、韓国すごいですね。That has been commissioned here, Mark, to get things going for PNC as well.
So you struggle to say well painted. I thought you was going to go with that.
Art was, I think, the problem for him.
韓国自体はね、e スポーツ観戦が本当に野球観戦とか普通のスポーツ観戦と同じ文化になってるみたいで、アフター5で e スポーツ見に行こうぜみたいになるらしいんでね。
Little different here for PNC 2026.
いろんな国からのまあその
PUBG guy will overlook. Oh, the looking inside the pants proved to me that it has been fully painted. I liked that. That was a nice little zoom in there. Thank you very much from them, Gibson. That was good.
Yeah, it was good. I think maybe there's a little bit, but we'll not talk about it. We'll not bring it up. You know, it's driving you insane. Is it time we can finally maybe talk about USA though? Like we've not really brought them up at all. I want to talk about them. Cowboy coming into this team, he is nuts. Obviously, you've got a big change. Alo's not there, but this is a guy who's been on the rise for 2 years inside the Americas. I think he's going to add a real aggressive dynamic to the team. And when you think about it, like with Kickstart taking on a bit of a leadership role with inside of Falcons, are we going to see some chemistry on a fragging standpoint from Shrimzy and Cowboy? Because that could be the US's best chance of success.
I mean, the funny thing is, when it comes to the Falcons situation, is that Shrimzy has been, in my mind, the star of that team for a long time. Yes, it's a star-studded roster, but Shrimzy's always been that guy. It's been super consistent, very exciting to always watch, and really never a letdown, almost never.
Yeah, I mean, just always a rock in the Americas in general, and every
ぶっちゃけ
single
ベトナムだと
time
思うんですけ
you
ど
see him constantly perform. Kurt has actually been on a little bit of a fragger come up in and of himself. Like,
個人的に応援したいのはやっぱフィリピンですね。
whenever they need it has been clutch moments from
ああ、
Kurt.
個人的にはやっぱりフィリピンは
はい応援したいですね。
Game of PNC 2026 Grand
うわ
Finals is now
ウクライナがどうなるかですよ、正直。
ウクライナは今日の調子次第のような気がする。なんか、いやー、どうだろうな。でも結構ウクライナ優勝あるんじゃないかなって個人的には思ってるんですけど、バランスいいですしね。さあ、ということで始まりました。見てまいりましょう。PUBG ネーションズカップ2020クイーンソウルグランドファイナル。街は選んでるのスタートでございます。
For squads going for different positions, how well have they planned this out for us?
It's a good question. I say a lot
でもニュートラルもね、ちょっと下馬評期待通りの活躍をちょっと見せられなかった部分はあるのかなっていうのがサバイバルステージの長期戦になってくるんで、またなんか伸ばしてきそうな気もね、個人的にはしているんですけど、
本当に危なかったですからね。メンツだけ見てると、いやいや、そういうメンツじゃないだろうと思うかもしれないですけど、本当にギリギリだった。
だいぶ苦しめられた。もっと余裕でね、上がってきそうなイメージはあったんですけれども。
まあ、かぶせてきたっていうのもあるかもしれないですけど、それを1試合だけだったんで、10試合中の。
やっぱりね、戦争の大きさと収縮のタイミングがまるっきり変わってるっていうのは、マクロを重視するチームにとって大変そうだなと。
そうですね、あとは TPP になってから、やはり苦手は、なんだこの辺は。なるほど。なんかサバイバルではあんまり、あれですよね、その収縮、ランドレシオ、どうのこうの、うわー、これはきついアンチだみたいなのはあんまなかったですけど、これはさすがになるんじゃないですか。
これ暴れそうですね、セーフゾーンとちょっと。
可能性秘めてますよね。
It is going to be Great Britain. Michael looks like he's just trying to get inside track.
アルゼンチンがここでフィンランドから攻撃を受けていますが、
Maybe try to get themselves back over into North George, but Curdy is going to be over there for the United States. Finland's taking these couple of pot shots, and go ahead and wreck a car or two on your path, and just to make it harder for everybody else.
Now the funny thing is as well with a circle like this is of course Thailand
できる限りのことをやるっていうね。
and the fact that we watched in those PGSs made in Thailand in that last PGS, they were amazing, do not get me wrong, but they did have some amazing circles as well, whilst also looking incredible when it came to the fragging power. So they're already going to start off powerful here in a spot like this, which does give me PGS 6 vibes, I'm not going to lie. But we'll see how that materializes.
Does Kurt even know? He had to have heard the vehicle, but it looks like Argentina is already prepped for movement coming out from him. The rest of USA already inside of vehicles. They are coming to the north, so this is just Kurt trying to scout this out, make sure that he can secure pathing for the rest of his squad. He doesn't know exactly how they've managed to come over here, so he wants to secure a really some way for those guys to come across the bridge. This has made Kurt extremely isolated, though, as the rest of USA is going to be coming into this pretty blind.
I don't know about coming in this lane to North George, right? Like you've came in across the bridge, find a little bit more loot, try and scout out a little bit as well. But again, with a circle like this, you're coming up here it's a little bit daunting since you didn't have full information as to what's going on, other than the fact that there were parachutes heading over this
パディ
direction.
カーってパンツァーファースト持
Kurt
っ
is
て
being
るの
cautious
で
about things.
先手は打てそう
And
な
I
感
think
はありますけれど
seeing
も
a hefty amount of Panzerfausts in infantries at the
まあ
moment
反
really does
対
speak
ですけど
volumes,
ね
right?
ど
You're
う
like,
するんで
okay,
しょうね
as I go from building to building, am I going to have to pull out the nuclear option?
まあでもタイミ
So
ング
there's
次
been
第
a
では味
counter
方
move
の
into a
方に
counter
も
move. A little bit of
全然い
Argentina
けそう
has
かな
gone north of Georgia Pole itself. You can see
まあ
DraftKings
ア
kind
ル
of
ゼンチ
playing
ンが
along
多
that
分
wall up
抜
there.
けるんじゃないで
Kick
す
is
か
wrapped all the way around, trying to see if he can get an angle. Has spotted out Argentina, is now feeding that information over the rest of the squad. This is just kind of a carryover from what we saw Argentina having to make their shift due to Finland. And it looks like the United States is just going to continue to try to parallel this movement and see if they can keep a contained angle onto Argentina. I don't think that Argentina is going to give them the opportunity because it looks like it's just time for them to cut right into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, why would you want to really fight out here? Like, there is just not really much opportunity here. I mean, if you did end up fighting, yes, that's technically delaying you, even if you take one casualty. A blue chip res is also kind of delaying your campaign through into this game as well. So I'm happy that Argentina is disengaging from any potentials that's going to go here. And for US, also playing it slow.
U.S. also had a little bit of a problem with Philippines that were pretty close to them, and I think that's one of the reasons why USA just wanted to kind of secure positioning for later right now. Saying that, hey, George Pole North is our secondary. Make sure you don't get too close on that. We don't let anything go. As Finland has actually gone up next to Severny and separated out a bit, they might bump into Argentina again.
Yeah, they might. This is a usual play from Finland in terms of their long drop. They'll lose 2 near where Scav is and have 2 up in Severny, knowing that they've got so much room up there.
チームのために平均で3ポイントを貢献してるってことですか
For
らね
some reason, they do completely run into them. That would be a bit of a catastrophe early on.
まあ平均優勝するのに平均毎試合10ポイント取れてたらまあ基本固く優勝できますよねっていう話をしてるわけですけどその3分の1を1人が取ってるわけですからね。
単純計算45ポイントですからね、5試合。
ここでデンマークがすでに抑えているところにトルコが近づいてしまいましたが、かなり致命的な展開になりそう。ケタがそのまま車両で追いかけていくナイスな判断からトルコ代表の人が削られる。
In the survival stage, so already big
あ
blows
あ、そ
going
こに
their
対して
way.
ドイツ
This whole
入ってき
mountainside
ま
is
す
now
ね。
EMEA
面白い動
coded
きをしてい
here.
る。
This is just kind of nuts and rotates. Okay, this is going to be back over next
一方的なファイトだとは思ってなかったのか、山上を取ろうとしてますね。
ドイツ代表はいつも通りアセンドの
これでも早い。
ここでエスクリスが
いや、これノーダメージでノックできたら話変わってきますよ。
It's meals on wheels just being able to deliver here to Denmark constantly. What is this, guys? We've got to shore up our defenses more here if you're Turkey as well as Germany. Losing out a single player already, and it's Chris of all people. So again, technically, he's the guy that has got more experience, more pedigree, technically more veterancy than all of these other players on Germany. So not only did Turkey lose their, in inverted commas, best player, but so was Germany early on as well.
Oh, man, this is going to get dicey really fast. Turkey is just going to kind of hang out, let Denmark go up in front of him. The western section of the circle is entirely open. Everybody is playing around Lumberyard and into the eastern section around that, moving into like Mill to Power along those lines. There's a lot
ただ
of
デ
different
ンマー
short
ク
ones
が
to
うま
play
く
from.
ここしのい
These
で
late
3ポイン
rotators
トをすで
could
に
be
獲得
pretty okay
と
unless
いう
you're
の
going
が
to be a
現在
squad
の
like
序盤
neutral.
の流れなんで
That's
すが、
rotating
そ
into
ろ
that
そろ
northern area.
出
That's
つ
where the
つ
Vietnam stack and Korea are
さあ
right
サークルが
next to each
ひ
other,
どいことに
kind
な
of
るのか
gatekeeping that.
And
な
just
らない
before
の
that
か。
action went down on those hills, as
お
now we
っ
have
と
Code
ポ
Marco
チ
here
ンキ
trying
の
to find
中
some points for Turkey,
待
but doesn't really
って
connect
ま
with too
し
many
た
shots
か。
here for the M249.
いや、まあ通ってきたチームをただ打ってるだけっぽいですけどね。
偶然っぽいですね。
うん、
important for them in PEC to be able to qualify through
フ
into
ィリ
the
ピンとしては
final
ヒヤリとする
for
し、おっ
construction
とフィンラン
workers.
ド
So they've played circles like this before, they've played
なんか
drops
セーフ
like
ゾーン
this
取って
before,
戦ってます
and
け
now
れども。
Finland sniffed out Argentina.
This is just a continual rotate. I mean, I don't know
アル
what's
ゼ
going
ン
on
チ
between
ンも
Argentina
集
and Finland,
結
but this
し
has
て
just
き
made it
おー
complex.
パルスでこれは倒れそうかどうだジャマーパックがなんとか
Finland is making a concerted effort to go after this, but Argentina's got enough time to kind of reset themselves. They are in the internal section of it, and Pippa is going to spot out one. Capitan coming down from the high ground. Can he get an angle on anybody from Finland playing the wall?
なんでこんなところで戦っているんでしょう。
いや、わかんないって言ってますよ。
はるかカナダですよね、サークル。これ見てください。
なんでここで戦ってるんだ。
おお、そしてやばい、これは。このアンチはやばい。やばそうだぞ、どうなるか
わかんないよ、これ。保証はないですからね、リクになる。
めちゃくちゃプレイ可能なエリアが狭くなりそうな予感。
これ、船持ってたチームは勝ちとかありえますからね。
現時点の真ん中付近正直抑えてないと後々の移動はかなり大変になるかもっていうところで、結構このフェーズね、移動が激しく行われそうな。
しかも撃てるチームが船の上に乗ってるチームだけなんで、ワンチャン海だけになったらっていうことを考えるとね。
いや、半島の先端が真ん中とかになる可能性もありますからね。海が真ん中になることはないんですけど、サークルの真ん中が海の上になること自体はないんですが、陸地がある限りはもうそこまで寄るので、面積は狭くなる可能性があります。いや、正直政治は正直同情します。この後の流れ。
これ落としたかったですね。何枚か落としたかった。
デンマークはうまくイギリスのエリアを奪い取りましたね。ただ何もない状況でレッドゾーンに追いかぶされてしまっているが、端っこの方なのでそんなにオーダーも降ってこない。なんとかなるでしょう。どうせ守るべき車もないですからね。いや、もうデンマークはこれひどいアンチになることにもかけて真ん中行きましたね。
まあでもこっから歩き海岸沿いだったらありえるのか、一応いけそうですね。
まあいけなくはないでしょうけど、
まあきついには変わんないですよ。
もうなんかもう下に外れた時はね、終わりそうですね。
Send one completely gone just to say, okay, well, now we know we have to salvage.
Yeah, I don't know.
まだ決着つかないフィンランド vs アルゼンチン。
Quite make out if it was like an Argentina player or if it was a Finland player, but given the fact that there's only the two for Finland stacked right there, I think it's an Argentina player because it's got that little bit more of a tealish color.
サッタを狙うという判断をしていますが、アルゼンチン。これちょっと刺さりそうな気配があるぞ。
Just trying to pee the linchpin hold back, and yeah, it does look like it was an Argentina player that moved up there, but I mean, I guess the way that the car is set for Sata kind of keeps him a little bit safe from that approach.
Yeah, Scav's
エリックスが外したのを視認しますね、クレクシー。
So Kurexi does spot a potential rotate flank around here.
この距離でフェーズ3耐えられるのか怪しいですけど、回復がもう少ないですよ、この2チーム。
But this circle once again can continue to be wild. I can't believe technically Novo's still in. There's almost no way to go down there.
たかだかフェーズ3なんですが、距離に比例してダメージが上がるので、思ったより激痛でございます。さあ、来ましたね、これは。南ぴったりがありえます。
ありえますよ、これ。
トルコもフルトン回収機を使うという判断をしたでしょうか。お互いジャンプチ、ただここで去った。
これキルポイント欲しいですね。
Yes, it does. You got to get out of dodge here at some point. I don't know if they have any more vehicles here, but look at this circle. Oh dear.
先ほどの賭けがいい感じに。
そうですね。もうど真ん中取ってるんで。もうまあなるようになるんじゃないですかね。
あとはどこまで寄ってくれるかっていうところですよね。フェーズ4、次下に行ったり行ってもギリギリ残れるぐらいはあるのかな。ここでさて倒れ、アッキルは取りました、アルゼンチン。ただちょっと本当に限界。本当に限界です。もう限界です。これどっちも不幸になるんじゃないかな。さあ、そしてビルタの西側、サークルの基本の方ではアメリカがトルコの、トルコじゃないですね、フィリピンの位置に対して。
当たってますね。
キクサスグレネのダイヤに刺さり。
広がりますからね、火炎瓶は。
そのまま
建物を奪い取るアメリカ代表。
So that's good identification and cleanup there by USA.
ここで早めに勝負に出ました。アルゼンチン。いいアグレッシブさ。でも勝っても生き残れるのかな。ちょっときつそう。
I mean, Corexy just makes miracles
じゃあもうここでポイント
happen,
稼ぐしか
taking
ない
so
です
much
よ
damage
ね。
already. This is phase number 3, so this is starting to tick enough to be a big problem. Corexy, though, we know this guy can handle playing outside the blue, can really find some ways to slow it down. But Argentina, I think, just realizing we have to commit to this. There's no other options. Capitan playing this much more aggressive. I think, is he placing the C4? Yeah. This is a way to solve the problem, to say the least.
Yeah. You're going to have to come out of that building one way or another. I don't think, I mean, of course, C4s were nerfed a little bit to the point where their explosion was a lot less. Oh, he's right next to him. Doesn't realize. Tries to move on out here. Tries to come for it, but no.
さあ、ここでキャピタンがとどめ刺し。まあいいか、4ポイント。
まあまあまあ。
まずまず。あとは何人セーフゾーンまで走るかという勝負でございます。おーマイパンツァーファウストでドイツ代表3立てからのアージンボッツアレスを打ち抜いて一瞬で殲滅。アメリカ代表に釘付けにされていたフィリピンが残ってクラフトンの皆さん
来ましたね。
クラフトンの皆さん次のパッチどうしましょう。これがラウンドレシオなしですよ。
And then over into the east, it's just going to be anybody's game as they're going to be fighting for it.
いやもう戦うしかない北側は。
ガチで久しぶりに見たな。昔こういうのがよくあったんだよな。これが本当の PUBG だった時代をみんな知らないだろう。さあどうなる？ここでタイ代表。いや
ー、ここからもう乱戦ですよね。もうできる限りのポイントをもぎ取るしかない全チーム。
アルゼンチンは結局パルセ耐えきれず全滅してしまったようです。いやまあでも新鮮で逆に面白いっちゃ面白いのは否めないんだよな。でもこれ応援してるチームがいるファンからしたらたまったものではないでしょうね。選手もたまったものではない。
But look at how much smoke they had to use just to be able to get over here. Korea is trying to mirror that, coming in right back behind them, but then they've got Vietnam coming in as well as Vietnam, and that's going to make it a lot more complicated for Korea just to even get a foothold in. To the north, we also have a two support from Brazil that's parallel right next to Ukraine. That has stopped everybody into the north. There's no movement coming up from China, USA, Philippines, or Indonesia.
All these teams trying to kind of skirt on in. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed.
ほとんどのチームはまずサークルに入れてないですからね。ポジションがそんなにないんだもんな。
I think Kickstart realizes the potential threat that's going to be
レッ
going
ド
down.
ゾーンで穴ができてれば使えるんですけど、どうなってるかな。さあ、キックスタート。あー、これは耐えきれない。
The blue zone is going to be enough. He's going to go down. In the BRDM, Kurt, are you just going to run in after it? Because that could be an
ちょっ
opportunity
と
to maybe
今回の試合だいぶアップデートが効いてますね。
効きすぎますね。
ルール変更がだいぶ効いてますよ。
うわこれデン
ブル
マーク
ーゾーンでさえすごいですからね。
デンマークの判断良すぎたな。でもウクライナもこれ北西の気は取れてるから切るチャンスある。めちゃくちゃに移動中に注入されている中国代表がさあキルは取りつつ中国も韓国ブラジル車線もらって1-1か。ここでビエルが最後シャオを打ち抜いてどちらも残らなかった。全員が不幸になってしまった。ブラジルかなりのポイントをここで獲得。中国も活気は取っていたのである程度抑えているでしょうか。ここで韓国代表ベトナムに突っ込んでいく。ジスモで視界がなくなっていたところ見計らって突貫の判断でしたが取りそうか。ただFだ。
There is no turning the fight forward. Instead, it's just about kills. You need to stack up your points if you want to start the day strong. Down low, near on nothing more.
スモークの中のファイトで
Korea down in the trenches still has to deal with the position coming up from Thailand as well as
落ち着いたファイトができないですね。ここだけじゃないですかね。落ち着いたファイトできるの。
トルコ代表
Ukraine just comfortably watching everything go on inside the circle.
ちょっと苦しいか。パニックモードフルオブパニックってやつですか。
lurks the survival stage monsters.
ニュートラルとウクライナはいいところを抑えていますが、ウクライナはもうブラジルとここは1対1という形になりそうでしょうかね。韓国がこの後どう動くか。アグレッシブな動きで、ワンフェーズは耐えたものの、また外れてしまいました。
only place that anybody can play this. The circle itself is going to be so open and barren in the center. Still having so much water in play means that it is just on the edge. That's all you can fight for. Denmark laughing, watching all of the fighting going on in front of them, knowing that they've got neutral on them. But Korea still has to figure out how they want to get into the circle, and they've got to go through either Great Britain or Thailand, or maybe push down to the south and deal with neutral.
南の端っこの方にいる。
そうですそうですそうです。船でいたんで、デンマークに対して打撃与えられるのはトルコだけじゃないですかね、今のところ。
ただトルコはニュートラルとデンマークにチームから打たれている感じですね。あーっと、セーティックが流れてしまった。
So yeah, they're trying their best here at Turkey to get some salvage points here, but I don't think it's going to work out.
Well, every single time Denmark takes
さあ韓国動くしかなくなりましたが、イギリス若干高台なんですよね。うわこの上から T ボーンが見えるか見えない。ニュートラルからの車線がある。一時取れになったところでソンジャンが T ボーンを抑えました。
So 2 up for Great Britain, but they're afraid of the backstab. They don't know if Thailand's going to be coming up back behind them, but it's Brazil taking shots at Thailand to kind of stall them out, making this a contained fight. Fex now starting to feel a bit more brave, running into the thick of all the damage, find out Songjong and gets the knock.
飛び出していきましたが、冷静にソンジャンヘブン待ち構えて抑えました。さあイギリスの粉砕韓国代表7ポイント持っているが、ここでティガーが上がってくる。一瞬のスイープタイランド。ただウクライナも動いていますね。対ブラジル、めっちゃいいグレネード。あさあ全員でプッシュ。
And it is instantly punished. Tony now the last one up.
絶対絶命。ワンマガジン。ブースティック。すぐさまのカバーでブラジルを粉砕。ただ、おベルモス、アコトリンとどめさせてできている。
取りましたね。ただ3人残り。また南寄った？まだ海岸ある？
セーフゾーンは
in these circles, my friend. I'll tell you that much. They've had to deal with some stuff in EMEA, and they knew exactly where to go, exactly how to play this.
いやでもこれウクライナいい感じじゃないですか。誰もいないですからね。今デンマークはニュートラル背負ってるんで、まあ、戦うリスクがあるんで、その間にウクライナが西側海岸沿い取れて。ちょっとタイはどうするかちょっとわかんないですけど。
タイはポジション結構取るの大変そうですよね。車があるかどうか。
車はあったはず。
さあ、ウクライナここで
少しだけいいですよ、これマイクに行くの。
あ一気おうわすなら大丈夫あなかったさすがに行き過ぎてしまったいやこれちょっと後々響く可能性があれば
通れるか
もう一台車が欲しかったんですけれども
A little bit of mountain goat physics coming in, and with the fact that they came in so quiet, Denmark kept their focus onto neutral, and that is a problem for neutral. They still have to get around this little bit of a cove to get into the circle, and it's going to be right into the defensive line that but Denmark set up with Ukraine capable of doing a third party. Thailand has actually made a counter right into the base of Ukraine's position, so this is almost like the two squads have decided that they're going to line up against each other on the north and to the south.
詰めていくような動きを見せている。グレネード大量に投げ込んでアドゥージーのグレネードがミクセンに刺されました。ただヤクスタフ数は少ないんですがニュートラルはエリアがどんどん少なくなってくる。
Pressure still continuing to mount onto Denmark. They were the first ones in position. They felt like this was their territory, but it's slowly and steadily being taken away from them. Neutrals managed to creep up. They've got that position now.
タイ思った以上に広がれてますね。
Denmark is trying to defend this up. Smoke's going to be very vital though to keep some space against Thailand. who's got the widest breadth of territory under control into the northeast, as they've got kind of a splattering of players all along that line, but that does leave them quite vulnerable. Thailand can kind of participate in everything going on, but if they draw too much aggro, it is going to be so hard to res anyone.
Tough stuff. Now, for Thailand on the other side of that, normally these kind of like very flat field next to these cliffs would be almost impossible to play. But the fact that they've been able to
グレネード、グスタブのグレネード刺さるかですよこれ。
with explosives before allowed Thailand a little bit of a
同じとこに火炎瓶投げればノックした。
これは
あ、でも降りた。
タイミング見て下がっている。さあしかし上から一方的に2枚グスタフ。
お、いいとこいった。
対して火炎瓶直撃コース燃えている。時間を使わされる。ただウクライナがこの状況を見てデンマークの後ろに寄ってきている。
Whilst Lou were a little bit too far away from him, it's a double there for Gustav to get things rolling against neutral. What a blunder.
And Ketters had to stay so focused in protecting Gustav. That's allowed Ukraine to creep in right back behind him. Gustav manages to dodge out the nade, but it has gotten really spicy over here. Thailand just trying to keep an eye on what's going on, but it is all gone along this coastline for the peninsula itself. Ketters got to focus in, defend up his teammates. He's a bit vulnerable, but draws the aggro.
やはり高所は強いか。
Let's find out. At the same time, the
Ukraine
still lurking in the background during all of this. Keta, what can he see? Doesn't quite see a doozy here, lying down at the moment. Slow roll in this game, knowing that there is the potential that another team on another side of the circle could go down before him, but it's all gone wrong now for neutral. Having such a good push.
グスタフはルージを完全にロックしている。この状況ウクライナにとってはデンマークの位置を奪うチャンスではありますが。
much longer, and he knows it. He's hoping the fact
that
maybe a doozy doesn't have like a backpack, maybe he'll go down fast, something else along those lines, because he still has to get into a point, and Ukraine is just taking all the control points away from him. There you go. Okay, that is going to be Gustav got run down. He's got no ammo to work with, and Ukraine knows that that could be their go. They can move in, but it's just
だいぶ使ってたはずなんで、フラグは1個拾ってたみたいですけれども。
Being super cautious as well, keeping an eye on where Thailand is, knowing that the potential push down the line could come across big open field like this.
7キル獲得しています。ウクライナとタイはキルが全然ありません。
Any kind of vehicle, any kind of trench line that they may have already created, constructed for
ドンカツはどのチームも欲しい。
Concerned Avenger looking on. See if Denmark can salvage a bit more, but 12 points already in this game. I think that's a decent situation considering the two teams they're going to have to go up against next.
The looming beast of Ukraine, though, these guys are just so magnificent whenever they play. Coming out the gate, if they start getting points and potentially a victory off the start, it's going to be everybody else just has to play catch up while they are going to be trying to farm for kills everywhere. You do not want to give Ukraine an early start to this one. Thailand knows it. Other side of the circle.
デンマークがギリ入ってない。
入れてないですね。
だいぶきついですね。これ入れてないと。
Waiting for an opportunity to present itself right now. It's Keta and Gustav. Kiss does spot Denmark moving across the way. They have an uncharacteristic spray, not confirming the down there. Here.
Yeah, Dusto!
Get that from Boostic. Almost never misses nades. Instantly takes down Gustav. And now it's all on Keta to be able to do something here for Denmark. Gustav is crawling. I think.
残っているのはケタ1人だけどグスタフよりスモーク的じゃないフェアリスと側面から広がってたのかな。
いや、多分抜きですよこれ。
そして動きが遅くなっているタイ代表に対してのグレネードキャリーシャンの距離を取ろうとしているけどディフィックスのグレが刺さっている。さあただここでオーマイブースティック強すぎ。さあタイ代表1人デンマーク1人。
あれウクライナサバイバルだけでもなく
さあグスタフ
だけでなく
ラストグレネードは当たっている。
いいグレ
かきる見てかきる取りたい。低音は
届かないか。届かないですねこれ。
Creeps around the other side, might be trying to go for maybe some more ammo or maybe another last minute res. Tigger does have control over the center of the circle. Ukraine phase number 8. This little bit of dip has been enough. Ukraine trying to go for a reset on the other side as well. So it is
最終収縮もなんと早いんですよね。この新しい
And Ukraine on fire
ルー
in
ルでの
trouble.
戦い
Has to be careful on how they walk into this because they are walking right into a crossfire. And they know all eyes are on them. Both squads want to try to stop any form of momentum early.
I totally and completely agree.
これ結構ウクライナに対してきついところ取ったな、デンマーク。
Incredible threat. So can you shut them down? Of course, taking
いや、
second
タイ
place
ドン
and
カ
getting
ツ
the
もあ
first
るか
points for it would be big.
まあ、一応ありますけど、
もう投げ物がないですもんね、お互いほとんど。
両チームでもティガーの位置見てるんで、一瞬でも甘えたらノックされる可能性ありますね、一応。と、ここで甘えて、
いやー、スモーク抜きうわー、ティガー、だから、オーマイカエンビンドンピシャからの桁を抜いて、ただフィアリストがそしてブースティックがグッサ抑えて3対1、さすがに3対1はどうだ。いや、スタングレネードがある。まずダメージ与えて冷静に、スタングレネード、おお腕打たれてるけど、さあスタン炸裂、不可避のスタンでしたが、さあもう投げて、いやー強い。
And that's a problem for 15 other teams. Ukraine looked
ウクライナのドンカツでスタートとなりました。PUBG ネーションズカップ2026グランドファイナル。
やっぱ温まってますね、ウクライナ。
温まってますね。ひでえセーフゾーンもなんのその。
Look, that ending was insane. First off, it gave me year one vibes. Like at one point, any of those three teams could win, but Ukraine 5 map wins this PNC so far.
でもデンマークの戦い方も僕は全然好きでしたね。大きな決断をして寄ってからの攻防、ちょっとやっぱ南のトルコ邪魔そうでしたね。1枚持ってかれたんじゃないですか、なんなら。
そうですね、1人いなかったですね。
But if you look at them, actually, I want to give Brazil shouts out. They were the ones that came in that northwest corner and they tried to hold. They didn't want to get involved in the send there, the brawl that was happening down on the other side of the map. They wanted to stay really calm and collective. They stayed, they waited. They eventually, obviously, Ukraine took the opportunity to move out.
でもまだ崖沿いだったので結構戦い用のあるセーフゾーンでしたね。これが海岸沿い、海、浜辺だったらやばい。やばいですね。
good for everybody else. As of course, let's think about this game and how it all unfolded. Right, we get our first circle 4 of the grand final, and it's such a curveball match for these teams to deal with. So it was good to see those teams go to the cliffside to try and make that work. And of course, we ended up basically near there. But for all the other teams, they were absolutely languishing.
外側で外側で戦ってるチームも多かったですよね、今回の試合。思った以上にごちゃらなかったんですけど、まあそれでもちょっと寄り方がなんか仕方なかったですよね、北側ごちゃるのは。もっとごちゃってた可能性あったんですけどね。
Gustav was just the linchpin of all the movement that was going on that peninsula.
Gibson?
Yeah, I gotta agree 100%. Gustav, that play against neutral was nuts. Like, you could see how desperate they were to try get Gustav from that position. They wanted to get the reses off, and for Gustav, he knew, using the perspective he was playing with, he could keep an eye on anyone coming over the ridge line, and he knew they were going to go down to the beach to try get the reses. So the patience he showed there was insane. But the big thing for me, Mark, is the fact that a lot of the teams that played survival stage have actually kicked off day one pretty strong.
サバイバルステージから上がってきたチームばっかがポイント取ってますねと。
確かに。
やっぱり2日前とはいえ手温まってるんで、一応考えもいち早くやっぱ大会の新しいメタっていうものをやっぱ持ってるんで、やっぱり思い切った動きできますよね、デンマークとかも。
本番環境でまあいろいろ経験してるわけですもんね。やっぱスクリームと本番は違うっていうのは結構ありますからね。そのあたりも機能しているのか。韓国 僕はかなりいい動きを個人的にはしていたようには思えるので、安定感はねありそうなですけど、ちょっとウクライナ、まあでも今回キルがそんなに取れてなかったので、まだまだ勝負はこれからといった感じだと思うんですけど、
これはでもなんだろう、ウクライナっぽくなかったですよ、グループステージの。
結構なんか
結構自動的ではありましたけど、
守るところ守ってっていう感じでしたね。
両方ができるのが魅力なのかな、一応。
But it doesn't have to now. It doesn't have to now. So there's always going to be that in the back of people's minds. Whenever we have a circle 1, 2, or 3 with this much water in it, Mark, it's a terrifying prospect to have to deal with for these teams.
Yes, when we spoke to Team UK before, obviously they kicked things off, and after day number one of the biggest takeaways they had was how crazy the zone was, and they just couldn't get in that early to mid game. That zone shift was just too hectic, and I think a lot of these teams will be used to that now. They've got to work about actually, do you know what? Actually, we might need to stay by this coastline. Denmark done really well. Neutral for me, guys. Look really different. There's something's happened. They had a day off. They've obviously reset, and they look really strong in that.
まあでも、フルトンとかあるので、
思ったよりですよね。
マクロの判断でなんかまあなんかできるのかみたいな感じありますね。昔のほどの絶望感はないけど、ちょっとやっぱり衝撃が大きいですよね。今までなかったものを見ているので。
Look, 4 kills. They third partied a couple of fights at the right time. You know that fight between UK and South Korea.
寿司屋に行ったらハンバーグが出てきたみたいな感じですね。
It's not as aggressive and gung ho as you would kind of expect from them. But if you're going to get 10 points in the first game of the day, it's a really good platform to build your weekend.
さあ、ウクライナ17ポイント獲得でのスタート。まあ10ポイント獲得できているチームはまずまず本当に上々の滑り出しといっていいでしょうかね。
Gustav smiling. No vampire maxing for this one, I suppose. Happy boy for sure. 790 damage go their way here. And again, you know, with the hold off against neutral, that really kind of awarded him basically what may end up being the MVP spot here of Matchroom, right?
I would hope so. For man of the match, this guy, again, he was kind of involved in a bit of everything important in the later stages of it and survived. The way he managed to drop that nade to force everybody into the lower section and then immediately made the play onto it. You can see that neutral had their backs to him, just weren't even expecting it. That's high-level intellectual play in a very pivotal moment.
Yeah, well done by Gustav, of course. Heaven, we didn't get to see a whole lot of Korea other than that big crash that did go on through. But here is Ukraine showing up strong. And again, it's Fairest, Mark. Fairest has just been light out here in 2026.
This is
なんかフェアリスト活躍しまくってるな。スキルスティール2つではありますけど、ポイントをかなり稼いでるんですよね。
オーダーですよね、確か。
なんかね、IGL がダメージ出せてるチームって結構やっぱ調子がいいイメージがあるので、あんまり迷ってないっていうか、ここに行くぞっていうのが決まっちゃってるみたいな。リプランがしっかりしてて、結構打ってる時間たくさんありますよね。イメージはあるので。
It's kind of been the story. The one thing that scares me about this Ukraine team though is like they make me feel old. Like they're all so young and have such future. But there's our man of the match, Gustav. Went to PAS, learned how to smile, learned how to throw grenades. Like, man, since he's moved to the US, he's just ramped up.
なんかやっぱウクライナチームのやっぱ欠点はちょっと若すぎて僕が覚えてること自覚させることですね。全然欠点でも何でもなかったですね。年の話。
年の話？
年の話でした。
年？Denmark as well, right? I think as much as there are some great rosters across the board, especially those that were directly into the grand final matchroom, I think Denmark's one of those names that will come up through from the survival stage and join that pack that's going to challenge for podium.
Yeah, sure. Ukraine got a lot of attention because they should. But Denmark really had a great kind of playthrough to get into this point, and a lot of it was based off of Gustav's play. The way that we can see this entirety of the squad play together is really great. I mean, this is, I'll be honest, you look at it, you see Beamy, you expect him to be able to always secure some points for the team, no matter what. We know even if he's the last player standing, we can find something. But he's also been kind of put into some hard positions that have cost him his life a bit early, and it's kind of come on to the other players to kind of step into the role.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, again, I double checked with Martin as he's kind of my feet on the ground. And, you know, Beanie going down to the 2 from Turkey that were on that South Rock, right, when they were kind of like swimming around. Oftentimes, Mark, that would never be the thing in previous circles, right? Nobody would ever be there. So you wouldn't have to think about that angle. So all these players got to keep these kind of things in mind, ticking away.
And actually, big shout out as well to Denmark. They actually caught the rotation in from the team, obviously, on that south side. So actually caught up one of the knocks as well. Dangerous, though, because they could never drop the ball. They had to constantly have a gun focused.
このルールじゃなければ、
If they dropped the ball, that team could have potentially played in.
あの南の岩なんて見ないですもんね。
Definitely gonna put that. I know we've only had one game so far, but what we've seen from them, the
い
early
るわけないっ
rotation,
て
the
いう。
hold and Gustav's play, people got to be putting them on the fantasy.
Yeah, you'd be expecting. Getting word that we do actually had a PC switch out, so that's why we're delayed currently to be able to get into the next game. Just so
PC の
everybody
交
out
換
there
が
is up
ある
to
らし
speed
く、
with what's going on here for PNC
ちょっとスタートが遅れるらしいで
Next
す。
game to kick off here, Gibson. Are you also concerned by watching the fact that Ukraine gets themselves a win to start things off, because they are the kind of team that will roll with it?
I'm not concerned because I've got them as my favorite team on fantasy, so I'm kind of happy with that.
まあちょっとこのまま、まあ勢いに乗ってポイント取り始めるとちょっと怖いことになりそうですね。グループステージと同じことになりそうですけど。
You drop early, you get the circle, you win that game. They want a map where that ending
まさか同じ結果にはならないでしょう。
So it is scary from that perspective. There is one fight I do want to talk
さあ
about
どう
from
で
early
し
on
ょう
though as well.
ね。
Like you think about Argentina, they had that fight by the Crossroads compound at the
サ
very
バイ
north
バ
of
ル
the
ス
map
テージのウクライナを
alongside
見てる
Finland
と
for a
本当
long,
に
long time.
何
I
で
know it
も
was
あ
map
り
one,
得る。
but
何でもあり得る。
Mark was actually screaming at Corexi to kill Sata. When Sata went down to the blue, Mark was like, you got to deny that point straight away. You cannot let other teams pick them up. So Corexi maybe not making the play that it was supposed to, but it was also curious that Argentina were willing to sacrifice their whole game with the circle that they had to get those 3-4 kill points, because at the end of the day, when you have a zone like that, maybe just getting kills early is your best chance to get some points.
Remember that Finland and Argentina did bump into each other kind of at the start and made this all awkward, and then this was like about half a circle later that they then bumped into each other again. So it felt like Finland had a very big commitment into going after Argentina to kind of throw off their point system. I don't know exactly.
まあアルゼンチンが攻めた気がしますよ。
But as we're talking about other firefights and other squads, I do also want to point out Brazil made it very late into that series, got a lot of kills, and Korea only managed to get 1 placement point, but walked away with 6 kills as well, as these were kind of the squads that were just on the outskirts of the circle and managing to do a lot of damage onto everybody that was having to run right into the peninsula before we saw maybe Ukraine or somebody else catch them.
Look, Australia's made it to the grand final. Anyway.
Too soon.
Michael even heard that. Look at the reaction. He heard what you said.
But Mark, you wanted to make a point on a prior one?
Yeah, I just forgot about that kind of Finland
いや、
and
あ
Argentina.
の
Like, for me,
オーストラリアの旗を掲げた少年がいて、まあ冗談として、ああ、やった、オーストラリアがグランドファイナルに進出したぞっていう時計ですね。
来年ですね、それは。
来年ですね。はい。
Yeah, I
Right,
said it
and that'll
multiple
be
times. I don't like it. Like I think you can't get locked into those kinds of spots, especially with how. Because I mean, look at how the later circles played out. You're delaying your game so much, and then did they barely even get there? I don't think they did. So it's like you've got to do something. You've got to account for something. As you can see across all of these players as well, they are still just waiting to be able to get into the next game. Just still biding their time here between all of this. A crazy split by Turkey here, Gibson, in this game to try and make it work. I think that they were caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place from the water and on the east side.
一瞬葉巻吸ってたと思いました。
Even play a circle like that though. Like when you think about where the other teams were, there's literally nothing they can do other than to try survive. So you got to give them full credit for that. But things kind of went wrong for them early too. You lost the player to Denmark in the very early stages of the game. So I think they'll be
自分のスペースはあるけど。
I think what did they get? 2-3 points. So not the worst thing in the
縦並びかける2。
Well, thank you for joining us here for the PNC podcast whilst we still wait for all of the things to get right and good to go down on the ground as we are just chilling here.
今までないパターン。結構今までないパターンの。
ないですね。
Didn't see too much from China in that game, but again, what the problem was on that northern side, Mark, is that we watched the chaos unfold like when that circle 5 popped or something like that. There were so many teams teams to the point that Gibson was making of like, where do you go? So like 3 teams are crashing one Harry Potter tower, or 3 teams are crashing one hillside. It's just, you can't account for those games in these moments.
No, I think for the new teams that are hard, it's a hard lesson to learn, right? They were the first to actually hold on. These zones are not going away from the water, and so many teams are kind of sitting on that sort of top side. I really like the position from Team UK. They held the compound, and naturally, you guys again called it in the cast. That's the compound.
やっぱり個人的には安定感ありそうな
動きでした。
まあイギリスも良かったですけどね、韓国めっちゃ良かったんですよね、個人的には。まあイギリスとのスモーク挟んでのインファイトみたいな感じになってた。
まああれはマクロっていうよりやっぱり TPP 慣れしてるっていうところを感じますよね、韓国のスモークの使い方は。ちょっと一枚上手な気がしますもん。他のチームもやりだしたのが結構最近なんで、そのスモークの中でジャンプしながら、それこそファルコンズも大会とかでよく見るようになったんですけど、前まではやってなかったですからね。やっぱ固定概念があるんで、スモークは見えないものだと。ただ TPP になってからはスモークの中で情報も取れるんで、一応
どこまでそのスモークの中で隠れられるかとか、どこまで情報取れるかみたいな、なんか把握
うまくやればスモークの中から撃てますからね。
そうですよね、一方的に近い敵とかは結構撃てますよね。そのあたりのね、うまさはちょっと見えたかなっていうところでしたけど、インターバルに一旦入るのかな。
Hello.
Hi, Bella.
Hi, good to see you. Well, let's talk some business. What makes your team so strong here at PNC 2026?
It's all Beamy.
It's all Beamy.
It's all about him.
Yeah, you guys have used the phrase the star
そうですね、
player.
一旦インターバルに入るっぽいですね。また戻ってきた時にお会いしましょう。一旦失礼いたします。
It's nice to see some new faces here at PNC. How has your experience been? Are you excited for PNC?
We're excited. Got Beamy. Of course, we're excited. We're gonna win. So it's pretty free. We're winning this year.
Out of the many teams that we have here, do you have your eyes on any specific team?
Absolutely stomping on Norway.
Norway. Norway.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player on the team then?
It's gotta be James. Like, he's been on the scene for so long.
Nixon, if you weren't a PUBG player, what would you be? This is like a really random but personal question.
I'm actually already educated. Okay. I'm a carpenter.
Okay, love that.
So, yeah. But PUBG it is.
Be me.
I mean, like if this didn't work, I would have probably just kept studying like electrical engineering that I was doing before.
Okay. What would be your goal for this PNC?
To make Martin smile.
To make Coach Avenger smile. That was fun. Thank you for joining me, Team Denmark. Okay, thank you. Kom nu.
Kom nu! Basically, let's go in Danish. I raid with too many Danish people, so I get them to teach me silly things like Den Stor Kanon, the big cannon. Very important, of course, to know in Danish. Basically, the AWM. Anyway, we got a few minutes before we get into the game. Matrim, if you weren't doing this, what would you be doing apart from watching anime?
Well, I mean, definitely watching anime. Well, I was the director of IT before this, so hopefully not that anymore, because the IT world burned me out pretty hard. And yeah. What you got, Mark?
I work in IT. I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
You're asking the wrong people. You know, it's
さあステージの様子ですけれども、
and they were like, I want to be a policeman, I want to be a fireman. I said, I want to be a paleontologist, and my teacher turned around and said, where did you learn that word?
Somebody likes Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I really like dinosaurs. It was cool.
雰囲気的にはもう少し時間がかかりそうなのかな。会場広いですしね。まず PC で変えってなると大変そうだな。
I'm not like you guys. I have to do the 9 to 5 grind. I'm not quite at that level yet, but someday, I might be able to say I talk about games for a living.
Well, I mean, you're here. Yeah. We're doing it. It's real. It's live.
Okay. During what we got in that last interview, we had Corexy say that he just wants to make his coach smile. what is going on in that squad? Because like Martin laughs at everything. Like you could essentially just like walk in and just be like, "Hi," and point at him, and he's just like, "Ah," and laughs. So is he that serious this time around?
Well, we've never seen it. Well, I've never seen him in coach mode, right? Like, not actually been there when he's been doing it. You boys have. Mark, have you seen? Is he super serious?
And I've seen him got stopped by a security guard when he tried to run onto the stage, and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And he got turned around the other way. So definitely a bit more serious.
これステージ真ん中レティクルのデザインなのか。
A lot of jokes, so I didn't quite see the serious side. I don't know about you, Gibson, on the other side of the fence.
Look, whenever you look at your roster and you got players like Gustav and Beamy, you can't not smile. You know, you've got a cracking team, you've got a chance to win. Look, Martin's Martin, he's happy all the time. I think, I don't like giving him credit, but I think he is doing a good job with the team.
Oh, no, God. Oh.
I know it felt wrong coming out of my mouth, but yeah, I think he's doing well over there. And look, fire to him. Like, if I guess if he wins, you can always say PEC better than PAS. I don't know.
You've got to give it to him. Sorry, James. Please. Can you look at the survival stage for them? They made a clear call to go aggressive against neutral. They actually hunted that team down. Now, part of that, you have to give credit to Martin. Martin will be talking to the guys and saying, actually, guys, we're pretty safe now. And he'll be big brain and going, let's try and take out some big names. I'd like to see if Denmark take another couple of games today. Do we see that sort of level come out? Let's deny entry. Let's stop points being grabbed, because Martin's the driving force behind that.
Yeah, it's a very let's call it a commentator call to make something like that happen, right? Because we always theorize about like those kinds of maneuvers and stuff like that, and players usually are just like, no, we respect the game and we're not I don't know why I'm doing this in a Finnish accent. No, we're not going to do that. But you know, that's what players normally will do, right? But so, yeah, maybe there's some little things that can be turned there from the likes of Martin to make that happen. And maybe if they see some vulnerability here, maybe they have a bit more gusto about driving it against some of these teams. For the USA, a bit of a tough game, being caught on that east side of Milta. It was always going to be hard, right? Matrim, considering that there was even the Philippines coming in behind them with BRDMs and stuff like that. And that's also going to be delaying your game plan for a long time in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily fault USA in their approach into the circle, because they were playing that area where they backfilled into Milta and everything that was going to be going on.
ミルタの西でドイツ、アメリカ、フィリピン、
フィリピン、そうですね。
3チームがぶつかった時の話をしてますよね。
まあアメリカがきつかったなっていう話ですね。
きつかったけど、あれですよね、うまいこと突っ込んで、まあ、フィリピンで一番内側の建物を奪って、まあ、次につなげるみたいな動きは見せてました。
まあまあでも、ただポイントは取れなかったって話ですね。
いや、ポイント、サークルがなかなかあれだったからっていうのはちょっと。
まあ、ワンファイト勝てれば、なんか、若干何でもいい説はありますよ。ああいう。他のチームだって難しいですもん、ポイントを取るの。
グスタフ・フェイアリスト2人のスタッツ比較ですけれども、めっちゃダメージ出してるグスタフ。けどチームの中でのダメージの占有率も 40% 超えという、かなり積極的にダメージを出していたみたいです。
まあ結構一番重要なポジション取ってましたからね。打てるチャンスも一番あったかもしれないですね。他は牽制で終わってたような気がするんで。
確かに。対ニュートラルも一番仕事してましたもんね、スタッフが。
delay we had to have a PC switch out that I was mentioning before, so we're just waiting for that to conclude, and then we'll be getting back into the games hopefully. For now, you get to listen to us yap and talk about all these stuff going down. Maybe it was neutral, considering that they're still playing things out. Who knows? We don't know which team it is, so we're kind of just flying by the seat of our pants here for the moment. One thing to talk about Gibson as well is, of course, the circle changes that are very prominent at 4 and 8, and did provide us with this wacky game to start things off. I think one thing that's interesting about it in general is that I suspect the players are terrified of it and might not like it, but for us as spectators, it's awesome to watch.
結構時間がかかっ
Yeah, it's
てる
definitely
っ
can
ぽ
lead
い
to
っ
more
す
viewer circles than player
ね。
circles, but it's just the whole thing about the
オフライン大会だ
the
と
change is
トラブルがある
right? Like we spoke about
仕
it a
方
little
ない
bit
ところでは
on
あ
the
ります
そう
survival
ですね。
stage, but the fact that the
ステージが大きすぎて多分パソコンまだ取れてないんじゃないですか。
それは
like everything's wrapped
どこから配達して
It
るの
makes the games feel so much more snappy, and I think the teams that suffer most are probably the ones that like to drop around the edges of the map. Like if you're
まあ
if
基
you're a
本
center
的に
circle
ね、
team,
予備のパ
you
ソコン
drop
であっ
early,
たりとか、
you
予
loot
備の
early,
機
you
材
move. You don't drop there
大
to
体
play
ど
there.
こ
You
かしら
drop
に
there
置かれ
to
てはいる
loot
ん
and
ですけれ
fight.
ども、
Whereas now if
今
you
までの
drop to
PGS
drop
と
to
か
the
だと
game,
やっぱり会場が
you drop
ね
to the map,
やっ
your
ぱ
timings
り
for how
観客なしだ
long
っ
you
たん
have
で
to loot has been
そうですね。
significantly
そうスタッフエリアとかに置いておけば、はいお届けみたいな感じでトラブルの解消もすぐだったと思うんですけど、ちょっとそのあたりはね、やっぱり会場レイアウトのライトとかでいろいろ時間ねかかるところはあるでしょうけれど。
I mean, Argentina is one of the few squads that has a lot that they can take away from it because that early
あ、
game
でもなんか
was nuts from them.
始まりそうな気配が。
What was going on with Finland on drop.
さあ、漂ってきましたかね。
Deal with like North Georgia Pole where that was going to be
紙が回収されると、まあいよいよね、
So a lot
始
of
まる
things
ぞ
that
って
they
いう。
can take away and kind of look
ま
at
あ
and
いつ
try
も
to figure
恒
out
例で
going
はあるんですけれ
forward.
ども。
But I think that you're right. There was so many little catalyst moments that led to squads to lead into I don't want to say overcommitments because it was just
定期的
what
に
else
ですね、
can you
暁の人
know
た
the
ち。
fact that you're going to die. That's why we saw that Harry Potter just have a stack of cars just lined up against each other, and I think it was China and Indonesia that just had mutually assured destruction going for whatever they can find because you know you're going to die if you drive into that circle. So instead, maybe try to get a foothold outside. Maybe you can take a fight with somebody else. 4 points, 1 point, 2 points. It's all better than just dying with nothing.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Let's talk about Miramar here whilst we get ready to go here for all of these teams as well. One of the considerations and contesting that was going on was, oh, we even get a little sneaky playing path look in here as all these teams are looking at exactly how these teams are going to be dropping.
ちらっと見えましたね。
Through onto Power Grid, not too much of a surprise. There was a musing by Denmark that, of course, is in San Martin.
バランス取れたクールだったんで、特にかぶりとかはなさそうですね。
Like a Miramar, which would have been exciting to see. But for the most part, it doesn't look like there's too many conflicts on the drops here for Miramar.
Look, a lot of the teams just going to go for what the majority of the roster are used to dropping when they go to PGSs. So you'll see a lot of teams dropping in the same spots. Funny enough, on Wednesday, we actually saw Denmark drop on Power Grid, which forced neutral off of it. So keep an eye on maybe that happening this weekend. But look, most of these players, they play internationally, they play PGSs. They're going to drop where the teams are most comfortable doing it. There was some hints at hot drops, but you and we've all been in the business so long. You see the map and think, oh, there's a hot drop here. How often do you actually see it happen whenever the game starts, though?
Yeah, well, especially when we cut down on the amount of games that happen. Sometimes, you know, like with PGSs, a lot of these players have been conditioned to, it's a 5-game series, guys. Good luck. Like to be able to get through into grand finals. And even some of those grand finals have been best of 10s, never mind best of 15s, where we cut them down from best of 18s. So yes, things get even more and more severe as time goes on. Ooh, apples. Is that a spoiler? Is that going to be added to the game for edibles? I know you can throw them on Sandhawk, but I'd like them as maybe a healing item, Mark. That'd be nice.
It depends on what apple, though. There'd be a big divide, I feel like, green versus
Pink
red.
lady.
Which when you go, okay, we go. We're even going down branding as well. I didn't want to go there.
Yeah,
but,
pink lady.
it'd be interesting ads. But back to obviously we talk about the zones and obviously the drops. And the management, especially with a best of 15 for me. I think we look at some of these big names and the big IGOs because they can manage that. And we look at actually a team neutral that had a good start today. I've already said that actually looked completely different than the survival stage. So then we look at this as a best of 15. Do we see some more crazy shifts? Or do the teams like that actually go, actually, do you know what? We do need a couple of points, as Matcham saying. Like, let's have 1-2 points here because we want to keep that point average up. Let's ensure we stay positive and don't go out with nothing against our name.
Well, they're circling around this as if they might be going into a game. So who knows? Who knows? But this looks like a transition that Korea will be like, you know what, the game's ready. Do you think so, Matcham, or am I clutching at straws?
いよいよゲームが始まりそうな雰囲気を出してますけど、多分まだなんだろうな。
韓国の制作会社は多分こういうトランジション好きなんでみたいな、始まりそうかみたいな。いや面白いんですよねやっぱ。
自分もさっきの AWM 映ったシーンで、あ、これ始まるタイミングかなって思いましたけど、ミラマようやくというところですかね。お待たせいたしました。 PUBG ネーションズカップ2026グランドファイナルマッチ2。ミラマゲームスタートです。
No, not at all. Not at all. I think the momentum's now been set. The zones are going to be crazy.
All in.
All in. It's the finals. It's PNC. It's game number 2. It's a west down towards a southeast. Does favour, I say, some of the hot drops, we say, or the normal drops to those teams you alluded before. A couple have to go for that extension. You see sort of Finland go out early, and they go towards that northwest.
Yeah, remember now, of course, the last map we did that crazy ending on the cliffs. Once upon a time, I was watching a PUBG broadcast, and one of the casters said, "It's Miramar. Water never impacts games on Miramar," and we finished down in the bottom right of the map, and I think the circle was nearly all water. So I ain't going to go and say that. Strange things have happened, but one thing is for sure, we are going to see a lot of action here on Miramar today.
Yeah, we are. Let's go back to that point now about Ukraine and the momentum. This team obviously is looking pretty strong, so they will favour this style of map. It's actually Taker they struggled with when it comes to survival stage. So let's see what they can do here. They do go for their normal drop spot. The temptation of a sub-career drop.
さあ第一。
Not quite there, but they have moved a bit to the north.
Yeah, circle does
おー、普通ですね。
真ん中。
Interesting to point out USA so far, Mark, have gone despite it being
ウクライナの位置めちゃくちゃいいっていう場面なかなかない気がするんですけどね。まあ印象でしかないからわかんないですけど。
まあなんか強いポジションがあるかっていうとあんまりそんなイメージないんですよね。結局サークルがどっちによるか、それに対してどう対応できるかっていうのを問われる感じではあると思うんですけど、まあ移動の事故は減らせるというスタートではありますが。
Yeah, obviously there was some great moments. I think Brazil were very unlucky here, Mark. They did a great job at fighting off multiple teams, but then you had Philippines inside the blue in phase 5, shooting them from one angle.
ここグレだけでほぼほぼブラジル壊滅させてたもんな。グレネードもうまいんですよね。
グレネードだいぶ大事ですよね。
今、大事ですよね。
見えるんで、投げる場所正確に打った方がね効率も上がりますし、持ってる投げ物の、
当てやすくなっているし、しかもシンプルにプッシュするのが難しくなっているっていうところで2つの意味でもう投げ物が重要度が上がっているっていうのが今の状況ですね。
Nade damage was insane. Actually, he really did open up the opportunity for these guys to work their way to a victory.
They got lucky too, didn't they? Because on that rotate back to the cliff, the UAs went off the side, and they were very lucky to be able to climb back up that hillside and get the win at the very end. But look, this is the highlight of the win. I think the big thing is, had Thailand not been involved, I thought that Gustav had made an incredible move to get up to that crate, but once Thailand got the knock on the other side, it kind of just sprung death for the Danes.
Really difficult as well for him to apply this. This is a W key down and send and spread out. He can't get all of us. I think with the expertise Price, Ferris though does close things out. It's a good game. That's game number 1. They're on the move already, Team Ukraine. They've come out their rotation already, moving away in and around that sort of northeast area of Los Leones. Good to see Philippines moving down and great doing the same. The United States, as you mentioned, Gibson, they are taken to the high ground, so they haven't been caught. But they are a little bit of a 2-2 split, and now they're neighbouring the Philippines.
Yeah, and you've got China coming this way. Ukraine, I think, have taken the hills just north of Los Leones, which is a great spot to play. But Iya who's somebody that I think James highlighted earlier today as a player he was really excited to see.
もうフィリピンとアメリカ代表両方距離が近いですけど、
前の試合もそうでしたけど、この2チーム同じ位置取り続けてますね。同じルート、同じ位置戦い続けてますけど。
As United Kingdom will be coming in from the south side, but yeah, from Shrimsky's stance, he doesn't quite know that he actually has people neighbouring his compound.
Yeah, Korea as well. Obviously, the heavy fan favourites here today. You know, you heard I think all of us in the broadcast heard, anytime Vietnam got close to Korea, you could hear the crowd starting to cheer. So keep an eye on what they're going to do. And let's have a look at Xiong Yang. Like, look at those stats. You know, phase 1, second, MVP, not bad from him.
Yeah, consistent player as well. You remember this team has had a 50% change out as well, so really interested to see what they can bring. I thought they were caught out a little bit from the zone in the last one, but they applied great pressure towards Team UK, but it was always going to be Team Thailand leaving the safety of their compound, waiting for that fight between South Korea and for United Kingdom to fight before they could sweep in and claim the remaining points. But a good start actually for game 1.
Yeah, Korea as well. They're just on the edge of Los Leones over on the northeastern side. They're just going to scout around those fields, and yeah, just like we expected, it looks like Shrimps is going to get taken out. The rest of the Philippines closing this position. I see Michael just peeking up as well as Alex seems to be looking for Shrimps inside, but he's on the other side of that ridge. And the curious thing for me, Kurt had nothing to do with it, right? You look at the map, he has bailed, he's gone to join the rest of the team. They ain't going back for Shrimsy.
先に入ってたのがエア選手なんで、多分エア選手が抜いたんじゃないかな。ちょっとわかんないですけど。
ヒルはエイヤ選手に入ってますよね。
エイヤ選手が抜いてそこにかける入れに行ったって感じですかね。
おーっと、まずいか。いや、どうだ。ちょっとお互いにとって危険な形になりかねないが、これはワンチャン危ないぞ。ただリエルが高台を取れていて、塀の外ではとどまれない。かかとは、いや、隠した。
うわー、ちょっとノックが。
おお、ただタイニーがここで
いや、イーグルじゃないか。うわ、惜しい。巻いてなかったらノックしましたね。
おお、トニーがそのままクレクシーも抑えて、いや、フィンランドセーフゾーンの外で戦いがちだな。おお、3つ目。さあ、サッタがスパーキングを抑えたが、あと一発が届かず、おお、サッタとトニーが、さあどうなる。どっちが勝つ。
いや、巻く時間はちょっと味方のフラグが
フレンドリーファイヤー。さあサッタに回復のタイミングが与えられる。火炎瓶即投げて、さあフラッシュもらったが左に突っ込んできた。ギャー、トリーでフィンランドを殲滅1-4勝っていく。
しかも起こせはするんで、ただ、アンチに対するアプローチが遅くなっただけですかね、とりあえず。このルールでのそれはだいぶ痛いと思いますが。
Didn't flex on the introduction, might be able to flex now though, as he hears the bike going away. Here's the car, moves towards the adjacent side though. Has he been spotted? Well, it can be heard. But doesn't get the connection that he wants.
Yeah, Levante, and at times this year he's been the one player that's kind of got any joy for Vitality, and for Neutral as well. He's been the player that's carried a bunch of the burden. As we go to Puerto Parezo, Mark, with that circle shift.
ブラジル、フィンランド、今本当にどこで戦ってるんだろう。
What about, like, if you're Team UK?
フィンランドは、もともとムーブしようとしてたところを絡まれてますよね。アルゼンチン、主に南アメリカのチームに。
南米チームと縁がありますね。一体どういうことなのか。ちなみにカーラさんが国旗を小さくしてほしいって言ったところ、国旗は小さくなりましたね。
はい、なりましたね。
さすがです。
いや、僕は何も言ってないんですけどね、その制作の方々には。でも ありがたい。これでルートが見えますね。
おっと、うわー、ミキセンが相撲してる。クラッシュギアになってるけど大丈夫そうか、これは。さあ、一旦引いていく。デンマーク思い切りがいい。一方、登っていくのはナビですけれども、フィリピンのすぐ近くにポジション取りましたね。
おー、もし、いや、多分抜けないんじゃないですか。
様子見に上がってはいましたが、地元ウクライナは頂点を取りに行く動きですね。
これ、車を捨てて、登っていくっていうのは分かってるはずなんで、車に戻ってくる瞬間にそこにグレネード投げたりとかはできるかもしれないですね。
グレネードは一方、地元は一旦上がって、ちょっと次に備えるような動きでしょうかね。ここで、ザバードがデンマーク、横からいて、激痛の一発。味方からカバーがもらえる状況ではあります、ね。お互いこれは、
起こせますね。
防具を削り合っただけという感じでしょうか。フラグが2個あるんですね、バード。ワンチャンあるな。さあ、そして韓国。おお、来ますフェーザー打ちにいている。真ん中付近のポジションなんですけどね。さあ、ここはヘザーを回収して一旦体勢を整えるか。上にはアルゼンチンも来ています。アルゼンチンからも打たれている。おお、結構痛いですね。ちょうど収縮のタイミングなので移動で遅れてしまいそうになっている韓国。この準備としてスモークを投げていますけれども、さあこれ東に寄った韓国真ん中、ベトナム真ん中、
いつも通りの感じになってますね。
ウクライナが結構外れましたが、
はい。
よく見る場所ですよね。
はい。なんか寄り方のメタも変わってきてるのかなと思ったけど、思ったよりでしたね。
まあ、フェーズ4、フェーズ4は、アンドレッションないから、今までにない寄り方はしそうですけど、あんまりでもここら辺関係なかった気がするんですよね、アンドレッション。どうなるか。待ち構えるフィリピン。おーっと、パンツァーファウスト持ってるぞ。どっからのレバントそのまま。
関係ないですね。
さあ、そしてこちらは外側アメリカがやってきたんですけれども、それはしっかりアドゥージが抑えている。目の前のフィリピンも抑えつつ、介入しに来たアメリカを抑えるニュートラル。ウクライナはディフィックス1人が後ろの高台に残って、残る3人はサークルの中に入っているって感じですね。ニュートラルもこれ、ヒルは取ってますけど、忙しいですね。まだセーフゾーンの中に入れていないという状況。そしてドイツ。パンツァーファウスに泣かされましたが、パンツァーファウスで笑うことになるのか。タイの方が一段高いところをドイツに対して取れているという状況ですね。
他に先に入ってるチームだいぶ辛そう。
おっと、ベルモス、ドイツを狙ってるけど、3平方の定理に基づくのであれば、140、ちょうど良さげかこの距離。と、ニュートラルを迎撃するクライナー。オーバイ、いい火炎瓶。ただグレネードで代打、おお打ち抜いているフェアリスト。スカーでフェアリスト、ヒルを抑えます。
He will get another kill confirmed on the board as Levante has also been knocked here. Ukraine.
さあ、そしてアドゥージーはフィリピンからの攻撃をもらってしまった。
I think it was stolen very, very end there, was it? Ukraine. They are holding. They're holding the outside. They wanted that northwest shift. They wanted him going back towards.
うわ、だいぶ混んでますね、本当。
ベトナムの鈍活率 18%。東ぴったり。
これだったらブラジルもチャンスありますよ。
いや、これまたランドレッショがあったらありえない寄り方ですね。しかし、プエルとパライソアンチありえるのかな。あ、ここでブルーゾーントリプル。建物から完全に追い出したイギリス。さあ、そしてこちらドイツとインドネシア。外側ガソリンスタンド戦ってますけれども、トリックが最後
守り切りましたね。
抑えてドイツが全滅。そしてアメリカ、キックスタートのフラグがダブルで刺さっているんですが、ハカトリがキックスタートを抑えている。わ、リバイブ通りそうかこれ。小屋を潰しに行ったんですね、ウクライナ。ただパディカティが後ろに残っていてブースティックを打ち抜いている様子。おお、しかもパディ。
いや、いいところに狙いますね。
さあ、イギリス、中国代表を抑えて、ウクライナとアメリカも外で一騎打ちの状態になっているが大丈夫そうか、これは。さあ、パーディ大チャンスだが、スモークの展開間に合ってしまっているか。リバイブできそうかな、ウクライナ。
Yeah, Kurtz, this is his spot. This is his grave. This is where he is eventually going to go down as we see Algin bots looking to make a move in with Alec as two of them decided to ride on the bike, which is not the safest thing to do in the world. But this isn't even the circle. This is just them trying to get close to maybe get in the circle where Turkey are waiting.
Yeah, Turkey are in a great position. They would have had that bike rolling down. Marco now sees their head right there. I think he's just trying to judge up. There's one obviously in, out towards his north side. Marco in a key position. And yeah, shots are coming back. So he's got the full read on the team. Now for Turkey, to try and hold.
Yeah, Algin bots looking to get an angle on the other side, but Philippines are in a lot of trouble here as CJ eventually works his way back around to join the team. And Vard, he gets an off angle. He's still being a problem for Denmark as it feels like the UK and the Danes have been going at it for at least 7-8 minutes.
トルコが抑えているエリアを無理やりフィリピンは抜けていこうとしていますが、アメリカはここで全滅。ウクライナは、リバイブできたけど結局2人という状況でフェーズ4でセーフゾーンの外。車あるんでなんとかなるか。大変そうだ。飲まれるとまずい。
いや、もう起こさない方がいいと思うんですけどね。
Charge forward, get the points.
さあ、フラグ。
Down pack now goes down. The grenades come over.
少し奥に。
Damage a little bit done. Blue zone's going to be causing. CJ looking to crawl his way forward though because the blue has pushed past.
にサークル寄りましたが、真ん中はブラジル。ほとんどのチームが外れましたね。ウクライナ、イギリスに突っ込んでいる。おっと、おーマイ。マイクルとバードを抑えて2キル獲得、ウクライナ。
同じことしないといけないですよ。まあ大きく回るか。いや、でもウクライナはしないですね、それの。
もう2人だし、ただストレートに突っ込んだ方がいいかってなるかな。目の前ではインド、ベトナム、インドネシアとベトナムが広がって、ぶつかりそうな気配もあるので。呂布の利を狙うチャンスもワンチャンウクライナあるかもしれない。さあ、ベトナムとしては忙しい時間が来そうですけど、守り抜くことができればキルも拾えるし、高台も取れるし、キープできるしという、そんな状況。ウクライナ、ここで、うわー、車両で前に行って、スモークに、こんにちは。 おおトリック三つどもえだけど大丈夫かこれ。イギリスも来ている。ペイアリスに対して
できる限りのポイントを回収するムーブなんで、
T ボーンが迫っていますが、いいフラグだ。これパルスのダメージで耐えられないですね。ウクライナがここで全滅。さあ平均10ポイントというハイペースではありますが、まだデンマークが現在、ブラジルもこれからか、タイもこれからかという状況。トルコがデンマークを抑えましたね。ここでトップ3が軒並み倒れていて、さあベトナムが一瞬でトルコを今度は。ベトナムはまだ6ポイント。
まあただ韓国が内側嫌なとこ入られたんで、ベトナムここに対処しないといけない。自分たちが外側になってしまいましたね。
ただ他からの買いにはなさそうですよね。パワーの勝負になるか。
まあ言いますね一応。
バーツリンズが生き残っていました。
Yeah, a couple more points on the board for them, but maybe if he can outlive someone else, they might just find a few more. But Vietnam getting really close to Korea now, as these two teams really want to put each other to the sort of member. Korea thought that they were going to win last year, but Vietnam had completely different opinions as we get ready for that next circle shift.
サークルは北西ですね。
ブラジルまだ入りますか。ただこれ寄せるときにだいぶ打たれそうですけどね。前に。
Yeah, this is a good play from him. The call will be for the rest of the guys. Actually hold him back. They've got some long distance shots coming through him as though.
うわ、P90 持ってるのか。ただ上からキャプテンにおーっと打ち落とされた。あと1ショットの差だったんですが、最悪のタイミング。韓国としてはクロージングしきるチャンスですね、これは。
Yeah, but the guys will know. Surely South Korea know that's been punishing the team neighboring Baturians, though. Store looting, doing what Baturian does best. And that's
no, Sororji.
Get spotted. He's going to fall. It's 7th place. Additional point on the board, and not a bad salvation game for neutral.
Yeah, now Korea just have all their utility ready for Vietnam. Yes, they're back up to a 3, but now the rest of Argentina have come in as the solo this time.
出れないようにするのが目的だと思いますね。前のめりすぎると多分やられてしまうので、逆に
アンカーとして1人後ろに残しているので、3-1の形です。アルゼンチン北側一帯をコントロールしきりたいというところなんでしょうが、南からの車線が進みすぎて入ってくる状況。先ほどスモークを展開してアルゼンチン南の車線切っていましたが、この状況、韓国とベトナムかなり危険な状況ですね。あ、グレネードが。さあ、タイは人数削られながらも東が抑えています。あとは真ん中ベトナムなんですが、ベトナムじゃない、ブラジルがもうタイを抑えていて、さあそしてベトナムと韓国、グレネード、おや、ドンピシャ、いいぞ。こっちグレネードもダメージを取っているが、いやー、かわそうとしている。ソロルジーがクラーケンに抜かれてしまい、アルゼンチン動き始めるか。来てますね。来てます。ただ韓国はアルゼンチンに対しても投げ物を投げ、押し返そうとしているベトナム、ワンチャンリバイブできるのか。ワンチャンリバイブできるぞ。ただタイミングが来る。あ、チャス、おっとじゃない。
いや、
うわー、ベトナム復活あるのか。ただヘザがパサそうかなんか。うわ、ブルーゾーングレネードが邪魔だ。もうワントライ見えている。パンツァーダブルノックからのタイミング。 スモーク抜き狙っていきますが、ただヒマス P90 持ってます。ああ、カッキリ取っているソンジャンが倒れる。しかも邪魔パックがある。やばい、最強の状態だ。ヒマス、フラグないもんね。ああ、これまだリバイブできる可能性あるのか。ああ、ヒマスを抑えている。さあ、そしてタイはなんとリンクスをどうやら獲得しているようで、ブラジルのトニーを抑えている。この残り人数状況、リンクスを持っているタイ。拾ったんだ。あ、こんにちは。
いや、これは一応見たかった。
体力半分からのグレネード2個で確実に落としに来ているビエル。
いけるか。
あー、ダメージが通ったのみ。十分のプレッシャー。もう1個当たりそう。いやー、ダメージを与えたのみ。これタイ動くタイミングがかなり限られてきているか。私は無理をしない判断。ビエルが持っています。
They are down to 2. It's a dangerous 2. Teammates at heart and champions. The PGS, can they get a conversion here?
The big thing for me is that links, right? That links can be a real difference maker for Thailand if you can get an opening kill on the
リンクス持ってるから確かに打開はできるかもしれない。チャンスはありますよ。
かもですよね。ただゲーミン爆撃砲はこれアルゼンチン方になってるな。
多いですね。
誰かしらいるであろう位置を打っているという感じなのか、死認したのかどうか。いや、いるの見たっぽいな。さあ、少し奥に着弾位置を調整。中に入ってやり過ごす。おっと、キスは限界かこれ。立ち上がるのが難しい状況になってきている。
Oh, he can't hit the backpack. It's what he sees as Guman will put another mortar strike up into the sky towards Pipa.
カバンが見えてるけど。
残念ながらカバンに当たり判定はなく、でもずっとロックされてますね、キスは。立ち上がるのが難しそう。アルゼンチンとブラジルの鈍活率が 30% 超え。
アルゼンチン割といいんじゃないですかね。位置もコントロールも。ブラジルは難しそう。いや、そうでもないか。この後の展開によるか。
結局アルゼンチン、韓国、タイがぶつかって人数削り合う形になるとブラジルもチャンスはありそうですね。
そうですね。
下側にはなってしまうんですが、遮蔽物があるのがブラジルの状況。おーっと、スパーキング、ピパを抜いたが、キスのリンクスがクラーケに刺さっている。あれ、起こしに行くはなんとか通った。気合いすぎるけど。これリバイブできるんだったらブラジル熱いかどうだ。さあキス、ここは耐えきれません。タイが全滅して残りは3チーム。リバイブ諦めましたね。クラーケンはこれで倒れた。ちょっとブラジルのテンポロスが著しいか。韓国代表がこのタイミングスモークを展開。非常防衛信号弾を使って前に出ますが、アルゼンチン依然高台グレネード、キャピタンからのグレネードがドンピシャ。スパーキング3つもグレネード持ってる。韓国やばそうこれは。サウスアメリカサンドイッチ。
お、よく打った。
いやー、どうだ。しかしブルーズも全部来る。韓国代表が生きているのは不思議なぐらいの状況。さあ、しかしスタンが来て、さすがにここでエビックスが
さすがにきつい。
セブン抑え、パルスに飲まれる韓国代表。韓国全滅です。
もぎ取りましたね、スパーキング。
スロツ。パンツァーファウストがあるよ。
これワンチャンあるか。
ワンチャンあるよ。ブル ブゾーンで遮蔽から剥がされてしまって。
でもいいシールド。
でもカンツァハウスは貫通するんで、さあどうなるか。打っていく。ホームラン。ただビエルがすでに側面をついている。ワンチャン取れそうだぞ。さあスパーキング、視線誘導をなんとか頑張ってチャンスを作りたいんですが、ここでビエルそしていく。相手の反撃をかわしてソンツ
交換なしでこれだったらワンチャンある。
激アツ。アルゼンチンリバイブするか悩みどころだ。い
や無理じゃないですか。
無理だこれはもう。さあビエル真ん中どっしり取っているが、端っこ抜いちゃい。そのスパーキング側面取ってる。不正打ちも潰してブラジル代表ドンカス獲得。
でもまあ同じ方向から来ると思うか。
結構危ないなんか賭けではあったっすけどね。
なんか別の方向から出る可能性あるんで1-1で見てたと思ったんですけど、同じ方向見ちゃってましたね、アルゼンチン。
噛み合ってたっていう感じか。
思い切った動きをしたブラジルの勝利と。
Oh, dude, I love every aspect of what we see going on in that. This was so cleanly played from the duo into the three. They made sure to keep eyes onto the center point, used a little bit of a train, counter-smoked around everything. The Panzerfaust was a little bit too much. Like, I believe it was Claris you were talking about, the fact that it felt a bit greedy trying to go for it all. But, I mean, that's Brazil's playstyle. It's all or nothing, baby.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sparky being able to make it work towards the very end. Really nice stuff. Unfortunate for Argentina being caught in a position where they're all on one angle. But it wasn't just Brazil at the end of the game. It was Brazil at the start of the game as well. Tony with the 4-piece mark. We said he's on the up and up.
Yeah, look, talk about putting your name on the map, right? Beginning of the game number 2, and you just put a whole team down. As Gibson said, he questioned the roster count. He questioned whether they picked the right 4. And Tony said, no, Gibson, I'm here to stay. Annihilate Team Finland.
Definitely. There's a few more moments as well. Indonesia taking down Germany. Germany had a really rough time of it to start things off in these first 2 games here, Gibson.
Yeah, it's not gone great for them. I actually put them in my fantasy because I thought, you know, they might get some of that magic from a few years back with Cole back coaching, but not going well for Germany. And the Finns, well, maybe the Finns should just start avoiding South American teams because it's not really gone very well for them in the first 2 maps, has it, Matt?
I don't know what Finland's got against South America, but it's not necessarily working out the best as all the way into later stages, it is going to be Argentina and Brazil. Thailand, though, also starting to come alive, finding pretty decent kill counts, good scoring moving into the entirety of this. Also Korea, finding a lot of successes making it in later stages. So consistency starting to come out from a lot of our squads that we were expecting it to, but I did not expect it to come down to 2 South American teams here at the end, Clark.
Yeah, I did say whilst we were watching that match, Trim, you know, well, if it's 2 South American teams in this final circle, South America can't throw. So that's a great situation. Wow. You can't have Brazil driving into the blue. You can't have Furia denying themselves at the very end. No, you don't want me to do that, Mark?
Too soon. They're never going to live that down. They're never going to live that down.
No, we're not. There's too soon still, mate. But look, let's go back to the key decision making at the end, right? They're against the numbers, and the split decision, the speed that Sparky made the call to run the other way around the smoke on the blue is huge. And I don't think Argentina were ready for it. He just popped out, he got one. Before they could react, it was match 7 point.
いやこれでまあポイント的にはからんというスタートにはなりましたね。
まあ初日はね、
まだまだ、ベリナは結構なんか頑張った感ありましたけど、本当に厳しい状況ながらも。1試合目ドンカツはしたもののちょっとポイントがねそんなにキルで取れていなかったというところで、
まだ平均的に言うと全然いいですよね。
そうですね。ポテンシャルはいかんなく発揮している。
They got rewarded. I thought Thailand were going to cause them some trouble at the end with the BRDM, with the links, but Brazil just held strong.
Yeah, very nice to see, especially Mark, considering I don't as much as Brazil, yes, was one of our 8 teams coming into grand final directly, I think a lot of people also looked elsewhere for those big names to be able to be at
グランドファイナルマッチ2はブラジルが20ポイント獲得マッチトップとなりました。アルゼンチンとベトナムが10ポイントずつ、韓国、タイが8ポイントずつ、インドネシアも8ポイントですね。ウクライナは3ポイント。一旦まあまあまあ。一旦休憩です。
まあ突出して高いポイントを取ったチームは普通にないですね。2試合通してですね。
そうですね。ブラジルが27ポイント、ウクライナ20ポイント、タイ18ポイント、韓国が18ポイントという、ブラジル、ウクライナ、タイがいいペースで取れている。
一つ言えることは、この2試合通して、すごい遠くのアンチ外で戦ってフィンランドだけですかね。次も同じことになるかどうか。
We have not seen technically a Western in inverted commas winner since the very early days of PNC. Everything else, it's very much gone Asia's way as a whole. And I mean, you know, can you the 2019 result, is it really even the West as a whole? Who knows? But well, let's take a look at the numbers that have come on in here. As Sparking will take himself 5 kills, Capitan as well, 755 damage. South America's here, Mark, showing up for the Americas.
Yeah, it's an all-rounder, right? And obviously they found themselves, and Gibson said on the cast about how aggressive. We saw Team Argentina obviously play that north side. They didn't have to. They could have stayed where they were. And obviously it does clash. Big shot for them.
最後のスパーキングのプレーが本当にブラジルへのドンカツにつながったわけですけれども、なんかブラジル、強いなっていうことを言いたかっただけなんですけど、ブラジル最初のファイトめっちゃ良かったし。
3対2で最初のノックが交換なしでできたのは大きかったなっていうことだけでした、僕は。
BL's been a player that I've had my eye on for a few years. Like when I started casting in the Americas, I was doing the scrims and he was playing for kind of bottom half of the table South American teams back when the Americas were split, but he always stood out to me as somebody who could really kick things off. He then went to Rock and we kind of saw the real jump up from BL last year. I still think this kid's got a lot to show.
Yeah, looking good alongside the Kraken as well, Mark.
Yeah, no,
どこのチームにいましたっけ？
それがですね、自分知らないチームですよね。
ゴッドライク e スポーツ？
ゴッドライク e スポーツで。
おお。
今年できたチームなのかな、PUBG 部門は多分ですけど、まあ、LFP とかヘイブンとか、もともとブラジルの強いプレイヤーとかも所属はしてるんですけど、ただ、戦績的には、どこまで目覚ましい活躍は
そうですね。
いうところですね。
アントニオっていう名前だからトニーなのかな。
なるほど。まあでもアメリカシリーズで2026年のアメリカシリーズで3位ではありますね。アメリカ。
うん、
PGS の、そうか、できたばっかりだからだ。PGS の、後半シーズンは参加してきますね、ゴッドライク e スポーツ、アメリカ代表として。
はいはいはい。聞き覚えない名前だなと思ってたんですけど、今年できたチームか、ゴッドライク e スポーツ。
そうですね。あとトニー選手自体も多分若いわけではないのか、選手歴としてはかなり短そう。公式大会の、ウィキペディアの履歴見ると2024年からの活動が記録されてるんで、結構。
いやでも若いじゃないですか。
うん、若い。
No, I definitely think they were from a day. Would it have been this early? No. Again, it comes back to that point that actually they maximised that sort of crash against Finland really early, and because they lost 2 players, the emoji pickup played them into the town, and from there that gave them a bit of a home.
いやでもなんか他の正直ブラジルは全然他にもプレイヤーいるので、知らない選手がなんかこう名前を連ねているなと思ったんですけど、今日の活躍を見るとなるほど納得っていう感じありますけどね。一人でフィンランド粉砕しましたからね。これはハーフタイムショーがあるんですって。
あ、そういうこと？
はい。20分ほどですかね。ハーフタイムショーがあるみたいですって。今まででないやつだ。
うん。
ぜひこちらをお楽しみください。
Locked and loaded like my gun toted. Take me to the battle, my team loaded. Skies pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all game with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere goes drama, all the boys I get the trauma. Diamonds been stir up to pot, pretty face and let it through ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now I gotta pay the way they'll never walk. Gotta miss an aim, got a pretty face. I don't bargain, I don't bargain with a fake. I don't bargain, I don't like that, you heard me say. I don't bargain, repeat again, I don't bargain. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? The beef got cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress up every diamond. I know the bargain. You can price me, look it up a garbage. 나는 너무 위에 있는 놈이 난데 주말 고정이 오버드론의 양이 남네. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. 둘, 셋. 안녕하세요, 우리 프로젝트입니다.
PUBG 네이션스 컵 2026인 서울에 오신 배틀그라운드 팬 여러분 정말 반갑습니다. 여러분 재밌게 보고 계신가요? 저희도 무대 올라오기 전에 경기를 잠깐 봤었는데요. 왜 이렇게 많은 분들이 몰입하는지 이제 좀 알 것 같습니다.
까르강 팬들의 뜨거운 열기를 느껴줘서 너무 좋아요. 감사합니다.
그리고 특히 대한민국 국가대표팀을 응원하기 위해 모여주신 여기 팬분들 진심으로 너무 감사드리고 선수들이 끝까지 최선을 다해서 경기를 펼칠 수 있도록 뜨거운 응원 부탁드립니다. 대한민국 대표팀 화이팅!
그리고 저희가 PUBG 9주년 이벤트에서도 여러분들과 함께 했었는데요.
오늘은 저희가 여러분들에게 또 다른 무대를 보여드리기 위해서 특별한 매시업 무대를 준비했어요. 열심히 준비했으니까 꼭 끝까지 함께 즐겨주셔야 돼요. 아시겠죠? 그러면 여러분, 저희 다음 매시업 곡 뭔지 혹시 맞힐 수 있는 분 계실까요?
뭘까요?
여러분들이 제일 좋아하시는 곡일 수도 있는데.
어떤가요? 페이머스?
유명한 노래? 유명한 노래?
위키드.
키드?
One more time?
One more time.
한 번 더?
어떤 노래 두 개를 매시업 했을까요?
그러면 여러분, 저희 다음 무대에서 어떤 노래 두 곡을 매시업 했는지 바로 만나보세요.
기대해 주세요.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
들어가두면 we break it. But no bigger than the girl next to you. That's somehow we fake it. No white color 근데 얜 좀 처음 I put names in their places. 모든 시선들은 날 따라와 but we ain't even famous. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you play me, we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you play me, we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. We ain't even famous.
Money don't make friends, don't look at my fam. Pull up in my M's, then I make the money dance. Funny how it goes, but this is how it ends. This is how I live by the name Tarzan. I ain't even famous. 다들 날 보면 all they say less. And my kid in my whip is the latest. 내가 진주라니 my blow by name is the greatest. I'm famous.
원하부터 들어봐. I'll be getting what I need. Those things I've got. Things going to my head. While you're looking when I dance. Take a quick pick for your friend. 내 이름 알아둬. 나쁜 날은 아니어도 또 들어가두면 we break it. But no bigger than the girl next door. There's some young we fake it. No white collar 근데 얜 좀 처음으로 보면서 내 places. 모든 시선들은 날 따라와 but we ain't even famous.
내게만 dollars 난 bigger than dollar 초록빛의 color 감출 수 없어 나 잘한 best. Not even famous but they wanna be as 같은 공기지만 우린 넌 다른 way. 비교만을 걔네 전부 구려 똑같은 거를 도와도 do it better. 말이 뭐해 I'm a trendsetter all day I show 'em 끝없는
잘하는 네 말이 원하부터 들어봐. I'll be getting what I need. Those things I've got. Things going to my head. While you're looking when I dance. Take a quick pick for your friend. 내 이름 알아둬.
분명 나쁜 아이는 아니어도 틀에 가두면 we break it. 무슨 줄 모르고 덤벼볼 없이 I just face it.
No white collar 근데 얜 좀 처음 I put them in their places. 모든 시선들은 날 따라와 but we ain't even famous. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you play me, we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. We ain't even famous. Don't you try me, I want some more. Don't you play me, we on the floor. Don't you try me, I want some more. We ain't even Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
show my wrist. I got them all looking my way. 언제나 take the risk. You know I'll never miss. 날 향한 시선이 쏟대.
Show me you want me like that. 말해봐 what that. For real, for real. I'll show you I got it like that. 날 바라볼 때 집중해놓 뚫어지. Everybody, let's go. I like the way you look at me. Look at me. With your ADP. I wanna see your eyes on me. Eyes on me. With your ADP. Can pick your favorite side. You like all directions, but are you about that action?
여러분들 재밌게 즐기고 계시죠? 아니 오늘 너무 다들 반응도 좋으시고 너무 잘 즐겨주시는 것 같아서 마음이 너무 좋은 것 같아요. 우리 남은 곡도 같이 재밌게 즐겨주실 수 있죠?
Are you ready? Let's go. Take your shot.
Take your shot.
Photo shoot.
Say photo shoot.
Hey, to snap it, flick it. Hey, to snap it, flick it.
Say
Hey, snap it, flick it.
Hey,
Yeah,
snap it, flick it.
DJ, drop it. Big and the thrillers. 보란 듯 가리배 밖에 나보다 average. Fashion game I'm madness. Gotta do some damage. 네가 말하는 게 나지. You gon' need some cameras. Snap it, flick it, cause we work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it.
You're really talking to me like that. Better know that I hit back. 다 지겨워 말뿐인 chit chat. 다시 refresh need a reset. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Yeah, give me my respect. 아무도 못해 my vibe except that plane. One day you gon' get that shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take your shot. Photo shoot.
Just snap it, flick it. Cause we
Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it. Work it, work it. Work it like a demon. Keep your compliment. My drip so sentimental. Mental misapprove it. Happy mental that I set the way.
addicted, could have predicted ambition, perfection to your jurisdiction. Will they be fiction, lacking conviction? Baby, about the bullet, better take your shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take your shot. Photo shoot.
Just snap it, flick it. Cause we
Yeah, we do this all day. But we don't play. 나 관심 없고 신경 난 내가 그래. Yeah. See me Medusa. 날 부수던 freezer. gonna pop out and show up. They're really not ready to stay when we pull up.
허세나 떨어진다 아이싱 거래 여기 돈다 서로 착한 척지 경백이 파이나 물레판에 불질러 버려 그래 목숨 걸어 떨고 싶어도 못 떨어.
Congrats on the pussy breaking sweats. Shit, I stand up. Choose to give a stand up. Tuck it up like a leg. You're to the call. Lights, camera, action. Take your shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot.
Take your shot. Take your shot. Photo shoot. Photo shoot. Hey.
Snap it, flick it.
여러분 즐거우신가요? 이렇게 많은 배틀그라운드 팬분들과 함께 할 수 있어서 저희도 너무너무 지금 행복합니다.
그럼 뭐 저희도 이제 마지막 곡을 앞두고 있어요. 근데 이제 마지막 곡이 여러분들이 아실지 모르겠는데 One More Time이라는 곡인데 혹시 아세요? 살짝 무리한 부탁일 수도 있는데 다들 핸드폰 가지고 계신가요? 핸드폰 이렇게 라이트 한 번만 해줄 수 있나요? 좋아요, 좋아요. 아이, 최고인데요?
여기서 봤을 때 반짝반짝 너무 예뻐요.
그럼 바로 가볼까요? Let's go.
Something in the air tonight 빛이 나 다시 나오지 않을 이 순간
붙잡고 애써봐야 time is passing by. Let it go.
We gon' lose a track of time
Put your hands up, party. 해뜰 때까지 다 move. Body, body, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 the roller coaster ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Wake up, get up, rising. Heat it up, 퍼지는 soon. Everybody, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 the roller coaster ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
One more time, wanna get lost in the night. 들어줬어, 내가 light. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. 미쳐봐, 마지막인 것처럼 one last time. Finally here, I'm alive. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now.
So please I found you looking for a man in your life You told me love's a drug I'm picking you up, we about to get drunk Let me cater to you tonight See you in my frame, this car ain't cater you Cause the light is right I'm in that 성경이 bossy Burst가 끝나기 전에 we're dancing in the light Swinging left to right 우리 나를 맞추지 She call me Poppy, yeah I like it 할래 너와 나쁘지 We're too legit 보고 배워 우리 둘 fit Take kind of fit 어디 가도 뒤진 미친
Put your hands up, party. 해뜰 때까지 다 move. Body, body, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 the roller coaster ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Get up, rising, heat it up, 퍼지는 sun. Everybody, all day better make some room.
여기로 모여 the roller coaster ready to go yeah yeah yeah yeah
Let's go. One more time, wanna get lost in the night. 들어줬어, 내가 light. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. 미쳐봐, 마지막인 것처럼 one last time. Finally here, I'm alive. Come on, just dance with me now, dance with me now. Oh, you play it, baby, play one more time, just stay it. Baby,
into the action here for PNC 2026. 3 more games here today. Tego, Rondo, and Erangel coming up in just a few moments. All the players have been delighted by the entertainment that they've gone down, but it's time to get back to business here, Mark, as all of these players want to get back on the board again.
It's like the World Cup vibes, mate. It's hydration break time. We're back in. The guys have had a chance to reset, okay? We had 2 maps. The first one was very crazy when it came down to zone, but actually 2 good games for some of these teams. So they get the opportunity now to just kind of go back, have a chat away to the coaches, try and figure out what they want to bring to the table, because Tego is different.
Oh, Kickstar was loving it. You could see him there as well. Now he's back on board here for the Americas match for him, because the Americas, I mean, they've been caught in some spots here and there, but I too believe, Matrim, that the firepower of America can fight back.
It should be able to. Like, Mark mentioned the fact that the first game was a little bit weird. I even say the second game. It's really hard to really navigate those circles given how clustered they were and so coastal. It's going to be all about how fast you can modify off of that. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of always centered circles, but it's really hard whenever you're coming in right off the get-go to figure out, get your feet underneath of you about how rotations, drops, and everything like that are going to go. If everybody is having to just run down to the southeast game after game so quickly, it's just created kind of a Mad Max style of rotate where everybody's just on top of each other multiple times in a row here.
さあということで、戻ってまいりましたけれども、この後マッチ3、の方ですね、グランドファイナルしてまいります。ブラジルが現在トップと形ではございますけれども、まだまだありませんから。
僅差僅差。
in positions that you shouldn't. Like, think about that last one where EA, who, James, to give you credit, you gave them a lot of a shout out in our pre-game talks, but EA stepped up big for them and got that opening kill.
新しいルールの洗礼がありつつも、いろんなところでね、いろんなことが起こっていますけど、特にフィンランド。
はい。ちょっと遠すぎますよね。
めちゃくちゃフ
ァイトしてるとこが。
で、2分ぐらいは本当にフェーズ2が閉じ切るまで全体的に短くなってるので、本当に今までと比べると、やっぱりそのセーフゾーン外のファイトがどうしてもリスクが高いですからね。
何がフィンランドとして辛いのっていうのが感覚がつかめてないっていうのがありますよね。アンチの中の光景を見てないんでまだ。
確かに。
ここからってなるとちょっとスタートダッシュだいぶ失敗しちゃいましたよね。これ絡まれてるのかどうか分かんないですもんね。絡みに行ってるわけではないですし。
quite chaotic and obviously it's quite hard for them to get into. Same again this last one. They're playing towards the zone. It just feels like for me, James, they haven't adapted to the zone shift.
不意の接敵になっちゃってるけど、お互いやりきったるかみたいなね感じになってましたよね。
フィンランド入っちゃったんですよね。確かブラジルのいるとこに。
そうでしたね。でもブラジルは結構チャンスを逃しでワンチャンもつれるかもみたいな感じになって
実際もつれはしましたよね。だいぶ。
まあでもトニーが全部なんとかしてくれて結局ドンがつれるという。まあなかなかドラマチックなマッチ2の勝利を見せてくれましたけど。
China, I came in with a lot higher expectations than what's been going on. We know that this is a squad that can frag their way into it, but whenever you have Ukraine,
中国が苦しめられてますねっていう話してますね。
確かに思うようにポイント伸ばせてないですよね。
下馬評割と高めの位置に いるはずなんで、それでこの結果っていうのがやっぱり難しいんですよね、TPP が。カオス状態の中で戦い抜ける力はあるんですが、やっぱりちょっと合わせにくいのかとかちょっとわかんないですけど、戦いにくいですね。にくそうですね。
Anyway, that's by the by. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a break apparently here for PNC, and when we return, we'll be getting into game number 3 here for the festivities of our 15-game series.
はい、らしいです。
なるほど。おっと20分だ。これインターバルみたいですね。
はい。
Today we are launching the all-new XL2566XPlus, which uses the newly developed fast TN
インターバル多分予定されたインターバルではないので、ちょっと何かしらあ
りそうですね。
かもしれませんが、またこの後戻ってまいりますので、放送再開までしばらくお待ちいただけますと幸いです。それではターン失礼いたします。
That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds. And a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things. Okay. So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam is your 2025 PNC champions.
(9년이라는 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2016의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래쉬는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 거, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
PUBG her şey. Bunda çoğu yaşadığım ilk şeyin ilkini PUBG sayesinde yaşadım. Merhaba, ben Bünyamin, kod Marco Yalçınkaya. 6 yıldır benim için değişmeyen tek şey kazanmalısın. Ben her zaman çok hırslıydım. Ya bir şey, ne olursa olsun yaptığım şey, onu yapıyorsam o işte en iyi olmak istedim her zaman. Mardin'de doğdum, Mardin'de yaşadım. Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgesi. Mardin'in Kızıltepe ilçesinde doğdum, büyüdüm, orada yaşadım. Çocukken biraz daha çekingendim. Yani küçükken de çok bilgisayarla işi dışıydım ama çocukken dış dünyayı unutmuştum. Daha çok bilgisayarla ilgilendiğim için biraz günümün tümünde PUBG oynuyordum. Yani çok mutlu hissediyordum kendimi. Ya PUBG'de hani herhangi bir şeye bağlı kalmıyorsun. Çok fazla farklı senaryo var. Hayatta kalmaya çalışabilirsin. İstediğin gibi savaşabilirsin. Çok fazla farklı senaryo olması oyunda yapabilecek bir sürü şey vardı. O da beni çok hoşuma gidiyordu yani. Benim ailem hiç e-spordan anlamıyordu ilk başlarda. İkisi de öğretmen. Başlarda bu nasıl mümkün dediler. Yani böyle oyun oynayarak nasıl para kazanacaksın? Ne etmeye çalıştım, olmadı. Beni okula gönderiyorlardı. Ben okuldan kaçıyordum. İnternet kafeye gidiyordum. Baktılar ben iflah olmuyorum. En son dediler ki şansını deneyelim. Tamam dediler, sana bir şans vereceğiz. Ben de o şansı güzel değerlendirdim.
Turnuvaya her gün düzenli olarak analizler, antrenmanlar yaparak çalıştık.
Çok iyi hissettim. Çünkü oyun oynamayı zaten çok seviyorum. Bir de ben oyun oynuyorum diye bana para veriyorlar. Dünyadaki en güzel his olabilir ya. Yani ilk defa PGS'e davet aldığım zaman ilk defa yurt dışına çıkacağımı öğrendiğim zaman iyi ki olmuşum dedim orada. O günden beri de diyorum.
1v1 fight Code Marco against one player on the other side and they get it! DA Code Marco, welcome!
Hayatımda ilk defa uluslararası bir turnuvaya gelmiştim ve onda da 6. oldum. Onlar da şok oldu. Çok şaşırmışlardı. Geldiğimde hepsi bana sarıldı, tebrik etti. Çok benimle gurur duyduklarını söylediler. Ailemin o söyledikleri beni de çok mutlu etmişti. Ağlamışlardı yani. İşte kulüplerden daha büyük maaşlar almaya başladım. Kendime araba aldım. Kendime yatırım yaptım. Aslında çok ferahladım PGS'ten sonra. Sadece bunu korumak istedim yani. Onun bir stresi vardı. Bunu her zaman, çünkü bir kere o duyguyu tattım. Artık bu duyguyu her zaman tatmak istiyordum. Ondan sonra Türkiye'den çok fazla zaten talep vardı. Bir de biz BBL tercih ettik. BBL'e geçişimiz bu şekilde oldu.
Evet, biraz fazla oynandılar.
Yani beklenti çok yüksekti. Çünkü çok iyi bir turnuvadan sonra geldik. Kulübün de, fanların da beklentisi de çok yüksekti.
Maybe buy some time here. Nade. Oh, smash gonna be Jeff. Oh, what a shot from Glooms. And then the nade as well.
En çok zorlayan BBL'den sonra DA'ya geçtiğimde aslında çok kötü bir yıl geçirmiştik ve çünkü o zaman da çok hızlıydım ve aslında o eski takım arkadaşlarım bir şeylere çok inanarak, çok başarılı olacağıma inanarak gelmiştim ve aslında hiçbir şey eski gibi olmamıştı, kötü gitmişti. O zaman çok zorlanmıştım, kendime yedirememiştim tabii. Ya ben çok hızlı duygu değişimi olan bir insanım. Hani bir anda çok sinirlenebilirim, çok anlık karar veren bir insanım. Aslında işte kötü bir dönemden geçerken de işte sürekli anlık karar değişikliklerim oluyordu. Bazen oyundan soğuyordum, bazen ne yapacağımı bilemiyordum.
Ama çıkarttı.
Super good game set. Oh my god. Nice.
Çok sabırlıyım eskiye nazaran. Çok daha disiplinliyim. Yani bir de eskiden çok daha sıcakkanlıydım. Şimdi biraz daha soğukkanlıyım. Bana tecrübe kazandırdı. Her tecrübe beni bir adım daha ileri taşıdı. Yani birçok açıdan birçok arkadaşım buradan tanıdım. Yani hayatımda ilk defa parayı buradan kazandım. İlk defa yurt dışına PUBG sayesinde çıktım. Yeni kültürler gördüm. PUBG sayesinde İngilizcemi çok geliştirdim. Yani hayatımın birçok yerinde bana büyük etkisi oldu bu oyun. Evet, PUBG benim hayatımda çok büyük bir dönüm noktası. Bu sefer Türkiye çok daha farklı geliyor. Bu sene bizden korkun. 6 yıldır siz olmasanız ben de olmazdım. Beni desteklediğiniz için, bana moral, ben düştüğümde beni kaldırdığınız için ve hep yanımda olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ediyorum hepinize.
A new way to play Rondo. Smoke that interacts with the map. And some balance adjustments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 42.1 patch report. First up, there's a new way to dive into Rondo, with the Blue Zone rule set available through Arcade Labs. The action starts immediately, with the first zone shown on the map right at drop for all 64 players to fight over. There's also an increased loot and vehicle spawn rate to help you gear up faster. But be careful, there's no wait time for blue zones, and blue zone damage is increased. You won't have any special zones to worry about. but you'll still have to fight for every inch in this fast-paced take on the map. Can you beat out the other challengers to secure that chicken dinner? Next up, we've made some changes to make smoke more realistic. As we mentioned in the 2026 roadmap, smoke is now interactive and can be displaced by explosions and other physical collisions, such as vehicles, care package landings, and more. No longer will smoke be the ultimate cover. You'll have to utilize strategy to make the most of it or fight against it. We've made a few balance changes this patch as well. The SLR has gotten some improvements. We've rebalanced the blue zone a bit, and healing items have seen some adjustments to weight and cast time. You can find out more about these changes in the patch notes. There's also a new rank season. Racing mode added to UGC mode. Intense Battle Royale can now take place on Haven, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 42.1 is here. So grab up some rebalanced gear, drop into a faster-paced rondo, and don't wait around for the smoke to clear. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person.
To rock and roll, we're ready to get into game number 3, finally here for PNC 2026. It's going to be me and Matcha bringing you all the action. Thank you, Mark and Gibson, for that amazing segment. Let's get you out of here now as we go into our third game for PNC 2026. Finally, Matchroom, we've arrived.
Here we go, back in like we never left. Match number 3, playing path, pretty much middle down over into the east, ending up around Wolsong, so again, should be interesting to watch on these drops, as this is going to be the first time that this lobby has all managed to get together onto this map, and we might have a couple of dust-ups review. Mentally reset, right? It's been a while.
It's getting warm here as well in Poland, and it's going to be warm on the battlegrounds as well. No doubt, no doubt. We are ready to rock and roll, though. Oh, I thought it was never coming. But salvation, Matchroom. We're back.
We are now here, and all these guys are pretty much famous. Not almost famous, but see how this is going to go. Lots of tail end drops coming out around Wolsong and kind of Godok area, but that's no surprise. They should be able to separate out just fine. Korea kind of on top of Great Britain on their kind of flyout.
さあということで、おっとフィンランドなんか
Great Britain had a bit of a hard time in the survival stage over going to Heimu as they
もう
found
わかんないですもんね、
themselves
これ被
being
せに行って
chased
るの
down
か
by Finland in one or two of those scenarios.
たまたま本当に被ってるのか。
韓国とイギリスもかなり距離近いですね。さあフィンランド、いきなりスカブがアメリカからノック落としているが、弾は20発回復。
Ooh, I mean, there is still enough time to potentially go and pick up the chip, maybe get a res, so not all is lost for USA on an early out, but a very aggressive early Finland yet again trying to make something happen is also continuing in trend. We have another southeastern circle.
Yeah, this was one of the hot drops that we kind of anticipated from Tego, right? As much as, well, basically we just didn't have a lead into this game, so...
まあ、ここでも
ドイツとインドネシアも3つ初動でのかぶりが起こっているようですが、
でも早かったですね。
あ、こちらも、アルゼンチンとタイ、4カ所でのコンフリクトが現在発生している。
Runs out of ammo. DraftKings couldn't quite do it.
This straight away yells to me. The players have come back not exactly warm, right? Like we are seeing some like weird little like moves here and there, really causing some little casualties to start things off here for Tego. So break might have got to them just a little bit for the moment, but everyone needs to recompose themselves, get back. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of respect on the line as well.
Oh, well, I think that all that's happened is kind of for naught because Colaris, I think we just got some news.
Yes, I got word just then that it is going to be a regame. So maybe that's why some moments here
なかなか楽なスタートではありましたけれど。
苦しいスタートのチームが多いですね。もうすでに。
Just drive at each other as fast as possible. Get your kills, warm back up. Let's do it.
No, some of that. Let's get Mark back in and give some
試合の方は
unfortunate there, but I mean, one thing's for sure, right? That Finland and United States situation in Yeongchong could quite easily materialize in proper games coming up.
I was about to say, like, that, yes, obviously had disconnects for Team USA, but for Finland, they can't avoid having an early fight. They really want to engage.
ディスコネクトがあって、
They've gone through the South American
多いですね。
weren't successful, so
なる
they're
ほ
now
ど。
picking on the North American teams? Why?
そういうこと？アメリカとフィンランドの初動ファイトは意図したものではなかったみたいな感じだったっぽいですかね。で、リマッチという形のようです。
But the big thing for me is what? We've just taken a point off Finland. It was their third of the day and we've just removed it.
True, yes, they'd only had a few points in the previous games here as we wait and hopefully get into our game once again quite quickly. The crowd just chilling, gonna be chilling here for the moment. I see a lot of hand fans. I can only imagine it's very hot in Korea and very hot for the players as they're trying to keep themselves composed here, Matrim.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast whenever we get to like this types of land. It's going to be really big. There's a lot of moving parts that are going on with it, so
なかなか
なかなかちょ
っと選手たちにとっては大変な一日に
そうですね。
今日は
途切れちゃいますからね。やっぱ集中力っていうのは。
気づきギリギリまたぐかもまたがないかもぐらいかな、今の感じだと。
I'm gonna be honest though as well, if you look at like some of their mouse movement just then as well as how locked in still Thailand was, I don't think every team's got the memo just yet here, Mark. So we saw some sprays quite clearly there from Brazil, even though a few of their members were being taught to be. Yeah, Thailand still looked locked in.
No, they eager to go, and definitely a call out and calmer compared to Gustav. Gustav looked a little bit hot under the collar there, and
フランス大会はね、本当にいろいろがつきものですからね。こういったところで集中力を切らさずにパフォーマンスを維持し続けるというのも、やはりアスリートには求められるところではあるんですけれども。
been disrupted by this break, then actually the output for the rest of day number one might not go their way.
Yeah, the breaks are tough here for these players. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to go to another 15-minute break. I am being informed here to solve some of the technical issues that they have.
なるほど。また15分、はい。15分ぐらいのインターバルがまた始まるらしいです。
インターバルですね。申し訳ないんですが、一旦インターバルに再び入らせていただきます。放送再開まで今しばらくお待ちください。
Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better. Hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Team Vietnam as your 2025 PNC champions.
(5년이라는) 게 저희가 처음 오픈할 때는 상상도 못했던 숫자예요.
배틀그라운드의 지난 시간은 저희가 혼자 써내려간 기록이 아니었습니다.
전 세계에 계신 팬분들과 함께 써내려간 이야기였다고 생각합니다.
그 깊은 감사를 담아 PNC 2026의 문을 엽니다.
얼리 액세스 오픈 첫날부터 서버가 터졌어요. 크래시는 엄청나고 사양은 미친 듯이 높고, 근데 신기한 건 그 와중에 유저분들이 계속 들어오시는 거예요.
개발팀이 너무 작아서 모두가 달라붙어야 했는데 그렇게 해서 돌아갔다는 게 신기할 정도였어요.
PUBG는 유저분들의 반응에 기반해서 변하려고 굉장히 많이 노력한 프로덕트예요.
커뮤니티에서 날카로운 피드백이 올라올 때 그 목소리들이 저희 방향성에 녹아들어서 실제 결과물로 나오는 순간들이 있거든요.
저희가 뼈대를 만들지만 이 게임을 완성시키는 건 결국 플레이하시는 분들이에요.
한순간의 판단으로 모든 게 뒤바뀌는 예측 불가능한 서사가 배틀그라운드의 가장 큰 매력이라고 생각합니다.
익숙한데 매번 새로운 전략이 필요하고 그 안에서 누구나 자기만의 이야기를 만들 수 있어요. 그게 9년 동안 전 세계 다양한 배경의 플레이어들이 계속 모이는 이유라고 생각합니다.
대회 현장에서 울리는 팬분들의 함성소리, 중계 채널의 실시간 반응들, 그리고 커뮤니티의 다양한 의견들이 모여 배틀그라운드 세계가 더 넓게 확장되고 있습니다.
장충체육관은 PNC가 처음 태어난 고향 같은 곳이에요. 7년 만에 다시 돌아온 PNC 2026은 e스포츠를 중심으로 PUBG 세계관 전체가 모이는 특별한 공간으로 진화합니다.
PNC라는 무대를 유저분들께 돌려드리자는 마음으로 다양한 콘텐츠를 준비하고 있어요.
현장에 오시는 분들은 장충체육관에서 배틀그라운드 세계관을 만끽하며 마치 PUBG 테마파크에 온 듯한 분위기를 만나실 수 있고요.
PNC 2026에서 처음 선보이는 PUBG 판타지는 여러분이 직접 자신만의 로스터를 구성해 전 세계 팬들과 경쟁하는 컨텐츠예요. 보는 재미를 넘어 참여하며 즐기는 새로운 e스포츠 경험을 하실 수 있습니다.
이번 PNC에는 24개 국가의 최고의 선수들이 모였습니다. 이들이 각자의 개성을 살려 어떤 생존 드라마를 만들어낼지 기대됩니다.
전 세계 팬분들이 PUBG라는 이름 아래 자부심을 느끼는 PNC가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
10주년도 그 이후도 실망시켜드리지 않으려고 열심히 준비하고 있어요.
유저분들이 언제나 새로운 즐거움과 가능성을 발견할 수 있는 환경을 만드는 게 저희 역할이라고 생각해요.
저희가 더 노력해야겠다는 것, 그리고 여러분의 게임을 만들어 나가는 이 팀을 믿어주셔도 된다는 것.
PUBG라는 공통 분모 아래 전 세계가 하나 되는 순간을 계속 만들어가겠습니다. 여러분과 함께 만들어갈
PUBG의 다음 이야기
PNC 2026에서
만나보세요.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100 plus audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Here we go. Watch me glow. Are you ready for more? Hey! Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up. Can you move like this? Yeah, yeah. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up. Can you move like this? Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you how I move. One step, two step, three step groove. We on a whole other level. You can feel it in the bass and the treble. We on a whole new vibe. Let it go and just come for the ride. Yeah, we got this. Ain't nobody gonna top this. Drop this. Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Move like this. Can you move like this? Level up. Can you move like this? Move like this. Can you move like this? Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up. Can you move like this? Yeah, yeah. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. You can watch me go. Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Move like this. Can you move like this? Can you move like this? Level up. Can you move like this? Level up. Yeah, yeah.
You know when you on time, you ain't gotta wait. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting. All this tension, anticipation, building up so much you can't take it. Remember, life is whatever you make it. So you know what I'm selling. You know that saying about these lemons. I talk my shit, ain't no telling that I can get it done in any other setting. Like, is it time? Yep, yes sir. Cause I can feel that victory, and it ain't no mystery. So good if you're next to me. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Get ready. Oh yeah, oh yes I is. Been ready since I was a kid. And if you look on the wall, then there I is. With a whole lot of trophies, yeah I win. It's like, so you know what I'm selling. You know that saying about these lemons. When I start talking, there ain't no telling that I'ma get it done in any other setting. Like, is it time? Yep, yes sir. Cause I can feel that victory, and it ain't no mystery. So good if you're next to me. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Yeah. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Get ready. Come on, come on. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Are you ready for this? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Get ready. You know when you on time, you ain't gotta wait.
don't need to say a word, you got it all. I can feel your heat and I already know. From across the room I smile, 'cause you are catching my eye. Let's get close right now, no need to slow it down. Maybe we should stay like this, skin close in the dark. We don't need to hold it back, no need to speak at all. 'Cause I am in the mood to dance la la la la. 'Cause you pull me through into your gravity. Everything fades away when the night comes alive. Only you and me tonight. Only la la la Everything fades away when the night comes alive. Only you and me tonight. Our bodies are moving out of time, and suddenly it's quiet in my mind, like the word just hit rewind. I didn't plan it, didn't see it coming. Maybe we should stay like this, skin close in the dark. We don't need to hold it back, no need to speak at all. Only la la la la. 'Cause I am in the mood to dance la la la la. 'Cause you pull me through into your gravity. Everything fades away when the night comes alive. Only you and me tonight. Only la la la la. Everything fades away when the night comes alive. Only you and me tonight. Only la la la We feel alive, feel magic. We feel alive, feel magic. We feel alive, feel magic. We feel alive, feel magic. Let's go. One more time, don't stop. One more time. I can see the headlines. She killed another love. I've been out of my mind, just trying to be good. But I love the drama, live for the drama. Karma's gonna come around. I get what I want now, that's my nirvana. You ain't gotta hold me down. Gotta read all about it, better without it. You know I'm bad, bad news. You cry about it, don't even doubt it. You know I'm bad, bad news. Gonna be the one that's hurting. One thing that I know for certain. Read all about it, don't be broken hearted. Remember I'm bad, bad news. This just in, done it again. I struck the match on life today. All in the bin, can't help but sin. Didn't need it anyway. But I love the drama, live for the drama. Karma's gonna come around. I get what I want now, that's my nirvana. You ain't gotta hold me down. Gotta read all about it, better without it. You know I'm bad, bad news. You cry about it, don't even doubt it. You know I'm bad, bad news. Gonna be the one that's hurting. One thing that I know for certain. Read all about it, don't be broken hearted. Remember I'm bad,
All right, here's hoping we're back for PNC 2026, and maybe we've solved everything so far. The Vietnamese are in high spirits here to get into the game potentially, as I am joined by Gibson, Mark, and Matrim, as we're all along for the ride together. Are you enjoying the ride, Matrim? Join on the ride.
あ、お待たせいたしました。お待たせしすぎてしまっているかもしれませんが、間もなくマッチ3と、いうところでございます。さあ、ちょっとね、トラブル続きで、
ですね。
はい、1時間ほどかかってしまったんですけれども、いよいよ試合の方が進められそうですね。
よしよしよし。やっとだやっと。
Oh, I'd have to go full balls to the wall. A lot of pink on there, like painting pink. That's a lot of fun. The helmet, I think, the level 3 helmet would definitely be pink. I would go with that. Is that acceptable?
出た。ノルウェーじゃないそれ。
The guys are still happy. They're still there. They're still living the dream. Oh, dead dream.
ノルウェーの人た
Number
ち
one
ね。
mod. Second in from that left-hand side. So if you ban from Jack.
わかんないんですよね、あれ。
バイキングですよ。
ああ、そういうこと？
はい。
Oh, he's a legend. Everyone loves him.
Well, everyone loves this team as well, right, Gibson? Your favorite team, your favorite squad to talk about, United Kingdom.
日本もなんか思考を踏むとか無理かスペースがないか。
日本選手はやんないんで、性格的に。
Yes, they do. And in fact, as soon as they came the year after, they actually did very well, just shy of actually attaining a championship back to back.
僕やるのかな？もし選手続けてたら。やりそう。
パフォーマンス何かしら。
はい、何かしら。
パリピっすもんね。
どこ情報かわかんないですけどね、全く。
私情報。あ、言っちゃった。アラさんがパリピだってことを言ってしまった。
いや、多分虚偽です、これ。
虚偽？
うん、虚偽です。
法廷で会いましょう。
わかるよ。僕は、いや、パリピではないですね。割と、インドア派なんで。
ほんまかな？結構陽気なお方だというふうに認識しておりますけれども。さあ始まりました。始まりました。PUBG ネーションズカップ2026グランドファイナルマッチ3テイゴのスタートでございます。
Oh, once again, let's stretch. Let's get ready to go. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. I think that it's not too dissimilar to what we saw in the prior one, right before the remake. That said, quite easily be hot again.
あーですね、南のランドマークほぼ行けないじゃんっていうぐらいの。
おー、フィリピン北側全部通りですね。
全部通り。
アーミーベース。なんならシップヤード付近まで行けますよ。
そうですね。東のセーフゾーンに対しても対応早そうな初動になってますけど、あ、これも初動ファイトやるんだ。フィンランド、アメリカ初動ファイトは確定っぽいですね。
はい。
なるほど。さあ、どうなるか。は結構距離近い折り方になってますが、仮に出るのかキックスタート。
西東？
ああ、でもキックスタートが、あ、緊急地震速報が。
揺れてますね。
揺れてますね。お気をつけください皆さん。あ、すごい。ちょっとかなり大きい揺れが東京の方でも来ているので、皆さん命を守る行動をしていただければと思います。
お願いします。
50 damage done. Not bad at all there with the iron sights on that AK. So let's see if
久しぶりに大きい揺れですね。
Normally you would have a hot drop. Okay, smokes and straight away to the rest of the team. Try and cross that road. That's really well done there by USA. Normally you would have it happen and then they'd be delayed and then they would have a hard time getting to the next circle.
すごい揺れましたね。
So they can play this out for a while.
なんとかうちは大丈夫なんですけど。
はい、
さあ、
僕も一応大丈夫ですね。はい。
試合の方見てまいりましょうか。ここで、キックスターターはフィンランド3人ぐらいにかぶされていたんですが、引き返して、ラインをしっかり整えてという形ですね。お互いちょっともつれそうなスタートになりました。そしてベトナムとイギリス。いや、パンツァーハウス持ってますね。
He's got an idea on where they're positioned up at, and it's going to be more of a flank around maybe coming up from Vietnam, as poor old T-Bone might find way more problems the longer this goes on.
Panzer for these kinds of eventualities, though, always a very good tool to have. You can maybe get yourself out of dodge with it, and he realizes as well that there's danger afoot for him, so he's reloading up, getting it good to go. You'd have expected Sololzi from his peak to maybe have seen that Panzer reload as he transitioned between those buildings, but it's a little bit off kilter.
そう、隙間から、おー、打ち抜いていった激アツなファーストキック。いや、ただ、バードが返している。
返しましたね。
もう抜けるんだ、あの距離から。さあ、どうなるか分かりませんね、こうなってくると。ブラグで体力削ってプレッシャーをかけていく。ハイズってなんとか味方の方まで迎えればリバイブ狙えるというところなんですけど、それは許したくないヒマスのグレネードが直撃。
キル入れましたね。いや、ソルジの打ち方偉かったですね。自分がノックされないような打ち方なんで、あれカバーほぼできないんで、めちゃくちゃうまかったですね。
They're just going to go ahead and cut north, try to parallel along, but I don't think that Delwyn can contain them, so that could be the end of the fight.
And as an update, America and Finland both completely disengaged from Yongchong.
That's discretion, the better part of valor there, as it looks like we are going to have neutral come up back behind them. Germany doing some looting.
アメリカとフィンランドで東西で分かれたっぽいですね。ホワイト説と。
Okay, MG3, like that for Philippines. Again, I was really impressed at the firepower that they exhibited in the survival stage. So getting the bullet hose, the MG3 on board. Honestly, I'd put it on A personally. And even though Alex has had some moments. But you know what? If it works, it works. It's on your team.
Oh, Delwyn ventures a bit too close over next to UK, but
危ない距離感。おお、反転狙いに行くのか。さあ、すれ違っていく。
being pretty bold in how they're scouting around this. The rest of the players playing very far down to the south. So is this just Delwyn seeing what he can get, or just trying to make sure he can?
イギリスもベトナムもサークルの中ではありますけれども。そしてタイのムーブですけれども、ウクライナがそれを見送っている。これ1人ディフィックス後ろにいるんですけど、3人が先行してるんですよね。ああ、嫌な予感がする。嫌な予感がする。稼ぎに来てますよ、ウクライナが。おー、しかし、タイ代表は遠い方から渡っていく判断ですね。二者択一ではありましたけれども。
車でのやっぱ索敵多くなりましたね。戻りましたね。初期の時のメタに。ウクライナは、すぐさまタイが、移動したのを離れたのを確認できているので、こちらもサークルに対しての移動を開始していますが。
さあドイツ。
I mean, what we've seen from Thailand, especially made in Thailand during those PGSs, yes, they did get some decent circles, but they were able to play edge so well as well. And you can only imagine Scappy's really taken the reins alongside Kiss here to be able to make this work.
All they need to do is just get into a point where they can start to become turrets, and that squad will be
一
terrifying.
旦サークルの中には全員で入れてますね。ニュートラルが内側で待ち構えていて、トルコが上がってきそうですよね。南側からぶつかりそうな気配。ライスクリス見つけた。ああ、追っかける判断。さあトルコはドイツの接近にやや遅れていたので、フォーメーションがタイトになっている状況ですが、すぐさま打ち返して、ここはドイツも離れていくという。
You know, kind of home turf, especially for Ascend, for It's Chris and Pains, who was previously on Ascend a time ago as well. So they know how they should be playing out these areas in the army base as well as into those mountains. So maybe German can make something happen in this game because the last two were not kind to them.
Well, they don't have anybody coming up tail end behind them right now, so it's really just about trying to see if they can brute force their way along neutral or Turkey or just navigate those dips that you're talking about because Army base has so many opportunities for rotations.
だとタイとブラジルがサークルから外れている。収縮さあどっちだ？真ん中。
おお、戻った。よかったですね。はい。
ファイナーは依然として際になって
真ん中韓国かな。韓国あたりが真ん中ですね。
韓国、フィリピンあたりですね、真ん中。
フィンランド。ニュートラルが近いんですけど、ニュートラル今、速射持ってましたかね。ただスカブによってレバンテが抑えられてしまった。
Neutral does have a BRDM in play, but I don't think they're going to get Levante up. Maybe they can get in there, get the blue chip and out, but it's going to be difficult to get this save off.
まあ BRDM のおかげで起こせるのか。さあ、カチカチですが。後ろからている。韓国、中国もぶつかってる。まず実はブルーチップの回収に向かいましたが、ドイツがどうする？中国とイギリスのトルコの目の前でぶつかっていますが、
中国多分降ってきましたよね、これ。
降ってきたんだ。痛み分けですね、これはイギリスと中国。
すべてのど真ん中におりましたけど、これ時間の問題じゃないですか、中国が。
さあそしてアメリカも今度はこちらアルゼンチンとぶつかっている。
No, we have not. They're trying their best on that south side here. Code Marco trying to take down Zhao Wu, but unsuccessful. As he switches over to his mini, but the problem with a lot of this hillside is not only, yes, can a lot of teams co-inhabit this area, but also there's so much foliage cover from these trees. So if somebody gets out of range of you, technically they're in line of sight in terms of actual just shots going their way, but you can't quite see them because of all of those leaves.
Oh,
Alec is going to go down. It's going to be areas that manages to get him.
1-1のトレード。
Germany, this is a lot more active, and they still have this hillside. If they can keep control over this area, this is one of the better points to play from. You get a lot of movement that's going to be going on specifically.
これはスモーク抜きできたら。
Active Germany in these stages, and they needed it. This is 3 points right now, and it has been a hard day for them so far.
Yep, a few shots coming his way though, as Justice is trying to dig on down and burrow themselves.
時間内に見つかるかどうかですよ、これ。でも見つかったっぽいですね。MG3 がドイツの方に行ったっぽいですね。トルコ真ん中。中国も降り立ったところはすごい危ないところでしたけど、生き残ってますね、一応2名で。
でも固まって状況を見るしかないという。
couple of squads that are going to have to be making a little bit more of dangerous moves. We still have USA on the outside of the circle with Argentina just to the south of them. Brazil's making the commitment into Godok. Then over into the northwest, we still have Wolsong, where that is where we saw neutral go for their reses. And this is see if they can get it off and get away, as it is going to be Vietnam on the hunt for them.
A bit concerned because there's emergency pickups that are kind of like planned here by some teams, but it's getting to the point where it might be too late to make it happen, unless you're going to take some casualties in midair. So we'll see if anything kind of works out while this is going on, as neutral
なかなか前に進めていませんけれども、まあ BR ゲーマーがあるからなんとかなるか。アメリカ代表は一旦集まってと。
I feel like that's always the case.
パディカティと、パディカティが一番年上、悪魔が一番年上のコーチ。情報がパディカティに関しては知ってたって感じが皆さんあると思う。
いや、なんか言ってたんですけど、前の文章が聞き取れなかったんであれです。何かの冗談を言ってたんですけど、
悪魔って42歳なんだ。
あれ？あ、そうなんですね。
42歳ですって。すげえ。あれで試合出てシーチ救ってたんだ、PGS で。すげえ。パディカティ36とかだったかな。大ベテランではありますけど。36は言い過ぎ、32ですね。はい。タドゥジー、ここでベトナムデルウィンを倒しましたが、グレネードも当たんじゃないか、これ。弾かれてる。ラッキー。危ねえ。となると、ニュートラルとベトナムの戦いはちょっともつれそうですね。
今のが決まったら、だいぶ早く終わりそうでしたけど、割と。
Rest of Vietnam now coming into support, and that's going to make it even harder for a doozy. He's got to try to get out of this point. It did open up enough movement, though, from Vietnam to allow neutral to find a way.
Oh, 完璧。
comes out from Tanvu and a doozy's down.
神グレ。
Very nicely cooked there by Tanvu to get rid of a doozy.
まずい音が聞こえている。気づいておりましたけど、BRDM は破壊された。さあ、真ん中トルコ。いやー。
ベトナム巻き返しましたね。一瞬で。
ソロルジがルーを抑えて、残るは1人ニュートラル。いや、2人ですね。レバンテが復活しているのか。さあ、ブラジルスパーキンが回り込んで11のトレードになっていますが、ミクセンがとどめを刺されていますね、スパーキングによって。グレネードをかわす。そしてクラッケンがやってきて、
まだ入ってないですからね、これアンチ。
シンが横に入ってくる。アメリカも近くにいる。あまり時間をかけたくないところなんですけど、ちょっとこれ脱出はもう難しそうだな。アルゼンチンが蓋をしてきていますね。その間ウクライナが西の方ではインドネシアからキルを取っているようですね。ブラジル伸ばしたいところだけど、ちょっとタスクが多すぎるぞ。危ない。ダメージは通っている。ギリギリを耐え続けるブラジル。
Still more nades into a very confined area that aren't quite catching what they need to. As Biel still waiting here for Argentina to make a move. He sees the back of the guns, so doesn't want to strike just yet. There we go. Good stuff by Biel. Biding his time, waiting for that perfect opportunity as he does peek on out there. And that now tips off Argentina to the fact that this is a vulnerable angle. So they kind of reinforce that spot.
足を抜いたんですけど。
You gotta cover yourself, mate.
You can even see that Denmark's trying to get a bit more aggressive on the other side of Brazil, but Brazil's doing a good job of just bouncing between the different targets, reading it all.
燃えたか？
燃えてるっぽいですけど、耐えてるのかな？
耐えられないですね。
耐えられない。
kind of keeping an eye on what's going to be going on. While this is happening, there is another fight that's starting to brew up in the north. That's going to be Vietnam as well as Indonesia with Ukraine and maybe Finland all stacked up on top of each other. It looks like Ukraine is now ready to go. 3 kills and tons more in front of them.
ベトナムはかなり苦しい状況になりそうですね。で、フィックスがインドネシアをとうとう抑えて、フィンランドも見つけていく。ウクライナ、ドイツとフィンランドがそのままインファイトでドイツ勝ち切って、さあ、そしてブラジルとアルゼンチンはまだ戦っているようなんですが、勝ち切ったドイツに対してはもうウクライナが攻撃を通しているという状況。北西側はウクライナがかなり優勢。これウクライナペースで進んでいるのではないかという状況ですが、大丈夫か？またノンストップ街道に入っていく可能性がある。
いや、ただ多いですからね、周り。今、1-3で動いてますけど。
フィリピンとトルコが内側で待ち構えている。
ヌーチュラルも多分、後ろに張り付いてるんじゃないですか。
いますかね。おっと、スキャッピー突っ込んでいってデンマークを抑えました、タイ代表。
Looks like Thailand now, third place, 22 points, 4 kills on the board here for this game. China prime in those mortars. Okay.
やはり CG 後ろから来た CG に刺されましたね。ブースティックを持っていかれたウクライナ。さあドイツはここで脱出するという判断、真ん中にはいけないか、若干前進して前にとどまりましたが、さあウクライナとしては自分たちの周辺をクリアにしてという判断なんでしょうが、バツリンズも迫ってきている。これ一番楽しくない結果になってしまいかねないウクライナ。さあ CJ は見つけた。パカトリ。
It's not worked out though, right? They've just been divided and conquered very, very quickly, and they're really bearing the brunt of that now as the Philippines here.
ドライバイで終わらせにいったフェアリスト。よく倒した。ドイツに対してはグレネード。いいグレネード。
いいグレ。
大力バリロ。イツクリスはかっきる。そしてフェイアリストやられましたね。ニュートラルのバツリンズがずっと後ろにいたんですよね。ウクライナここで残り1人という状況。なんとか耐えれれば2人復活。距離あったのかとなると
もっと近くにいると思ってたんですけど、寄せたんですね。
3人になりそうですねウクライナ。ちょっとテンポロスは著しいんですが、アジモッツキックスタート勝ち切った。振り返りでそしてウクライナがここで見えているが、がぜん面白くなってきましたが、このマッチ3ブラジル未だ現在ギリギリの状況で耐えているというところですけれども、ウクライナとタイと韓国が上位を争うというような流れになってきているのか、それとも下位チームが一気にトップグループ入りを果たすのか。
Oh, you said Great Britain. I'm woken up. I've woken up. Okay. To be fair, they've only got 7 points so far.
草です。
Leave him
グレネード4個持ってますこの草。
I will feel for Batulins though because I think his head's next on the chopping block.
これやばいな。
I have seen Batulins survive in those bushes for a long time in the past.
気づければいいんですけどね。
Like a full infiltrator right now. He knows how to do this. He's become a specialist at staying alive, being the last one up and trying to find some points.
タイからの車線が取っている。ウクライナ動かなくてはいけません。タイも一応サークルの中は取れているか。
Than on Erangel and Miramar, which is really not many bushes. That is a lot of squiggles from where these teams have been able to move so far here, as China and Turkey just technically still find themselves in the middle of this. I don't. It doesn't bode well for both of those teams though in the center. I think an edge team is going to win this out as long as they're able to carve their own spot and come in at least as 3.
I mean, it's China and Turkey that have already just taken a little bit of casualties, so
1ミリも動いてない祭り。的にもウクライナからしっかり姿隠せてそうですけれども。北側もエリアが狭まってきましたね。アメリカとドイツ、高い距離が近い。
Yeah, this has been a very DN Supers game from Korea, which has just been full space control. And it might actually work out. Seongjang, of course, coming into the roster as well from GK, did very well over in PWS.
しますかこれはイギリスのポジションに対してさあ一気にドライバーで1枚取ってただ1-1のトレード残ったのはマイケル1人あカイミフェルストこの体力でただマイケルがディフィクスを抑えましたねギリギリカイミ届いていなかった様子グレネード投げるけどそしてブルー
うわでも勝ちきるんですよね
抑えましたねただ回復できて回復させてポイントは稼いでいるウクライナただ何新テクニックしかしバツリンズからのグレネードで倒されてしまいました
ずっと邪魔してますよねバツリンズ
あれグレネード何があったマジで真下に入ってたからなんか
いや多分ですけど本当に爆発した瞬間に移動のタイミングかぶせた
ダメージ通ってたんですよねダメージあの距離でダメージ通るってことは普通距離的にはね飛んでる距離だと思うんですよよくわからない新しいテクニックが発見され
たのかどうか
る瞬間かもしれませんけど初めて見た気がする結構不可解なんかねなんか1割残るとかだったら全然わかるんですけどね、全然ダメージ取ってないんで不思議高いですけれども西側に対して広がっていってますがエリア的なきついかなドイツはタコツボ戦略タコツボ作戦ただ
これはもうタコツボ作戦でいいんですかこれも呼び名
タコツボとしか言いようがなくないですか
モグラって呼んじゃってますよ僕の中で
ツボかモグラ叩き風ではありますけど
でもこれ強いですよねいやこれ強すぎますよね
Aries just put himself a kill leader for this game as well, so not bad there at all.
タコツボ号っていうですねブリオの残号ねフォックスホールって言った方がかっこいいですけど英語だとフォックスホールなので
そうですね
なんでタコツボなの逆に日本語
いやわかんないですよそれは僕のね疑問でした
ここでグレネードが大量に襲い来る
いや韓国か
韓国ありそうですねもうエリアコントロールが効いている
一番好きなあれですよねプレイの仕方ですよね韓国の
お得意のパターンですねいやしかしタイ代表もね打ち合いフィジカル本当にピカイチのプレイヤーがね揃ってますからさあどうなるかやはりサリュートとソウルが揃えば違うサリュートとソウルはいないけどこの新しいメンバーでね韓国勝つことができるかどうか
11 p.m. at the moment in South Korea. It is getting late here, but the South Korean fans are going to be staying for this one if Korea is able to get a victory in game number 3 of the day. Still though, you're going up against huge names on the other side here. The Made in Thailand boys alongside Tigger here from Full Sense try and do something. A lot of smoke's going down. How much util has Thailand saved? Kiss has a few nades in hand.
血が取れてるのが韓国という状況なんですが、足が見えてるけどちょっと要注意。うわ、これね、刺さりそうだけどギリギリ耐えてる。あ、まずい。これ当たりますよ。当たる。
当たるんだそれ。2枚同時、しかも
過剰なパンツァーファースが襲いかかる。さあ、そして終わらせるなら早い方がいいですよねというところでプレッシャーを受けて、なんと爆発でした。
韓国のね、そのスピード感でやられてしまうと崩されますからね、どっかしら。
You go, well, you can't see it right now, but I got my Jeremy Clarkson smug face on right now because that was my fantasy team beating Mark's fantasy team in that fight at the end game. So nice to see. But honestly, a few teams at the wrong side of the leaderboard, like Germany making some big moves, Turkey, better performance from them. That long break looks like some of the players were ready coming back from it.
Yeah, definitely. The boys here able to fly their flag high on home soil. Good for them. Good for them to get things rolling. Of course, as all of these players fighting against maybe some fatigue here to get day number 1 rolling, but we call it as it is, right? Like these things happen in esports. And South Korea is going to be able to weather the storm for this one. Let's take a look back at those highlights and see how it all went down. Because some of these teams did come back alive, Matrim, right? Like we saw Finland and Germany going head to head. Germany, this is a very important game for them because they look.
ソンジャも PWS の MVP ということで、PGS ね、今年前半参加できてなかったですけれども、韓国国内だとかなり活躍をしてますからね。あれ韓国代表はなんかどのメンツでも連携とかの面ではね、常に安定感が普通にありますね。
長年やってる選手が多いですし、やっぱコミュニケーションの仕方も割ともう似ちゃってるんじゃないですかね、韓国チーム内でも。
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. It's controlled. It felt controlled from them. The only thing I'd take away was that Ukraine, they ended on night at 9 kills. Insane. Like, if you want to stop them climbing the leaderboard, if you want to give that level of control and play, you've got to deny these guys getting kills because they might not be getting a win here, but they're bagging huge amounts of points.
Yeah, I mean, there was a kind of almost a slow bleed out in moments there for Ukraine on that west side, right? You know, you lose one and then eventually you're going to have to go up against a few teams third-partying you, Thailand being the one to be able to put the nail in the coffin there towards the end, Gibson. There won't always be the all-stars to be able to take out Ukraine, right? So everybody's got to step up.
Look, I think there was a bit of an alliance, as you said, 4 or 5 teams it took to take them down in the end, and even at that, it wasn't easy.
ウクライナの戦い方、なんか思い切っててめっちゃ好きですね、僕。4人いなかったら、もうとりあえず少ないとこを探して、そこに突っ込むみたいな。で、できる限りのキルポイントを取る。
わかりやすいですよね。なんか、
わかりやすい。
あんまりこうそういう動きをしてるチームいないような気がするんですよね、最近。
いや、本当にいないですよ。
だって成功す
るの難
しいし、みたいな。粘った方が期待値あるかもなみたいな状況とかも当然あるわけじゃないですか。
粘りの仕方がもう違いますもんね。
going balls to the wall.
Well, a big part of PUBG is understanding how the teams move next to you, you know, kind of what the meta, you know, like
さあ韓国ドンカツ、ただちょっとそうですね、マッチ1と続いてますけれど、マッチ2はねブラジルめちゃくちゃポイント取ったんですけど、マッチ1、2はドンカツ獲得しても、そんなにポイント取れてないみたいな感じになってますね。韓国も耐えてのドンカツ。
中国、あんなに結構無理やり真ん中降りて、ああ、これきついかなと思ってたんですけど、もう5ポイントも取れてるんですね、意外と。
確かに。あと、トータルリーダーボード31、31、31、29。おお、なんという僅差。まだ中間層もドンカツ1回で余裕で、トップに追いつけるという状況ではありますけれども、かなりポイントなだらかですね、各チーム。
そうですね、まあまだ、一つのチームがバーンって上がるわけではなく、取れるチームがポイント取っているっていう印象ですね。まあ、あるべき姿かもしれませんが、ちょっとサバイバルステージでウクライナだけが鈍化するみたいなことが多かったんで、ちょっと慣れてしまいましたね、目がそっち側に。
アームズマッチは白という4キル獲得。
Yeah, they're doing all right. They're doing all right. I had similar conflict within me when I was looking through it, right? Because yes, an amazing day number 1 on the survival stage. Day 2 was a bit wishy-washy, not like what I would really like to see as a follow-up for that day number 1. But anyway,
but for the
we
price,
look across.
The price, they're so good for their price. That was the thing that got me. They were so cheap. I was like, nah, I've got to get it for this.
Yeah, but do you know who else was good for the price that was kind of similar? Brazil, right? Like, you could, so,
I got
like,
both.
There was a, yeah, well, okay, fair play then. All right, I'll shut up.
There's a reason that my roster might have had like $180,000 sitting around. It just felt like the right way to go.
Yeah, that was an amazing smackdown. Thank you very much, Matthew. It was like, sit down, Kalari, choke slam, bang.
Go back to talking about the United Kingdom.
Yeah, who's on my fantasy roster and maybe they're not doing so well, Gibson.
Oh, well, look, I was doing okay. It's just Germany's letting me down. I've got obviously Ukraine because everybody does. Like, I don't sound like a big brain saying that, but I went for Brazil too, and it came down to looking back historically. Like, them and Argentina, I think combined have the most wins in PNC as we look at a chicken that these teams, of course, are hoping to get. That really threw me off, by the way, just that chicken stream. But I'm impressed. Even Brazil, right? They won that fight with Argentina, and Sparking managed. I know that you're in a bad spot, but he got an extra point out of that game by just surviving inside the blue. So when you're having a bad game, it's about maximizing your points still. And I think Brazil did a good job of that time around.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Turkey here is just there waiting in for the next game, game number 4. I think the gloves are off now. Like, yeah, exactly. The balaclavas are on, the gloves are off. Fancy. His team. Ukraine, Brazil.
Oh, no, Korea. That's pretty good.
Oh, my team.
He's got my team, except I went for Germany.
ファンタジーリーグ、ファンタジーリーグの画面がそのまま映してくれるけど。
この人、あれですよね、ケース上げてる人ですよね。
ああ、確かに。
PUBG の。
That is true. How deep are we into the broadcast now?
Do you think, James? Do you think Turkey will hold on to the positioning, or do you think these teams will start to learn the changes of the map and the?
まあ海外のね、いろんなゲームで、やっぱり会場でね。ノートパソコン持ち込んだりしてケース開けるの流行ってますけど。
Thanks for asking me a question. I like that. That's fun. No, I don't believe so. Even though, of course, I do empathize with EMEA as a whole.
Not just a game. This is Battle Royale って懐かしいな。
Consistency from Turkey yet, right? Like, and
ランドルートサバイブとかもなんか。
And even regionally as well. They've clearly been able to gel very nicely so far here at PNC. But I think as the days go on, I think some of these insane rosters will eventually coagulate and push a team like this down. Do you agree here, Gibson? No?
I don't know. It's PNC's just different though, right? Like, you look at when UK got a first and a second back-to-back years, the players weren't necessarily dominating the global stage at that time, and You know, even last year, there's people disappointed maybe with how some of the performances from the players outside of PNC from Vietnam were. So I'm not quite sure. Like, I shared my concerns about Turkey
イ
with
ギリ
you,
ス、
but
フィリピンも
even
ち
if
ょっ
you
と
look
頑張
at
っ
it,
て
they're
ほしい
still
ですけど
having
ね。
good
フ
days.
ァン
It's
タ
not
ジ
as
ーリ
if
ー
day
グ、
one they
ウ
were
クライ
way
ナ
up
と
here
韓
and
国
day
と
two they were there. Their day
イ
two
ギリ
was
スと
still
フィリピンと
pretty high as far as the floor
いや、
was
フィリピンは本当に頑張ってほしい。シンプルに。まあ、ファンタジーリーグもありますけ
a
ど、
lot more people's fantasy teams tomorrow.
I like it. I like it.
ね
I'm
関心なん
I
で。
want disagreement with each other
は
on
い
these desks.
ハー
All
フ
right?
フィリピ
So
ン。
more of that, please, boys. All right, what we're going
ハー
to
フ
do
フィ
is
リ
we're
ピ
going
ン
to go
何
to a short break and take a look in with Neutral, who's going to play some charades. I imagine with Bella.
Chicken, pizza.
Hello everyone, welcome to a sit-down game time with Bella, and today is Team Neutral. Hello guys. Hello. Today we will be playing a game of charades. So you have to pick one teammate to be the charader. Who do you want to pick?
A doozy.
A doozy?
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, currently the one with the most answers is Team USA.
Oh.
They hold the record of 8. Can you win Team USA?
No.
No? Okay, let's find out. 3, 2, 1.
Духи, парфюм, водка, beer.
Oh, Batu's killing it.
Ковбой. Skip.
Skip? Okay. They keep challenging you.
Chicken, pizza, sausage.
Okay. You kind of look like one.
Dancer, rapper, singer. Skip.
Skip.
Surfer.
I think it's a pretty good description. Oh, let's see how many you got correct. I think you actually did pretty good. These are good. You're good at this.
He is.
6. Oh no, it's because we skipped a couple.
I skipped both, like two.
Oh, well, you now hold the second place. So, all right, well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Bye.
안녕하세요. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a sit-down business talk time with Bella and Team Norway. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
All right, well, it's time to get to game number 4. It will be Rondo on the way.
おー、試合の方がどうやら始まっているようなので、試合の方を見てまいりましょうか。
やっぱそうですよね。インターバル入りました
なんか、あれですね、多分試合間で1個ずつぐらいなんか見ていこうみたいな感じだった
ですね。
はい。どうやら行き過ぎてしまったみたいして試合の方がどうやら始まっていますので、試合の方を見てまいりましょう。PUBG ネーションズカップ2026インソールグランドファイナルマッチ4ロンドンのスタートでございます。
Very much on the south side of this flight path, though, and these teams, there actually might be a couple of clashes.
Yeah, there might just be, and I think one that we're really interested to see is what happens in and around test track. Remember yesterday we had, or sorry, 2 days ago we had that fight where Neutral were under pressure. You saw pressure coming in from Denmark, so we're curious to see what actually happens over by test track. But for the moment, let's look at Korea. They won the last map, Mark. They did a great job. I think the numbers just told for them in the end, though.
Look, that's a confidence boost, right? You can get a win like that on home soil. And it did feel controlled. As the guy said, it felt controlled as they sort of worked their way up. As a result, they close out the game and they close out in style. So the only thing for me, the only takeaway is to try and stop Ukraine from so many kills. There's no Gibson in his late west side in Germany. Your fantasy pick is right in the middle.
Yeah, they're not going too well at the minute, but hey, they got a nice wipe against USA in the last map. But the thing for me is, remember, we don't have the land ratio anymore, so this circle could progressively keep going towards the west and get worse and worse and worse. as the time
確かに
progresses.
そのまま西に行く可能性だってある。
Worse for the players. Remember, what's good for the viewers is not always what's good for the players. But
I missed that.
I want to talk about China, right? We saw them on the screen for a second. They were really expensive in fantasy. I think they were like the third or fourth most expensive team. They're not going well. 8 points across 3 maps, Mark, and it doesn't even seem like they've been in many gunfights.
No. But you got to remember who's on that team, right? It's an all-star 17 with Spaceman from 4 AM on there as well. So, yes, they're not firing on cylinders, but I still think the teams that haven't played the survival stage, they are clearly still not used to the way the zone shifts. And when you get put out on rotation like this, because you haven't descended towards the zone, unfortunately, you do fall.
You know what's really funny to me? We always joke about the fact that Liquid have like zone Teflon, like the zone just does not go anywhere near them. They've decided to go for the Liquid drops here, Team USA, and wouldn't you know, over by Mayram, which I suppose isn't exactly stadium, they're still as far away from the circle as any other team in the lobby.
Still think USA are playing well. I know they're chasing circle, but look at Shrimsy in that last game. The ability to kind of just seek swap and then turn around and get AJ, get number points, obviously for the team. I think as well. I think again it's a team for me that will come to more games that we play. And it's that 50-50 split. 50 the team, 50% of the team plays a certain way.
そうでしたっけ？ あ、そっか。そうかも。
いや、結構適当言ってるかもしれないです。
But he's an outstanding gunner. He's got final cylinders for me. It won't be long before we see him in the kill feed.
初めてか。
There's a reason why Liquid picked him up, and I think he's a phenomenal player. I think
個
he's
人的に
kind of the next one up in the Americas, and I think we're yet to see the best of him. And I think that we will see it before the weekend is over.
ああ、そうなんですよ。僕、ソンジャンですね、割と。まあでも TPP はどうなんだろう。ちょっと TPP になってからちょっと分かんないですね。
そう、ヘザ初めて。あとソンジャンも初めて。
そうですね、ソンジャンも初めてですね。確かベゴパでしたよね、前は。
ソンジャンそうですね、ベゴパにいました。ベゴパジェン
そうです。
その前は、あの最強の OG エンタスフォースにいましたから。OG N エンタフォース、OG N エンタスフォース。ナムワンになって。
Well, they've got another opportunity to run it back. Remember, they dropped in Jaltine, and that's exactly where the circle went. I think the big problem for them is the fact that they wanted to go further west, but the UK have already taken that spot away. And in a circle like this, Mark, playing right on the western periphery of the map is a really good thing to do, because it means you're not going to get flanked. You only really have to focus inward into the circle without any
それでまだ PWS MVP 取れるぐらい強いんだ。すごいな。
やっぱ年はあまり関係ないと思いますよ。PUBG。
Let's have a look at Kisto, as the 2026 record champion, MVP and champion, as they are the only team so far to go back-to-back on PGS. And then this is why this team excites me. This is why I risked it when it came down to fantasy, because you look at this, and again, like USA, it's a split roster, right? But he's an all-star, Gibson, an absolute all-star.
You risked it by going for Thailand, the team with players who dominated the international scene this year, sir.
直近 PGS を荒らし回りましたからね。
It's a bold strat. I couldn't afford them. They were too expensive.
とんでもない勝ち方してたけど。
I just think it was a risk, you know. So we watched
It's a risk in my back pocket, I can tell you that.
Yeah, but I think for Thailand, they're another one of those regions where it's just so hard to.
割と急に出てきた印象があるんですけど、キス選手。
キス選手、そうですね。
なんか、A パックの試合見て、どこだっけな？
フォレストナチュラル。
フォレストですよね。ですよね。
すごい。
クラッチ見せてから、おみたいな。
今フィリピン、おお、CG！
おお、よく見た。
からのかっきり。あ、そしてこちら検問。ガチ検問に対して正面からガチ突破を狙っていくけども、釣れてしまった。これは。これ粉砕されてしまう。
Oh, that's horrible for Turkey as well, because that's the final. Sheila's
さあ、そしてタイはフィリピンに対しての反撃ですね。スキャッピーが足元を抜いている。
On the trying defensive, they lost the player, but now that's
リアグレネードでベールのソー抑えて、挟まれていた状況は打開したようですね、フィリピン。
だってこっから囲い込みに行くんじゃないですかね、エア選手は。
ダイヤ一気に車両を使って、
引きましたね、スキャッピーは。ただそれを追いかける選手に対して。
それは大丈夫か。大丈夫か。タイは2人掛けの状態でこの後動き続けるという形にはなっているでしょうか。おっと。
Of your corner of your screen is now going to be descended. So they have to come back, and Turkey only as a solo now, complete reset for that team.
Yeah, and they're looking at Thailand as well. Just the two players, Scappy and Kiss. They'll need to work.
いいグレネード。見ている。目がいい。
Sparking hits a headshot, but it ain't enough to get the
ド
job
ライブ
done.
ファインプレッシャーいく。
Sparking's forced into cover. Vietnam might take this fight.
やばすぎる。ただビエルがタンブを抑えていて、ビエルがチームをスパーキングを救っている。あったけー。これビエルのカバーがなかったら終わってましたね。ただこれはカバーとか関係なく、重力5を制す。さあ前段ぶち込めば煙は吹くぞ。出てきた。ナイスカバー。ブラジルなかなか素晴らしいアグレッシブなプレーが見えている感じですけれども、ちょっとなんかマップス、なんかおかしくないですか、この試合。大丈夫か。セーフゾーンに入れてるチーム少なくないか。さあドイツが全力やばい。ナイストライではありましたけれども、これブラジル、うまくしのげるか。サークルはものすごいところに行き、そして各チームは全然セーフゾーンに入れていない。セーフゾーンの中はファイトの連続。これえげつないことになっていますけど、ウクライナもこれ
北めちゃくちゃ混んでますけど、南からもだんだんと来ますからね、別チーム。
いや、やっぱね、フェーズ1、フェーズ2短くなってる影響ありますよね。ロンドン陸路長いですから。端っこ、知らない場所で戦ってる。見たことない、この辺り。
Looking to try and climb their hill out in the west, and they just get the tail end of China as they retreat down to the south.
Yeah, Xiaowu just going to move into that compound alongside Spaceman, and they'll be the nightmare neighbors for the Team UK for quite a while now as these two teams hold center circle compounds. Algenbots is back in the action now as he'll go look for some loot. This is the problem with coming in a circle like this. There's not a lot of compounds that he can actually land in to try get some loot, so he's scout for the team. Try and stay in the air as long as you can and let your team know what's happening elsewhere.
I think that's all he can play at the moment. Keep going south, he's seen the Argentina cars coming underneath him as well, so you know roughly where they are. Sheila's obviously found somewhere to hide.
いや、ブラジル好調と言っていいでしょうか。
Finland haven't got involved in an early hot drop fight and engaging as they find themselves now in zone.
Yeah, but they're still going. Where are the South American teams? Where can I find a last American team that I can go head to head with at this point? And
キス選手はバレたい e スポーツで売れてたり、あと PCS は出てたのかな。出てたとは思うんですけど、その後はね、そこまで結果残せていなかったので、フォレストナチュラルっていうチームがすごいのか、コーチがすごいのか、何があったのか、急激に
切れたのか、
表してきましたね。コミュニティアワードで今年お 今年から世界大会に進出勝ち上がってきて活躍した選手選んでねっていう投票あったんですけど、自分完全に忘れてて、それキス選手に投票して無効票になったんですけど。いやでもね、自分以外にも投票してる人いたんで、やっぱり去年のフォレストのねデビューっていうのはかなり鮮烈だった。
もう印象的でしたよね。
いやもう他のインパクトチーム、上位だったチームは、ね、結構苦しめられる中でも、フォレストめちゃくちゃ世界大会初っ端からトップを取ってっていう、なんだろう。
まあイジーが難しそうでしたけどね、やっぱりその順位の。ポテンシャルはあるとは思うんですけど、安定させるのがやっぱ難しそうですね。
今年はもう2回ね、イージス取ってますからね。はい。かなり熱いリージョンだと思います。
Just to keep you guys up to date, they are working their way on the southwest now as they've gone for a long rotation, but they've not had the meds. They've actually lost two of their players trying to get to install more
トルコのシラがグスタフを狙いますが。本当に知らない地形で戦ってる。
なんか本当に何もないですね。
何もないですね。あ、戻ってきた。ああ、おーしら。ああ、しかしビーミがカバーして抑えましたね。地形的には第一になっているので使えなくはなさそうですね。初めて
どこここ
本当に見たことないですからね。
especially when you're rotating past in one though.
さすがにちょっと選手も困惑するので、そもそもランドレシオあるなし関係なく、ロンドンって端っこの方でファイトすることあんまないですからね。大会だと。ハカトリがここでフィリピンに捕まってしまいましたね。
移動中で落とされましたよね、だいぶ。
はいな移動だけでもう残り1人。
今起こしたんで、こっからじゃないですかね。でもここ起きたとしてもどこで漁るんですかね。
なんもないですね、漁るとこ。
いや、本当に。
真ん中集落イギリスが抑えていますし、なんか1個だけポツンとちっちゃい集落ありますけど、味方のところに降りて武器分けてもらって戦うか、箱を探すかとか。さあフィリピン飛んだ。振り返った。あー危ない。グレネードが来て情報が多い。1-1のトレードなんですけれども、グスタフがめちゃくちゃいいアングルを抑えている。さあ味方に対してのカバーに待ってることが突っ込んでいった CJ がケタを抑えて活気に戻る。あーグスタフのポジション。おっグスタフがこっちも好きそう。こっち悪い。あーそしてタイはベトナムとブラジルからの攻撃をもらってしまって、ここでフィリピンエンヤ違うあれだフィンランドの去ったか。フィンランドが西側に来たんですね。さあそしてフィリピン攻めてアルゼンチンもやってきました。漁夫ラッシュすぎる。
漁夫としてアルゼンチンも来たんですけど、フィンランドも一緒に来たんで、これアルゼンチンが戻ってる間にフィンランドが顔出したら、これとんでもないことになりますよ、アルゼンチン。
これアルゼンチンの取ったポジションに対してウクライナが気づけば侵入している。ブースティックは武器1本 M161 本なんかやるか大ダメージを与えてるけどエミックス抑えて残るはディフィクス1人。いやグレネードがある。あー苦しそうだ。あの状況から1ポイント取れただけでもよしとするか。なんならこの収縮なのでプレイスメントポイント取れそうではありますねウクライナ。ブラジルと韓国が依然健在。
Not the case. They have put themselves in a bit of a trench. Now they've got to dig
です
down, lock in
な
for
け
this
なし
game
の
and
ピコ
pray
バスが破壊され
there's
そう。
no back to the south.
I remember Tony's using those 7.62
アメリカ
rounds, but I want to
西から
highlight again just how little ammo Brazil
他に張り
have
付き
after
ま
all
した
those
が
earlier fights. So just keep that in mind
やっとアメリカが入りましたけど、こっからですか。
おっと、ニュートラルがこれ出ませんか、イギリスの位置に対して。
Neutral now crashing the compound.
突貫してますね。
Kingdom are, so they've got to try and manage this, and this is what worries me. They
韓国動く。
get left and they get exposed, they get divided. Free on one side. Unfortunately for Michael, he's been left to his own devices, but he has a Panzer in hand. If he can get an opening knock, he might be able to get a point and trade out.
Yeah, and Michael sprays with the 4x on the M4.
パンツァーファースト。
Really do any damage of note as Brazil starts to sneak up onto the hill in this
おー、
compound.
タデューチのグレネードが
グレネ
マイケルに刺さった。そして
パンツァーがなくなりました、これで。しかも起こせない。
グレネードとスモークで手前の塀から敵を剥がして、そのまま戦線を押し上げていきたいニュートラル。イギリスはもうエリアが全然なくなってしまっていて、しかもブラジルもちょっとプレッシャーをかけてきそうな素振りを見せているんですけれども、次の収縮があるんで、それを見たいというところでしょうか。真ん中南寄りです。
見たことありません。ここなんち。
見たことありません。はい、本当に見たことがない。まあ、ロンドンはね、まだ全然見たことないアンチだなっていう出ますからね。そんなに時間経ってないし、しかも陸地めちゃくちゃ多いんで。
これ、プレイ可能な場所どこですかね、ここ。
アメリカの顔ちょっともう外れちゃってますけど、南西の高台はまだ使えそうですかね。フィンランドの位置。窮屈そうです、ね。
南西の丘で北西から撃たれません？
撃たれそうですね。なんかてっぺん取ってたら多分撃たれる気がしますね。
これ真南しか無理じゃないですか。これだってマップでしか喋れませんよ、僕ら。どうなるか。
アメリカはもう移動が必要。
なんか特貫しようとしてません？
に対して特貫するルートを選んでたっぽいですね。さあそして韓国代表、ここでニュートラルに対して特貫。しかしレバントの迎撃のグレネード。しかもソンジャンがさらにアドゥージから抜かれ、いやー、良くない位置で止められてしまったか。ヘザーのグレネードは刺さったんですが、ルーがヘザーを抑えていて、ギュミングのグレネードがただしレバンテに刺さり、ワンオンツー。なんとか一体韓国代表。
We'll dip into that dip for now. Hide behind the peak of Batulins. He's going to try airburst that nade. It goes up over the high ground. That's a great
足元注意。
right in the dip.
Yeah, playing more basketball as it comes off the backboard.
ただイギリスが迫ってきているが、ただブラジル初戦でイギリスも抜かれてしまってますね。
I don't know. It's just magic. Maybe it's home bias. Maybe it's
ニュートラルこれワンチャン4人生存の未来あるのか。
いやどうでしょう。
アメリカなん
難しそうですよ。
中国への特貫ではなく、この位置の南側に張り付けに来たようなんですが、ちょっとブラジルと中国の射線もらいすぎていて耐えれなそうですね。シュリムジー倒れ、フラグ刺さる。アメリカ全滅。ブラジルは現在38ポイントからのバツリンズ。さあインドネシアの特貫を迎撃。3人生存ですけど、もう1人起こせるかこれ。ギュミンはこの状況動きするチャンスをかかっていますが、グレネードはたくさんあるんでなんとか生かしたい。フェーズ5終了するとさすがにパルスめちゃくちゃ痛いですよ。耐えれるか。
いや中国の特貫の方が良かったかもしれないですね。アメリカ
思ったより渋い結果になってしまいましたね。
やっぱ TPP だと 難しいですね。どうにかなんないですね。間違った位置入ってしまったら。FPP だったらね、弾幕とか、いろいろ耐えれる手段はあるんですけど、DPP 無理ですね。
いやー、ショートバッチリ効かれてるんだよな。あ、しかもおー、バスリンズが指に打ちに来ましたね。ニュートラルよく耐えてるけれども、ただ1名はデッドしてしまった。
まあでも、
本当に
先に戦ったイギリスに対してももうワンノック取ってるんで、もう3人っていうのは分かってるはずなんで、この3対3制することができるかどうか。
ブラジルはベトナムを抑えないといけないのと、南側もまあコントロールしたいんで、北のファイトに介入してくるかどうかは未知数。一騎打ちとなるか、ニュートラルとイギリス。
And I think that he's going to wait until we get into the pay for fight window, right? If he can wait gets 8th or 7th, that's when he'll activate on Brazil. That's when he'll become the real problem. But UK
いやー、さっきせっかく塀からイギリスは剥がしたんですが、また仕切り直しという感じですね、ニュートラルにとっては。ウクライナここで全滅となりましたが、プレイスメントポイント1ポイントをもぎ取ってますね。さあ、バードのフラグ。からのフェックス。おー、いいスイング。ただブラジルからの車線があって、バードがアドゥージを倒し、判断は良かったんですけれども、イギリスが耐えているか。おー、イギリス耐えきれない。ブラジルが先に抑えきった。さあ、ニュートラル。
ブラジル、これ、張り付くありますよ。張り付きましたね。
さあ、ニュートラルの鼻先を抑えて展開を阻止。一旦この位置キープでいいですもんね。
ただ、これまだいるって知ってますよね。
For Brazil, they're also online. Tony looking for that pre-nade around the outside to see if anyone's kind of lurking there. Good hit for him, but no damage has been done. Sparking does find his way in towards the compound, but with the blue zone pushing.
このルーの屋根上使えてたら使って。
Yeah, that drop's going to give away the audio cue though to Sparking, so he knows that he's off the roof, and both players now have the blue at their back, so they'll get into the Blanco, they'll get on the move, but this is bait, he moves up to the next compound, they've still left another player
最低限でも展開して対抗しようとしていますが、サークルにまず入れていない。
まあ、手前のスパーキング、まあ、奥をノックさせて手前のスパーキングを倒さないといけないですね、順番的に。それが綺麗に手前のスパーキングだけを抜いてから無理やり張り付くか。
いやー、これスパーキングがミスしない限りブラジルのフォーメーション崩すのは難しそう。グレネードがね、もうないですもんね。
It's like they're not fighting for the kills. It's like they're fighting to ensure they get more arrows.
さあ、南はフィンランドとドイツ、どちらももうポジションがなくなってきているという状況。中国が的確にコントロールしている。ニュートラル限界が来そうだ。さあ、トニーがルーを抜いて。いや、もう上下の車線は本当にどうにもならん。苦しすぎるニュートラル。南がほぼほぼ中国のものになりそうなので早く終わらせに行きたいというところで、さあ仕掛けるけどバツリンズがほぼほぼノーダメージ1枚取って、あ、これ回復しようとしたのか。ただスタンもらってタイミングがずれてしまった。プラグレネード、ビエルがバツリンズを抑えて、中国が張り付いてきていたけど、どうだ、シャオがスパーキング抜いている。11の トレード中国。さあそのまま、おおティャンのプッシュ
倒しきりましたね。
2-2 でブラジル差し切った。いやただ起こしに行くのは大変ですけど、
いやそうですね。
ケインズがじゃあ一人で何ができるんだというところでもあります。
ああ全員いたと思いましたね。
ああシャウしっかり待っていた。中国が賭けに勝ちました。最後の戦いブラジルをめちゃくちゃよくやっていたんですが、2人だけとりあえず送って張り付いてエリアをコントロールしようみたいな多分プランだったはずなんですけど、いけるぞ行ったれっていう感じで仕掛けて勝ち切りましたね。
いやブラジル綺麗な展開するなと思ってたんですけど、一瞬で潰されましたね。
ブラジル結構今年優勝してもおかしくないぐらい安定感ありますけどね。
うん。多分ずっとこすられますよ。フューリアのあれとか、今日も言ってましたけど、ポイント計算ミス。
But at the moment, looks like they're trying to take the win from PNC. I like the management we see from him. I did feel this game was about kind of like ammo management, and they had to take fights to try and, I suppose, restock to a degree. But the time they take the fights is critical. Look at UK. They knew that UK were above them. They waited in the kill feed. They saw UK having to take the fight with neutral.
まあでもある程度固まったポイントはブラジル取れてるし安定はしてますね。中国がうまかったってだけな気はしますけどね、今のは。もうブラジルのミスっていうよりは。
ブラジル、1枚取られずとも倒すことができたかもみたいなリソース状況であったんですけど、グレネードもね、残しておきたかったでしょうし、体入れて打っちゃうみたいな選択をしたんでしょうけど。考
え方としては悪く、まあでも、まあそっか、手前
た感はちょっとあるかもしれないですね。でも中国、
そっか、手前予定を倒しきるっていう全力でいくスタイル、ウクライナのスタイルだったらドンカツしてたかもしれないですね。
But these last two here, Matchroom have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, Germany kind of came in with very minimal expectations. They did manage to skip over doing all the qualification stuff, and they just jumped straight into the grand final. And they were kind of like, okay, well, like the entirety of the world was like, hey, let's talk about China, let's talk about South Korea. Germany holding down a 7th place right now is very far above expectations, and if they can keep this up, this is holding down a great position for them overall. I mean, this is a squad that you can't necessarily call a dark horse, but definitely breaking what you were expecting them to be at, which would be a little bit more towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Especially in a very trying day, right? That is going to be difficult here, Mark.
Yeah, look, I don't feel allowed to really to Germany. I think they've come in here. I think we look at last year's Germany roster, and you'd argue that maybe he's a little bit stronger because of the synergy. Then we look at this roster, obviously, and with Justice there, he's working their way through a different team. They've obviously seen on regionals, didn't quite get through in the end. And Chris, obviously, historically playing with Pains, they haven't played the survival stage, and I think the guys are doing really well.
Yeah, very well done so far. Good to see, as eventually we'll take a look at the numbers that have come in from this game and how they all do break down. I was impressed that China was able to hold that whole compound for as they did. The one thing that I was surprised by, though, is thatさあドンカツ獲得は中国ですけれども、ドンカツ獲得チームが20ポイント超えないという試合が3つもありますね。今日ここまで4試合してきて17、16、14と上位3チームのポイント獲得が非常に伸びているという試合で、ウクライナも2ポイントは取ってるんですけど、
海外のキャスターは同じこと言ってますね。やっぱ北側のチームが誰も中国の集落行かなかったのはちょっとびっくりですねっていう。まあ主に多分アメリカだと思うんですけど。
アメリカは良かっただろうな。
いやアイディアはあったと思うんですよね。やっぱウェイポイント指してたし、なんなら。
And again, they're getting distance on some extremely strong squads here, Gibson.
They really are. And again, people rule them out because a lot of people might think they're not the glamorous pick. You look at their price on fantasy. You have to remember that Brazil historically just win maps when it comes to PNC. It's what they do. And they've kicked off the day the right way. Again, I highlighted BL early. It's another MVP performance for him. Something I love about BL is he's almost your ultimate wingman. He's never the point man, but when somebody needs help, he's there. Like remember,
ブラジルがトップと位置を変わらず。
変わらないですね。
Yep, looking great, looking really good here for number one. If you're Brazil and you get another good result from this game, the lead that you could potentially build into a day number 2 here for PNC will be monumental. So hey, let's have our fingers crossed here for Brazil, because it will be awesome to see these guys actually be able to get a win. Because whenever you kind of meet them on LAN as well, Matchroom, they're always just so happy, happy, and really kind of just nice to be around as a whole.
As long as you don't catch them practicing playing football, right? If you catch them actually playing football, then everybody is mad all the time. But yeah, these guys are some of the nicest guys you can hang out with.
相当伸ばせますね。ただブラジルと中国の競り合いみたいな感じには一旦なってくるの。
These guys are just so good, and respect what it's due for Brazil. Phenomenal play coming out from them. But China, thank you for finally getting something. I was starting to get worried. You were down like in the bottom 3. That's what nobody was expecting.
All right, we're almost in the final leg here for day number 1 of PNC 2026. So thank you very much for sticking around. I can't even find my words. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we have got one more game here for day number 1.
さあということで、インターバルでですね。あと、はい、インターバルに入らせていただきます。放送再開まで言いましょう。お待ちください。一旦失礼いたします。
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
What makes your country, your team, strong at this year's PNC?
I think we had a lot of good preparations. That's what makes us really ready for this tournament.
Can you elaborate on that, James? What kind of prep work did you guys do?
We went over our flight tickets, made sure that we went to the right country.
Yes.
And here we are.
We know you guys as PUBG, the gamers side, right? But let's see what you guys would be if you weren't a professional gamer.
If I weren't a gamer, I would probably be a businessman.
What kind of business?
That's a good question. Maybe a tailoring shop.
All right, I can see that. Well, what about you, James?
Probably be a businessman. Tailoring shop, maybe.
So creative here.
I would be the boss of the tailoring business.
Ben?
I'll be the tailor.
You be the tailor, the actual. All right, thank you. Can you teach me a Norwegian greeting or like a bye?
Ha det bra.
Ha det bra?
Yeah, it's like goodbye.
Ha det bra. Wait, okay. Ha det bra.
Ha det bra.
There it is, the Google Play Point. These points get you more than a high score. Play, earn, and redeem them for exclusive rewards that supercharge your gameplay. Or score the latest must-have gear and up your game with sweet accessories. You're already winning. Now go get the rewards with Google Play Points. Redeem now and go reward yourself.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips, so you can hear bad guys better, Hear whatever you want, better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory. For the first time ever,
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Me? Malta? Me? I know, but why are we looking at me when you said it?
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. With me is Team GBR or United Kingdom. Hello guys.
Hello.
Yeah. Did you guys say GBR is a mouthful?
Yeah. Yeah.
Too much confusion.
All right, today's game is Never Have I Ever.
Okay.
Never
Yeah, you guys all know that game. We should decide what the penalty would be first.
No dancing, please.
No dancing?
No dancing. I just like a tweet. You get a tweet someone. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. We pick it as a collective.
Because it's only 4 of you, we'll start with 4 fingers up.
All right, never have I ever been to Italy.
Oh, really?
You haven't been.
So you don't put a finger down?
Yes.
I have.
Thank you, T-Bone.
Yep.
Thank you. Wonderful. What a leader.
Okay. Never ever been to Malaysia.
I've been, no?
We went last year. Exactly. Put your finger down. Well, you've been like 10 times.
Okay.
Never have I ever smoked a cigarette.
Ooh.
No one smokes cigarette,
Michael,
no?
are you? What finger are you on now?
Wait, but I can't do that. Fingers don't work that way. Never ever eat octopus.
Oh.
Let's rock it. One more Erangel here for day number 1 of PNC 2026. And hey, guess what? I can see the timer on the map feed as well. Whoa, this man painted in all these different colors. He's going to have to step aside as we get into our final game. Thank you very much, Gibson and Mark, for that great insight here at this segment. Once again, as me and Matrim will finish things off here for the games for today. We're finally here, game number 5. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
We made it! Game number 5 time. Everything finishes out day number 1 right here. China finally coming alive. We've been seeing Brazil absolutely pop off while we've still got squads like Ukraine on the hunt, and now on to Erangel. Means the fact that we're on home turf for everybody. It's gonna be a bloodbath brewing.
Yowie wowie, let's get it going. Yes! All right, okay, we've got them all dropping on down. We've got that southern plain path, which does make it a little bit hard for the stretch here to the north.
Millie,
にはならなさそうってだけぐらい
ですかね。This feels like it's kind of going to pull that direction. See if we make anybody go for it. Maybe Finland looks like they're going to go down that way. Thailand's just going to do their normal short, thin kind of bridge drop. So instead, everybody just kind of playing along the coastline. And given the way that the last Erangel went, I know it was a while ago. Coastline played, not necessarily a bad call.
You know, Matrim, that is exactly what I was going to say. I was like, just wait for exactly the same circle with exactly the same amount of water in, because for some reason, I've seen a lot of circles down there, especially in PEC. Yeah. Like, we had a lot of first circles down on that angle towards Milter and Mini mill to power. But anyway, let's find out where we are going. In just a few seconds, it will pop. As oh no, we're going a bit more central here. So neutral, as I was mentioning before, they were having a bit of bounce back and forth with Vietnam on this drop, and Vietnam has completely veered off, going West Coast drop for this one.
Brazil already in a great spot. Ukraine's going to have control down to the south. Most of our squads doing an early release means that the west is pretty clustered. This means that USA going to be involved in a couple of early shots. As this is just a run right in on top of Cowboy. Everybody comes in full on gusto. No real support coming in for USA right now. They're all still in the process of looting, a bit more separated. Kurt looks like he's trying to get over here, so it's all on to Cowboy. He's just got to survive until some form of reinforcement can get here.
Actually does slow Philippines down. I will say though, I've been made a fan out of Philippines. They have so much fun. They're very aggressive, very wily. Continue that on against Cowboy here. Does see him from the distance, to the side even, I should say. That's how the reinforcing shots going against the angle. Here comes the reinforcing Cowboy in the air. Runs him down. This is crazy stuff coming out from the USA on the defense.
We going full America right now as it is just commit. Rolls right into all of it. Cowboy now starting to rally himself, got his meds back together, and while Philippines wanted this position, they're going to have to now defend it from everybody roaming around on the outside. Kickstart now in position on one side. Ajit in a lot of trouble. Two different aggressors and just a tree for cover.
Now trying their best to shut this down. Good stuff by Kickstart though. We'll finish that off there for the moment. Purdy Curdy will look for the confirm, but it's going to be the nade that gets it anyway. Cowboy still safe, still alive, unless they go super aggressive around these corners. It's going to be difficult, but the thing is now is that Philippines is stuck in this building. Their initial aggression has completely gone awry.
And Cowboy staying alive isn't due big part Trimsy. This position right here allowed Cowboy to have some level of escape. Trimsy just yet again coming in, but doesn't have much to work with. You can see only 30 rounds, so he has to be very, very careful. Rest of USA now coming in. Philippines down to just 2, and it feels like the momentum is on the USA side. Can the Philippines manage to rally together to fend up, as they don't really have an idea on where all the different angles could be coming from.
Yeah, if they can all get closer together here, they can eventually sweep this up and finish it off. Kickstart finds him through the window. That's going to be the go sign. Right, there's only one of you left alive. Surely. Now flash forwards here from Purdy Curdy, maybe in the building as well. Cowboy's going to make that push forwards as well. Kickstart, this roof angle has been fantastic for him. Sees him on the roof, gets him done. That's 3 for Kickstart. That is a great squad wipe by US.
Man, they needed that one, so maybe we'll see some momentum coming out of it. Germany on defense against Argentina, who's trying to pick a fight. Argentina has been pretty involved throughout the day. It started off with them kind of bumping into everybody in game number 1. It just kind of hasn't stopped. A lot of our squads over the west at least starting to get some breathing room, but down into the southwest, it's getting pretty dusty. Still Germany having to deal with Argentina, of course, but Denmark's going to be right on the other side of it all.
DraftKings with the nade. Not bad at all. I mean, the smoke kind of gives away exactly where you are, and if you're behind a tree next to the smoke, pinpoint accuracy coming out from Argentina to be able to deny that. Similarly, Germany just trying to get themselves back up and good to go. They do realize though that there are threats lurking around on multiple angles. So you should be staying in these buildings. There's smoke to try and get him. Tricky play potentially coming out here. Maybe if there's another nade to post into a smoke, that could be the finishing factor.
I'm kind of surprised by the commitment that's come out from Denmark. Right now, they have one player that's gone all the way over next to the eastern bridge, trying to get a foothold position in the circle. Another one in Gustav going to be playing right on the east part of the western bridge. And the other two trying to see if they can maybe go for a third-party pounce if something presents itself. But Argentina is playing this really, really slow. This is, of course, phase number 1, so it's all just going to be about the timings and how
Yeah, Pippa was interested in posting that nade that I was talking about before, maybe I confirmed from all of this. And now another one goes forwards, but it's not far enough.
ここから助かる試合があるのか、ドイツ代表。果たして。ドラフトキング一気に2枚抜き。おいしい。そして。
まあまあ、でも言うてですよ。
フラグが刺さりましたけど、ただ、ぴょーんと跳ねたところしっかりトレース合わせていくピパー。フェイズは一旦回復して、相手のプッシュに備えますが、多勢に無勢。
Full cleanup would be awesome. Fantastic stuff here so far from DraftKings.
ここで1対1、ちょっと怖いですね。
ペイツとしては1対1させてもらいたい。
うん。
出したいところでございます。
味方が寄ってきましたね。合流できました。これで2対1。おおナイスセッション。
Oh, Pippa needed to get that. That would have completely thrown off the timing for Argentina.
さあ、早々に2チームが消えてしまった。この試合も荒れている。さあ、トルコ代表がベトナムを待ち構えているんですけど、ベトナム代表、ここは止まって戦う判断になりそうか。橋を挟んで展開しているので、トルコ代表。おお、タンブ、ヒマス。西側の2人を粉砕していますね。逆に挟まれるような形になってしまい、のっぴきならなくなってしまったか、トルコ代表。
ちょっと、あれですね、この試合から急にスペースを使うようになりましたね。
ええ。これまずいぞ。これはまずいぞ。まずいぞ。祈るしかありません。もはや。ああ、しかも祈っても無駄これは。終わりの始まりだったようです。トルコ代表、ナイストライだったんですが、ベトナムのフィジカルに粉砕されてしまう。さあ、そしてこちらでもスパーキングが待ち構えていた。もう15人倒れていますけれども、大丈夫か、この試合。8分。とんでもないハイペースで戦闘が起こっています。
Just deadly jack the boxes spattering all across the map right now. Everybody is going for a very centered meta in playstyle, no surprise. Yes, we do have the river that's cutting through the north that leads all the way into Yasnaya, but really just a couple players from Vietnam over there, maybe USA as well, we'll have to see. Everybody else kind of playing in that middle position where neutral is going to be kind of the core area to play from. Brazil going to have a spattering of players kind of cross leading down into Ukraine. Firefights could break out depending on how the circle goes.
そうですね。みんな真ん中がいい。ああ。
Going hard to the south. It's going to
なんというサークル。南へのハードシフト。真ん中ウクライナ。ウクライナです。
So Delwyn and the boys from Vietnam looking pretty good about what they actually have available. Great Britain knew that there was someone here, so they've got to be very cautious about this, as this is where they lost Fex, and now Brazil is moving away as well. But a circle like this, there's a lot of work to be done for those teams in the north here, Matrim.
Yeah, and I think that's why UK is being so cautious. They were saying if maybe they could jump, leapfrog in, get closer to where Brazil's going to be going. Brazil looks like they have eyes a bit more down into the circle, so that might open up something for UK to play with. Longer wraps are going to come in from Indonesia to the east of where we see Great Britain at the time being. Vietnam also could come down on a similar angle. Lots of kind of counter wraps going on right now as Korea is going to go very far over into the west because the westernmost section of this is going to be Pachinki, where we still have China at, maybe even USA, depending on how the wraps come in.
Potential for some really important compounds here for Thailand. We've seen these be extremely crashed into in some of the PGSs, etc.
ここへの特感多かったですよね。PGS でも。
確かに。
In some of the later stages of these games, as Finland found themselves on the south side of it all, and technically speaking, Satta is way over to the east, and Kirex is way over to the west. So. But I think they realize with a shift like this, there isn't that many threats down on the south side of the circle just yet. Just kind of like do a lot of good scouting, kind of find out exactly where you need to be, and then maybe even deny some teams on wider rotates.
Ooh, Ghost, you better be careful over here. You kind of just chilling right next to where USA is trying to wrap. I do believe that Kickstarter
アメリカはセールズの外に一旦出る判断でしょうかね。おっと、ここでも衝突。ベトナムが辻での衝突全部制していく。
Difficult for Great Britain at the moment. Only 12 points. Nothing in this just yet. They do have a blue chip in hand, so maybe they can get one person up. Here can Great Britain, but you won't be getting Michael anytime soon. As now the US. Rotating in on behind them, as you were mentioning before. China is still a little bit vulnerable technically on the split that they actually have available here.
サークルの中に入ったチームはポジション取りつつありそうですよね。再配置がどんどん進んでいますが。
3チームいないですもん。まあほぼ4チーム。
スペースありすぎて、
ありすぎてですね。
ウクライナど真ん中で2-2スプリットしてますけど、大丈夫かこれ。
まあ、山上はこれはもう、索敵目的ですよね。多分ですけど。おーっと、山上
さあ、ウクライナ即座に真ん中を抑えに行くしていますけれども。
So maybe some pre-driving there just for teams to try and get moving as fast as possible. What this is going on, Ukraine, as you say, has got really strong control if they're able to just kind of get together, maybe hold down. The problem with Potato Hill is you can't hold it all at the same time as one team. So you're gonna maybe kind of commit to one side of it, and they've already let China move in alongside. I think the US realizes, okay, we're a bit late to be able to kind of pierce straight into the circle, so we're still playing that west side.
China comes in with a more passive approach, wants to make sure that they keep distance away from Potato itself. Instead goes right on the edge of it, playing to the west where they can continue to use the hill. This is a good read on the circle because to the west of them, it's going to be a no man's land as it is right on the edge of the zone. USA has to go away from this position. Now tailing in back behind where we see South Korea making the round. Down into more of the center position, it's going to be Thailand going for a regroup kind of to the northeast, but it's all kind of playing around position into Death Road and Potato. The northern section of Death Road kind of leads into where Thailand's going to be at. That's kind of a no man's land of kind of open territory, couple of trees, but that's about it. And that's why we see so many rafts up into the north to try to approach into a more, I guess, hilly tree side of this all, but China's already set up and waiting for it.
やりそう さあ、アメリカと中国の衝突がここで起こっていますが、ウクライナ介入してくるかどうか。中国代表、シャウが離れた位置でファイトが始まっていたので、正面火力が足りない状況。しかもアルゼンチンも来る。これもう引く判断だったんですね。もう。これ、いや、まあ、第三者来そうだなみたいなのがちょっと読みとしてあったかもしれませんけど、急に人口密度が跳ね上がった。
Maybe there were some cross wires on their side about what they actually wanted to do and how they wanted to defend the side of Potato. But at the same time, Argentina having a little bit of an overlook as well. Tiantian is gone thanks to Purdy. God, US is on a bit of a tear here at the moment. They've got to be careful, though, of the potential from Argentina to peek on over this ridgeline.
And Argentina has been peeking on everybody, so I feel like that's a looming. The only thing about it is it's 2-2 split from Ukraine, very close. Nope. Instead, Argentina goes diggy diggy hole.
内側に入ってきて穴を掘り始めたアルゼンチン。
Good old dwarves, I like that. Yeah, they're doing.
メタですから、やっぱこれが。
With the 4 kills that they've got here and digging on down. I mean, at least they're kind of almost setting up traps for if the US actually does peek on over themselves. Kickstart going all the way on the west side, looking for anything that would be going on. I think he was on a hunt for Xiao Wu, didn't realize maybe that he completely disengaged from it.
They were leaving Spaceman as bait, and nobody from China is going to be taking it. Circle pops, Death Road time, but that northern area that's going to be very open, James. This kind of sucks because we got way too many people alive, and there's not much space to play.
できるかどうかみたいなフェーズになってくるんでしょうか。韓国代表は中に入れそうかどうか、かなり打たれて一人削られてしまっている。ブラジル代表、広がって韓国を迎撃しますが、クラーケンによってヘブンが抜かれてしまいました。
いや、そして中国真ん中に来ている。リスクありますからね。ウク
ライナはフォーメーションをコンパクトにしていたんですが、また広げる。さあ、ベトナムのイタラファイト真ん中突貫ですけれども。いや、めちゃくちゃ打たれている。真ん中。いや、ヘザーからの攻撃でヒマスが抜かれ。ちょっと苦しそうですけれども、ニュートラルの移動中だったんですが、ただデフィックスがバスリンズに抜かれてしまいましたね。さあ、ニュートラルは一旦北側にはける。韓国代表がここで全滅。トップグループのうちの1チームが早々に倒れましたが、3度ではデンマークとインドネシア。
チームを避けながら行くのはもう難しそうですね。 まあやっぱりウクライナみたいにもチームに突っ込むとかしないといけないんですかね。
ファイトするしかないかな。ここはもうファイトの判断になったインドネシアですが、デンマークセットアップすでに済んでいたというところで、さあ先手打たれているインドネシア。うわ、いいグレネードだ、引きながら当てていって、そのままビーミー。うますぎん、ほんまに。この人。ス
タープレイヤーですから、デンマークの選手曰く。
Oh God, it is just a pleasure to watch him play. USA, you've got to figure out how you want to deal with Argentina in front of you and maybe even behind because
ビーミ4人いたら一番強いんじゃないかってぐらいなんか総合力あるからな。
なんかあれですね、ビーミだけ残ってもまあ何ポイントかは確保できるでしょうみたいな。
そうそう、状況判断もすごいうまいし。いや、これでデンマークは南東側もう後ろに敵を背負ってませんからね。あとはコントロールどうしていくかっていう状況ですけれども、さあブラジルに対して突っ込んできたのはニュートラル。ああ、しかし一瞬移動は長いけどファイトは一瞬。ブラジルこれマジで優勝あるぞ。いや、ただこの次のフェーズはさすがに厳しいか。ウクライナとタイに挟まれていますね。エリアは全く取れていないという状況。さあアメリカに対して悪影響がウクライナかな。ウクライナ代表は北と西側両方をコントロールしきろうというような欲張りスプリットを見せています。タイ代表も北と東両方抑えようとしますね。まあ、そこら辺に対して付け入る隙はブラジル代表ありそうですが、どう判断するか。
たまりそうだが画面は西側。
赤鳥がなんか2人一緒になで切りにしてるけど、どういうこと？
同じチーム扱いなんでしょうね、赤鳥の目からしたら。
ああ、いいグレネード。さあもう一個、あ、これはダメ押しとなりますね。スパーキングキーストスキャッピーを落としました。さあそしてアメリカがウクライナ代表に突っ込んでいくが、ディフィックスが2枚取っています。 P90 が火を吹いている。キックスタートがなんとかカバーして、さあそしてパーティーがディフェルスを倒したワンオツー。ウクライナ残り1人。アメリカは決断が道を切り開く結果となりそうだったんですけど、後ろからアルゼンチンが来ている。ああ、もう時間はありません。ああ、キルスティールもしていく。アルゼンチンサバイバルステージからかなりねアグレッシブさ見せてくれてましたけど、感じをつかんだかどんどんファイトに介入していく。
切り目ですよ。
Now it's going to be second place. You called it. South America 1 and 2 over Ukraine and Thailand. Soで
もアメリカ9キル取ってるのか。あ、もう少しポイント欲しかったけどな。めちゃくちゃなことになっていますが、早く終わらせたい。あ、ハカトリパディカティを倒してキル取っているウクライナ代表。フェーズ5で8チームも残ってるんですよ。8チームも残ってるんですよ。生存が20名
チームもです。
はい。とんでもなく少ないことになっています。マップもう真ん中誰もいないし、ウクライナ
真ん中行くの難しいですよね、やっぱ TPP。
キックスタート。ディフィックスから奪った P90。しかしここでピパー倒したけど、このワンデッドはどうだ？
いやでもポイント的には全然美味しいんですが、
とんかつまでたどり着けるかというと少し難易度が上がったか。
上がりますね。
デンマーク、フィンランドがフルスクワット。
それより北側のブラジルのキルログは見えてるはずなんで、
ブラジルも潰しちゃいますか？
いや潰したいと思いますよ。だその話し合いが行われてるかどうか今後の動きで分かりますね。
Belmath wants to
おっ
just
と
thread
タ
the
イ
needle
は
himself for a straight send through onto some of these cars. If you can't see the
中は
dip
ワ
made by
ンチ
either
ャ
a
ン
red
キル
zone
拾
or
う
made,
ための
you can see the car
だ
in
ね
it,
これは
so
ベル
that
モ
is
ス
a bit of a check mark, landmark for you to be able to make this move. Not bad there at all. But here
Argentina.
comes Argentina. Where are you going? You've got the P90 in hand,
タイ
stole
の
it
チー
away
ム
from
か
Kickstart.
手前で
Moving
止ま
into
る
these smokes, it's a good transition.
丁寧なセットアッ
Kind of
プ
playing this little bit of a ridge. It gives you space away from Finland, who's been
2 つ
kind
の
of
非常
chasing
防衛
after
信
you.
号弾ありますね
Finland does have some high ground, but Finland's got their own problem, and they're having to deal with Denmark on their defense.
端っこで絶えず次のフェーズを待とうという判断のよう
They
で
can play it
す
for now. Try to force back any counter moves that Brazil's wanted to go for, and Brazil's already read it. They can't push that angle. It
フィン
doesn't
ランド
feel
は
good. They
ち
know
ょっ
that
と
there's
エ
a
リア
solo
が
Belmont
なくなって
down
きま
there,
したね
so they've had to retreat to the
デンマー
east.
クは
This
す
is
でに
just
サークル
great
の中に入れ
positional
ている状
control
況なん
coming
で
out
す
from
がフィンランド
Argentina
は
to force everybody else to play
微
around their game.
妙
Yeah, not bad at all.
車を使えば
Not bad
耐え
at
れる
all. Finland and Denmark gonna have to be at loggerheads with one another as well, though, on this south side. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they really take a proper engagement against one another. See, technically, unless Finland feels so pressured by Denmark's shots and like maybe takes a knock or something like that, that they feel forced to go north. But I feel like that is a dangerous path to take.
We should also note that in closest to the center of the circle, Vietnam is still
さあ
alive
アルゼン
with
チ
two
ン
players up, Sololzy and Tanvu. While we're seeing a lot of superstars pop off, let's not forget Tanvu
まあ
is just
次の
waiting
収
in
縮
the
次第といっ
distance
た
for
ところ
anybody
で
that
し
gets
ょう
close enough to
か
him. Most notably
ランド
potentially
もギリギ
Denmark.
リ一応中では耐えれている、まあ、スモークがかなり少ない状況ではありますけれども
そろそろでもファイトに介入しないとまずいですね、ポイント的に。このまま順位ポイントだけで終わってしまう。
キルポイントを取れていない。
はい。
優勝を目指すのであれば、正直今日終えるときで30ポイントぐらいは欲しいかなというところではあるんですけれども。うわー、グレネードの射程圏内ですよね、これ。
That one was good. I like the cutter 98. Loving it. Finland, you just got to fight your way in. It's just rocks and a couple of trees and not much else to work with. Beamy, though, he's got goals. He's got himself a dip to play. And he's getting closer and closer by the second circle. Pops and favors Denmark.
You're supposed to res me, not hit me with a pickaxe.
あと、グスタフが
捕まりましたね。
ベトナムに捕まってしまいましたね。ソロルジめちゃくちゃ外側でどうやら待っていた様子。
こっから少しずつ広げるの難しいですね。隠れてるとこに迎えに行かないといけないんで、そうなるとお互いのカバーもしながらプラスで広げないといけないんで、動きながら。
うわー、ギリギリ。穴があってよかった。さあまだ耐えているブラジル、アルゼンチンもしかし動かなくてはなりませんが、フィンランドを仕掛けるか。耐えることはできるわけですけれども、耐えるポジションあるわけですけれども。デンマークを倒さないと明るい未来がない。おお、ビビ、クレクション抜いている。そしてケタのかっきれ。アルゼンチンからの車線もミクセン今日抜いて、ビビはアイズを抜いている。デンマークがめちゃくちゃ稼いでいます。さあアルゼンチンも10キルに到達しましたが、フィンランド後ろの2人は合流できなかった。
Just nowhere really for them to go. Brazil's also starting to get in the circle as Tony's going to
耐え
get
る
some
だ
vision
け
on
の
Tanvu.
ベル
Making
モ
it a little
ス
bit scarier, but Belmont has so few options. He's got
じゃあスモーク
Brazil
抜いて
on
くる
one
やん。
side, Argentina on the other.
あ、でも音を聞いてフラグ投げて。じゃあこれ刺さるんじゃ。いやー、ダメージは取っている。わあ、スモークに行き当たる。こちらもグレネードを返しますが、さすがにそこからグレネードは届かんか。ギリギリ耐えているベルモス。まずい。ガチでまずい。おおからの回復間に合って回復間に合わないスパーキングがとどめを刺しました。さあこれで残りは5チーム。
アルゼンチンプッシュするかと思ったんですけど、無理でしたっぽいね。そのままブラジルの方に行くのかなと思ったんですよね。 さすがにきついか。
いや、これ限界ファイトだな。全てのチームにとって。
This is great. Of course, we looked at the beginning of the day and looking at, teams like Ukraine, who in the survival stage had like a 15.3 average across their games. But this is a whole different kettle of fish in a lobby like this when you're missing 8 of the world's best teams for PNC in that survival stage. Brazil's been able to keep it going in day number 1. So can they get a little bit more from this? As every team is wounded here. This could go any way with everybody playing the edge here, Matrim.
Yeah, and Brazil just looks so clean.
いやー、どこのチームも勝てる状況ですよね、これ。ありますよ。
勝ってもおかしくないし、どこが負けてもおかしくない状況ですが、うまくも広がれているわけではないので、投げ物に対しては弱そうですしね。フィンランドはちょっとゴルフが始まってる。フィンランドはもう何も投げ物が使えるものが残っていない、かなり耐えなくてはいけない状況。おお、ケタが抜いている。さあ、トロフトキング。ベスト割れてるから、ちょっと一発アウトだけど、大丈夫そう？さあ、フィンランドがここで動けなくなっておけた。最後、仕留めていきます。アルゼンチンも一人が落ちている状況。わお、タンブのグレネード、トニーが飛んで。スパーキング。一旦タイの判断。穴を掘れ。穴を掘れ。穴を掘って、穴を掘っていた。残り3チーム。アルゼンチンはトップに肉薄できるチャンスですが、エリアがきつすぎる。ここでタンブーが MX を抑えて、残りは2チーム、デンマークとベトナム。おお、ソロルジ一瞬でグレネード刺している。さあ、やはり強いのはベトナムなのか。
人数が物言うはずだったんですけど、フリーで取られてしまうと。
さあ、スタンか。フラグはもうないか。ただ、あるタンブ。これ刺さるんじゃないか。いいダメージ。おお、ベイビーが車で押されてダブルダウン。どでかい。
車に押されて。
カインビーそのままベトナム代表。
ビミまた車に押されてませんでした。なんかどっかで見たことある。
サバイバルステージのなんか車に乗っかられてました
ね。なんかありましたね、事故が。
よく残していた投げ物。
But they still got it done, and it all came down to that incredible nade landed right on top of Denmark at the end. But as they always say, cream usually does rise to the top.
Yeah, it does. And man, has Brazil. I mean, if you think about the cream from today, I cannot believe it. But let's talk about Vietnam here just for a little bit longer. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, of course, Mark. This was just, decent patience coming out from Vietnam where they could have got a bit more aggressive on some teams, I think, there towards the late mid-game, but decided not to, and it worked out well.
Look, let's be honest, coming to the last game, they're really down that leaderboard. I think they were like 11th or 12th, right? Yes, there wasn't too many points in it, but actually they needed a win. They needed to close out today, being higher up that leaderboard. So if they want to stand a chance to win 2026, that they need to give themselves that kind of springboard to leapfrog and take on these top teams, because you say they've not really shown up so far today.
No, definitely not. And kind of a crazy game in general, Matrim here. In terms of their kills, you just killed half the lobby.
I mean, didn't necessarily want it at the start, but they'll take whatever firefights they've got to get. Quick reactions paid off for them and got them in the later stages, and really just kind of being scrappy enough to find points in some desperate situations. So if USA can find a circle early enough, be very interested to see how that one's going to go. But it's just a very explosive end, quite literally, as nades and bolties being such a big factor of course, Beamy as well. Beamy just such a prolific player to watch how he navigates such an open circle.
Yeah, rinsed Indonesia, that's fair to say, for that defense on that south side. And if it hadn't quite gone their way, maybe Denmark wouldn't have got enough done in this game. As we welcome you back here to the desk to kind of round out the day. It's been a long one this day, but I think Gibson, looking at Denmark there towards the end, it deserves a minor comnu here for Denmark, I think, that game.
No, we'll give them a good one. I think Keter really earned some big plays in that one. Some of the bolty plays, the Beamy nades transition to a spray was absolutely nasty, and if it wasn't for Keter with the bolty.
さあということでグランドファイナル1日目はまあベトナムも最後ポイントを取ってというところで、カードは揃ったのか、まあまだね3日あるので、まだまだ逆転のチャンスは残っているわけですけれども、ブラジルが取ったポイントも高いんですけど、割とあり得る範囲内なのかなというペースではありますね。
そうですね。まあ頭一つ抜けたぐらいのポイント差ですかね。
まだまだ明日次第なのかなという。ブラジルが明日もこの調子を維持できるのであれば、優勝がね、かなり色濃くなって
見えてきますね。はい。
アルゼンチン、ブラジルと南米のね、2チームが調子がいい。アルゼンチンはね、サバイバルステージで本当に吹っ切れた動きをね、結構見せてくれてましたけれど、マッチ5はこのような形となっております。ベトナム代表が21ポイント、デンマーク代表16ポイント、アルゼンチン代表16ポイント、ブラジル代表も14ポイント取ってますからね。高め安
定してますね。
Firefights haven't been going their way. Yeah, okay, it's hard to catch circles sometimes, but you just can't try to catch 8 or anything else like that. You're going to have to deal with the fact that the circles are going to be a little bit wonky, going all over the place, and it has forced kind of the United States to chase after them. I think that's kind of been the problem with Vietnam on the other side, is it feels like they've been very much having to chase after the circle and haven't been able to go as hot and heavy on the kills as they've wanted to.
トータルリーダーボードでブラジルが61ポイント、アルゼンチンが44ポイントというところで、結構ポイント差はあるのかというか、中間層がかなり分厚い。
そうですね、団子がだいぶ。フィンランドは最初の2試合ないようなもんか。2ポイントでしたっけ？
そうですね、全然ポイント取れてなかったですよね。
フィンランドを淘汰した2チームが調子いいっていう、ちょっと皮肉なもんですね。
確かに。
Yeah, he's vying for the most man of the matches through the whole tournament, be it Survivor.
最後はちょっとアンラッキーな終わり方をしてしまいました。
はい。車にちょっと嫌われてる。やっぱスタープレイヤーは車に嫌われる運命なんですかね。
And that is why they're getting those 3 compensation points. So love to keep the viewers as updated as possible here for PNC 2026. So not bad for Ukraine. The funny thing is, Mark, it's been a decent day for Ukraine. They find themselves at what, I think 39 points overall, which is kind of shy of where Brazil is, but it's not an insurmountable lead with 10 games remaining here.
グランドファイナルは全15試合というところで、残りは2試合、2試合じゃない、
2試合、10試合、
2日ね。
2日。
かける5試合で10試合。
はい。
結構明日次第、明日重要なのかな。今日はブラジル。
You guys, it was a long day, but you were an absolute king on the server, a beast. I mean, tell me, how was your day ending it as number 1 on the leaderboard?
Ending in first place today feels good, of course, but there's so many matches to go. There's still 10 matches to go. So as we say in Brazil, let's keep our feet in the ground, keep humble, stay humble, and keep it going because there's a lot in the line.
I mean, you always have the perfect answers for interviews. I wanted to ask you about what was the talk that you shared with your team? I mean, this is your 5th PNC, right? We have Kraken and Beal that has, played in PNC, but Tony, this is his first PNC, right? And he's doing spectacular. What was your pep talk to the team?
So basically, I have been talking to the team along the tournament, and before the games today, I basically say that, guys, this is a tournament, it's a short tournament, there's not much practice or strategy, it's all pretty much freestyle. And as long as we're confident, happy, and passionate about it, we're gonna lose together, we're gonna win together. So let's just be confident and try our best.
I mean, what you as a team really showed up today, and I was talking to you guys yesterday for media, right? And I know how excited you guys were about the World Cup. I know you're a big football country, and I'm wondering, with your national pride on the line here and all the way over in the States, well, does that influence you anyway? Is that like an extra level of motivation that, your national pride is on the line? You want to do one for Brazil?
Of course, we always want to win for Brazil. And being in the year of the World Cup, I came from a country that unfortunately has a lot of problems that I'm not going to talk about it. And in the year of the World Cup, it's the only times my whole country is united for the same goal, is to win the World Cup. And then all my city, all the streets is full of people wearing yellow and green, and union and passion and love and happy. And I think that kind of reflects on our team here today. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths from my team. It's not only, of course, mechanics and being smart in the game, but our vibes, we're always happy, we're always confident, no matter what, no matter if we're on the bottom or on the top, we're always gonna have a smile on our face.
The energy, the passion,
Yes.
typical Brazilian ways, right? All right, I hope the best for you for day 2, because that is what's happening in Changchun Arena tomorrow for PNC 2026. And with Team Brazil ending the day as number 1, we don't know what's going to happen on day 2. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. So we'll see you then. And thank you for joining us today. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Everybody let go.
Sparking, what a fantastic answer to that to end out the day here. It's been a trial has today here for PNC 2026 for all the players as well and teams involved.
なかなか見ない模範的な答えばっかでしたね、スパーキ選手。とりあえずあと10試合あるんで、謙虚に嬉しいことは嬉しいんですけど、今日1位で終わったことに対して、ただあと10試合あるんでまだ頑張りますと。あとは、ワールドカップの年であり、やっぱりブラジル代表として出れるのは嬉しいし、頑張りたいと思う。なので初出場の選手1名いるんですけど、その人に対しても、勝つときは一緒、負けるときは一緒だよみたいなことを言いましたと。すごい、これ以上にない模範的な、めちゃくちゃ良かった答えでしたね。
It's clear they've been working on it as well, right? Like when it comes to this roster for PNC, there's a lot of tournaments going on around the world, right? And there's a lot of tournaments coming up, be it EWC, be it focus on PGSs and things like that, Gibson. But this roster, I mean, Tony, of course, on Godlike is going to be playing out things. But this has been an opportunity for them to rise to the occasion, and they've definitely done it so far for day 1.
Look, nothing unites players than PNC. I think they're going to be excited going in. We've even gone for the Brazil color scheme this year for PNC, so I don't know whether or not that was a sign.
ということでね、今日はちょっといろいろとトラブルもありながらという中で、ここまでね、お付き合いいただきありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
ブラジルもね、スパーキング、確か PGS 勝ち上がれなかったのかな、残念ながら。アメリカの中でめちゃくちゃ強いプレイヤーなんですけど。今年のね、PGS の後半にかけていろいろ勢力の変化というのがようやく明らかになってきているタイミングなんですけど、ただいったね、地域の中で埋もれてしまっているようなスタープレイヤーたちも、やっぱり ENC とか、今回の PNC もそうですけど、そういった機会でね、上がっている姿を見ることができるわけですから。そういったところはね、面白いポイントなのかなという、ところですね。 ということで本日ここまで配信長らくご視聴いただきありがとうございました。明日ですね、また引き続き、あるんですけれども、試合開始予定時刻は同じはずですね。明日以降ですね、また週末激アツの戦いお届けしてまいりますので、引き続きお楽しみいただければと思います。ということで本日は長らくお付き合いいただきましてありがとうございました。また明日お会いしましょう。
ありがとうございました。
はい、さよなら。
さよなら。
Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. Reapply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah we groundbreaking. Now we tryna take the whole game and make it bigger. I can take the pain, cause I'm a born winner. Got the medal round my neck, watch my chain shimmer. Only ever seen a king looking in the mirror.